miracles.
Well, welcome back, everyone.
I believe I'm the best person to lead Labor back into government. Let's cut to the chase. We got it wrong.
Wow.
You know, I don't hold a hose, mate, and I don't sit in the control room.
It's been confirmed that a new virus can be passed from person to person.
2020 will be the toughest year of our lives.
It is very serious. It is deadly serious. Every day that goes past from here gets more normal.
It's not a race, right? It's not a competition.
The grand slam of pandemic failure.
We will get through this together.
Every one of us has to hold a hose.
That was a political problem. Every voice matters.
I will not let you down.
Today, we join our nations in a next generation partnership.
I don't think I know.
Now we want to put the past 2 years behind us. We need to put this government behind us.
There's no one to help. Have a look at all the rubbish.
It has taken everybody by surprise. Everyone has a role to play. This election is about you.
I'm ready. We are ready.
It's 6 p.m. on the east coast of Australia, and we are live from the ABC's Election Centre in Sydney. 3 years ago, Scott Morrison declared a miracle when he delivered a third term in government for the Coalition. Since then, COVID, floods and fires have upended all our lives, and tonight we'll find out whether Australians have had enough upheaval or whether a change of government is next.
Better days are now ahead.
Labor leader Anthony Albanese has spent a lifetime in politics, but has he done enough at the end of this campaign to convince Australians he has what it takes to lead the country?
I know Labor can do better, and I know Australians deserve better.
Scott Morrison is behind in the polls. He has been all year. If he pulls off a victory, he'll be the first Prime Minister in 18 years to win back-to-back elections.
I'm seeking a second term because I'm just warming up.
It's a race to 76 seats in majority government, precisely where the coalition starts tonight, where Labor needs to gain 7 seats for government in its own right.
Polls on the east coast have now closed, counting has begun, and soon the results will be in as Australia votes. Hello and welcome to Australia Votes. This is one of the most unusual elections ever in Australia. There are so many unprecedented elements and so many variables that it would be a bold person who'd make a firm prediction right now. The opinion polls have Labor very comfortably ahead, but they did in 2019 as well. So the question is whether they can be trusted this time around. We'll help you make sense of it all over the coming hours, of course, with the help of our indispensable ABC Chief Election Analyst, Antony Green. Antony, where do we start tonight?
Well, I was going to start with a chamber, but I'll start with this. It's Norfolk Island. And the reason is Norfolk Island in the last decade has been added to Australia and is now part of the ACT electorate of Bean. And for the first time ever, we've gone to air at 6 p.m. and we've had election results. Now, I don't think the result from Norfolk Island is very indicative of Bean, let alone the whole country, but just it's always nice to know that we've got results coming in. But I'll go back to what I was going to do, which is to show the chamber the starting position for tonight's coverage. The House of Representatives, there's the chamber of the House of Representatives. We'll fill it in with our starting position for this election. We are starting with these numbers. 76 for the coalition. They've lost a seat in Western Australia, but we've included Hughes, which is Craig Kelly's seat, as a coalition seat. So 76, and that's the minimum you need for government to govern with a majority in the House of Representatives. Labor has 69, one up, again due to redistributions. There's 1 Green and 5 others. Labor needs 7 seats on a swing of about 3.5% for majority government. The Coalition need to hang on to everything they got. They need to win back Hughes for a start, hang on to what they hold, maybe cadge another seat from the Labor Party if they do lose some seats. We could see seats going both ways, or if you believe news poll this morning, most of the action will be towards the Labor Party. But that's what we're here tonight, is to actually see the numbers, to watch them unfold and find out what the result is.
Thank you, Antony. Talk to you soon. With me here tonight are two of the most senior politicians in Parliament, Liberal Simon Birmingham and Labor's Tanya Plibersek, and we'll trust them to be frank and forthright with their opinions tonight, please. Let me start by asking each of you the same thing to start, which is just simply, what have you been hearing today from your colleagues, from volunteers, from just people out there? What are they telling you? Simon Birmingham.
Well, Leigh, people have been overwhelmingly positive and polite, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's indicative of the result. I've seen and heard that on polling booths before. Australians engage, I think, with great responsibility in election day, and they do so, generally speaking, with a care and a regard for the booth workers and the volunteers who've been out there in sunshine in some parts of the country and torrential rain in other parts of the country. But overall, it certainly doesn't feel like they've been the quintessential baseball bats out there. It's been a case where the voters going through have often known their minds, but they've been friendly and polite in doing so.
Tanya?
Oh, yeah, I agree with Simon that people have been friendly and polite. I have sensed a real it's time for a change feeling. I've been in my own electorate of Sydney today, going from booth to booth. Very long queues, people very keen to vote. Even with the big numbers in pre-poll, I was amazed at how long the queues were. And I mean, in my electorate at least, a very strong sense that it's time for a change.
All right, we'll come back to you shortly. From the ABC, we have our top political journalists, Annabelle Crabb, Andrew Probyn and Laura Tingle, who's in Melbourne tonight. Annabelle, big picture question. What's your overall take on the campaign and what are you anticipating tonight?
Well, it's been a sort of a mutual small target campaign, I think. A lot of the analysis is focused on Labor's small target, but the Coalition this time has presented a pretty small target too. Two of the great big issues that have habitually divided the two sides, climate being the major one, but also this question of economic management, debt and deficit. We're now in a campaign where the two parties have a nominally much similar position on net zero by 2050, and we are in an astounding amount of debt and deficit through circumstances beyond the incumbent's control, but it kind of removes those points of difference. So that's why it's kind of boiled down to a bit of a personality or character contest.
Andrew?
Look, I think it's going to be really fascinating and exciting tonight, but I suspect that this might be a historical election insofar as it heralds the ending of this two-party system, that for the first time we have the third-party vote really entrenching itself, possibly over 30%. Now, it is very, very possible that this becomes a permanent feature of the Australian system. The parties that Tanya and Simon represent, the sides of politics and parliament, used to command 90% of the popular vote, but it's very, very possible that they're reduced to little over 2/3.
Hello, Laura Tingle in Melbourne. What's your take?
Leigh, as Andrew says, we are going to see, I think, this testing of the landscape of Australian politics tonight. Now, it's not just going to be about those teal independents. I think a few things have happened during this campaign or have been revealed in the way the parties have campaigned. Labor's traditional bases in a lot of places have not come back to them as far as we can see. Seats like Capricornia and Herbert up in Queensland, which were once really solid Labor country, nobody's been talking about them sort of swinging back in any significant way. You've got this sort of implosion of the Liberal Party with the peeling off of teal candidates and moderate Liberals, and Lord knows what's going to happen after the election to the parliamentary party. But I think of considerable concern tonight is something that we haven't really been focusing on in the campaign, and that's what happens to Clive Palmer's vote. I'm hearing stories from Western Sydney and up the northern beaches in Sydney of votes of up to 15% for Clive Palmer. Now, we'll have to wait and see whether that happens, but it looks like there may be a very big blowback as we talked about last year, from the effects of lockdowns, because those Western Sydney areas were really badly hit by much tougher lockdowns than the rest of Sydney. And it looks like people have fairly indiscriminately just said, right, well, we're going with the Freedom Party, and they've voted big time for Clive Palmer. Now, that could spell problem for both parties tonight.
Thanks, Laura. I've been hearing similar from the outer suburbs of Melbourne as well. Down the other end of the studio, David Speers is in our virtual tally room.
Leigh, Play School has Big Ted, Sesame Street has Big Bird. This is our big board, our virtual tally board for tonight. It's, I guess, a bit like the tally room in elections years gone by. Let me show you briefly how it's going to work. We have every 151 seats in the country listed behind me. Right now, they're in alphabetical order from Adelaide, up in that corner, right across to right. But alphabetical order doesn't really matter tonight, so let's just shuffle the deck, shall we, and have a look at what really matters, and that's how they stack up in terms of their margins. So this is how the table is set heading into tonight's count. Over here, the coalition seats in blue, from their safest seats over this side of the board right through to their most marginal in the centre, and likewise on the Labor side, their most marginal seats here stretching across to their safest seats, the ones that probably won't be in play tonight. We'll be very much concentrating on the middle of the board, and right down the middle we have the 6 crossbenchers. Will that number grow tonight? We shall see. And how this will work, if Labor manages to take a seat from the coalition, that seat will turn from blue to red. And likewise, if the coalition takes one from Labor, that seat will turn from red to blue. It'll give you a good visual sense of what's going on, and it could be a patchy result. We could see seats changing hands all over the board. So we'll bring that to you throughout the night. And joining me down this end of the studio, we have the former Liberal strategist Tony Barry, former Labor strategist Cos Samaras, and the ABC's Vote Compass guru Bridget Brennan. Welcome to you all. Tony, what are you expecting to see tonight?
Well, I think the electoral math is going to be very, very difficult for the coalition. So they're fighting on multiple fronts, the teal seats, and it's becoming a very fragmented electorate. We know from all the primary votes that it's fragmenting everywhere. And on top of that, you've got Palmer cannibalising the votes. So it's going to be a very difficult task for the Libs to win tonight.
And Cos, you were picking up this Palmer, talk at least of a Palmer vote being a problem in some outer suburbs as well. What happens to that tonight?
Well, we would expect that impact to affect both major parties. Hence, tonight, I think we're going to see both major parties pursue a different path to victory. So for the Labor Party, Higgins, they're pursuing seats like Higgins, Brisbane, which historically have been on the Liberal side for a very long time. And at the same time, the Liberal Party targeting seats like McEwen and Blair, again, although marginal, not really target seats they've historically targeted.
But let me quickly put you on the spot. Is Labor expecting a win tonight, right now?
Yes.
OK.
Yes.
Bridget, you've been tracking through the course of this campaign how Australians feel about particular issues. What are you looking forward for tonight?
Well, as Tony and Cos have said, we could be looking at a very changed parliament a little later tonight, David, and as a clearer picture emerges, we'll have exclusive data from Vote Compass, which is the largest survey of voter attitudes in the country, and we can really analyse where views diverge on location and demographics, and we'll have that analysis for you tonight.
So, Leigh, we'll show you what's happening, we'll dive deep and try and explain why we're seeing what's happening as well.
Thank you, David. Around the country, we have reporters fanned out at all the key locations, including Greg Jennett, who's at the Liberal Party function tonight.
No Liberal Party members on site yet, Leigh, but the party hasn't quite started, but the room is already adorned with Liberal sloganeering and strong economy, stronger future, it reminds us. Of course, these Saturday nights make or break political futures, don't they? Who can forget that night 3 years ago in a location very similar to this one, which drifted into some form of democratic delirium for Liberal Party members. Quite unrecognisable they were at that stage in the night from the Magdalen mob that had first assembled here. So will spirits sink or soar in this room tonight? Well, it will be quite some time before Scott Morrison shows up or contemplates showing up. We'll try to keep a track of the mood of this room, Leigh, in our coverage tonight.
Thank you very much, Greg. And Patricia Karvelis is with Anthony Albanese and the Labor function tonight in Sydney.
Yes, Leigh, there is nervous anticipation that this is their night. All of the polls are suggesting that this is the night that Labor will seize power, but none of them are quite believing it. They are so burnt after the 2019 experience. There is actually a sort of collective trauma in the Labor Party. They say their tracking data shows that they're on track for a majority, but none of them will believe it. And until Antony Green calls it tonight, they'll be watching our coverage closely. They will be very careful. Later tonight, this room will be full of true believers who are hoping that Anthony Albanese can form majority government.
Patricia, thank you. Before we move into our discussion, I want to take a moment to pay tribute to ABC legend Caroline Jones, who died yesterday, one of Australia's most accomplished journalists. The reason you're watching a woman anchor the ABC's federal election coverage tonight is because trailblazers like Caroline Jones did the heavy lifting over decades. Her list of firsts for a female reporter is too lengthy to mention, but along with her journalism, she was a great encourager of her colleagues, and we pay tribute to her incredible public service, her grace and her impeccable character.
Yeah.
The ABC has reporters from coast to coast concentrating on the seats we believe are most likely to determine this election outcome. Let's check in with a few of them right now. First to Richard Willingham, you're in Kooyong in Melbourne. Now, this is a seat normally that would not get any attention on election night. There would be some very nervous Liberals there tonight.
Well, good evening, Leigh. There certainly are, and this has been such a tight race here that Josh Frydenberg, often considered one of the coalition's best assets, has had to stay here and hasn't been out in the campaign in other seats. Now, this is a seat once held by Robert Menzies and Andrew Peacock, but there's been a shift here in this wealthy, well-educated seat. There's been concern that the Liberal Party is shifting too far from the centre, particularly on issues of climate and integrity, and Scott Morrison isn't proving popular here. He has not been here. Now, whatever happens tonight, win, lose or draw, there'll be a discussion about the future of the Liberal Party in these type of seats. And it also may impact Josh Frydenberg's future leadership aspirations. Now, the Liberals are confident that Josh Frydenberg should hold on. They're less positive about the chances of Tim Wilson in Goldstein, which is also under threat from a teal independent, former ABC reporter Zoe Daniels. And it's also worth noting that Victoria is so often an afterthought in federal election campaigns, but this time round there's 5 or 6 seats that could prove really pivotal.
Emily Baker, you're in Bass, which covers Launceston and North East Tasmania. It's known as the ejector seat because they love throwing out first-term MPs.
Leigh, you're right, it's not a good seat for career politicians, but the two contenders tonight are certainly trying to make a good go of it. So, of course, got the Liberal Party's Bridget Archer seeking re-election against the Labor Party's Ross Hart, who is in fact her predecessor. Now, only one sitting MP has been returned to Canberra in the 10 federal elections since 1993. Bridget Archer knows she has a hard task ahead, and we've seen in the past week her blue signage turn purple and a message about her record on voting, sometimes against the government, as her reasoning for people to keep her in the parliament. Now, as for what voters are talking about here in Bass, it's health, it's housing, it's cost of living. These are things that are really starting to bite here in Tasmania. When we were out on the streets earlier today, there did seem a mood for change, but at the last election, there were only 500 votes between these two candidates, a margin of just 0.4%. So, Leigh, we're going to have to wait for the people behind me to really start counting in earnest before we have a clear idea of what will be happening here in the seat of Bass.
Jane Norman, you're in Wentworth, another coalition seat that normally we wouldn't be looking at, but it is under threat by potentially another teal independent.
Yeah, that's right, Leigh. This once blue ribbon Liberal seat has actually shown it can flirt with an independent before. Karen Phelps won Wentworth in 2018 when Malcolm Turnbull quit politics after being ousted as Prime Minister. First-term MP's political life tonight, and according to insiders, the main reason is Scott Morrison. The Prime Minister is just so unpopular in these affluent inner-city seats that he didn't visit Wentworth once during the 6-week-long campaign. And remember, Wentworth is now an ultra-marginal seat. Now, Dave Sharma's opponent, Allegra Spender, is being backed by the Climate 200 machine. She herself, though, has some serious political pedigree. Her father and grandfather were both Liberal MPs. Now, she's socially progressive and economically conservative, so in a place like Wentworth, she sort of presents a safe option for those traditional Liberal voters who are drifting away from the party. if Dave Sharma or his colleague in North Sydney, Trent Zimmerman, are knocked out by this teal wave tonight, Leigh, you can expect there'll be a reckoning in the New South Wales division of the Liberal Party. Serious soul-searching on the PM's drag on the Liberal vote, his selection of controversial Liberal candidate Catherine Deves in Warringah, and of course the pre-selection debacle that preceded the election campaign. As we go to air tonight, Leigh, though, Liberals say Wentworth is line ball.
Jess Van Vonderen, you're in the seat of Brisbane. Queensland was absolutely crucial last election to delivering power to the coalition. How are things tracking this time?
Yes, so much so in 2019, Scott Morrison declared in his victory speech, "How good is Queensland?" And that's because the coalition won a whopping 23 of Queensland's 30 federal seats. So from that starting point, Labor has a big mountain to climb if it's to make many or any inroads in this state. Some of the margins are just so big. The contest here in Brisbane has been a fierce one, though. The LNP incumbent today admitting that he is nervous. Labor sees the seat of Brisbane as perhaps its best hope here in Queensland this election, but support for the Greens is also rising here, along with other inner city electorates like Griffith, like Ryan. So the ballots being sorted and counted here behind me could be crucial in deciding whether Queensland once again delivers political salvation to Scott Morrison, or whether Queensland voters are willing to give the other side a try.
And Cayman Gock, you're in Reid, which is a seat in Sydney's inner west. It's currently held by the Liberals, but it's very much in play and both parties would be desperately hoping to get it tonight.
That's right, Leigh, and it's also a seat that Labor is quietly confident it can claim. The Liberals hold Reid by just 3.2%, and it's considered somewhat of a bellwether seat. It straddles the inner west of the city and Western Sydney, so there are a range of issues from climate change to cost of living. It is also a highly multicultural seat, so Labor is hopeful, the Liberals are nervous, and if this seat swings early, it could be telling for what to expect for the rest of the night. Leigh?
All right, thank you to all of you. We'll no doubt be looking at all of those seats as the night progresses. For the moment, though, we're going to go to Antony Green, who has some early figures.
Well, just to show that we do get figures and they start coming early. They're from Kennedy and Maranoa, which is the two big Western seats in Queensland. This is Lucinda from Kennedy. Bob Catter, I don't think anyone's expecting anything other than Bob Catter getting re-elected here. But those are the first figures in there. Nothing very significant. There's under 100 votes. And in Maranoa, this is from Mungandai. 111 for David Littleproud. Mike Kelly, One Nation, has run second in Maranoa at the last two elections in federal elections, and they're expected to finish second again tonight. But just to show that we are getting figures, but we're waiting for something slightly more significant than Kennedy and Maranoa, in terms of significant in terms of knowing the overall election result.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Let me bring you in, Simon and Tanya, to just ask your thoughts about a few of the things that we've heard people saying there. The first thing I want to do is actually just put you on the spot like David did. Does Labor expect to win tonight, Tanya?
We're hopeful, but it's way too early to tell.
And is there that sense, as Patricia Carvelis said, of signs look good, but you don't want to get too hopeful because of last time?
Well, you know, if you were believing the polling, you would say we had a good chance, but we were very much misled by the polling last time, so I don't think anybody's really accepting what the polls tell us just yet.
And Simon, do you accept that, as people have been saying, the path for your side to victory is very problematic?
Leigh, I think it's certainly a challenging path. To get a fourth term is never easy in Australian politics. It's only been done a handful of times before. And so in that sense, we have had to work very hard. We can see that there are pathways and there are potentially multiple pathways that are there, dependent upon which seats end up being a challenge. And equally, as you've heard from some of the pundits, there could be greater variability in seats that hadn't been predicted before. So we'll just have to see how that plays out.
What about this situation where we could end up with a permanent arrangement in Australia where the two major parties are getting primary votes that are in the 30%? Do you think that could be a permanent state of affairs, and what effect is that going to have on politics? Simon first.
Look, I hope it isn't, Leigh. I think it is important that we have strong parties of government that can present compelling cases and give Australians that chance and that choice in that regard. And I think that's important for the stability of government. I think it's important in terms of also the fact that for our country, we need that sense of stable government that can make strong decisions, provide leadership when it's necessary. And so we'll see again tonight as to whether just the extent of talk about independents or minor parties actually materialises. Once more, we could see that some of the hype is actually greater than the outcome. But it is something I think both parties need to be conscious of in terms of ensuring that we remain relevant to a country that has a very sound, as we were discussing before, democratic system, and equally a country that has so much that is going right in our nation.
What's your take, Tanya, on this issue of primary votes in that 30% range?
Look, I think it is a real sign that voters haven't felt listened to and heard for a while. And it is up to, I think, major parties to show that we are listening and we are responding to the issues that voters keep raising with us. And I think the really interesting thing about the teal independents is that they are very natural Liberal voters who don't feel like they have a home in the Liberal Party anymore. So I think the rise of minor parties is an opportunity and I suppose a call for major parties to have a look at what we're not getting right.
Leigh, I think it's quite significant that public polling says 53-47, that ALP's internal polling, as I understand, it's also about 53-47. But there is this anxiety from both the parties of government that because their primary vote is stuck in the mid-30s, they can't quite be sure. Now, on 53-47, you would think that traditionally Labor would be a walk-in. But, there's anxiety. There's a lot of nervous Nellies in the ALP ranks.
Well, this will be something that we'll be able to unpack, obviously, over the night. David Speers is standing by in the virtual tally room.
Leigh, I want to take you on a little walk down memory lane, a reminder of what we've seen over the course of this parliament over the last 3 years. Thanks to Simon Jackman at the University of Sydney putting together this polling average for us. The coalition won in 2019 with a two-party preferred vote of just over 51%, but that honeymoon didn't really last too long. As you can remember, the Black Summer bushfires hit. There was the holiday in Hawaii, the "I don't hold a hose" comment, and voters really punished the coalition, as you can see there. But then along came COVID. And what happened? Well, the Prime Minister shut the borders, rolled out JobKeeper, JobSeeker. He was rewarded for strong leadership during this particular crisis. In 2021, though, well, we saw a lot of concern over the treatment of women, particularly in Parliament. We had problems with the vaccine rollout. And then, of course, that last summer, the Omicron wave, no one could find a rapid antigen test for love nor money. And then, of course, the most recent natural disaster, which were those terrible floods in New South Wales and Queensland, and perhaps reminding people as communities were stuck and some stranded of, well, those Black Summer fire issues and the way the Prime Minister handled them. So you can see Labor finished, on our polling average here at least, with this lead that Andrew was just talking about, 53.3% on an average across the polls to the Coalition's 46.7%. I think what's really interesting here is you can see it in these numbers, that Labor opens up that biggest lead right when it needs to at the very end, the closest point to the election. And even in this final 6 weeks of the contest, of this campaign, that lead didn't really budge much.
All right, David, thank you very much. We're going to go to Anthony Green now at the touch screen to have a look at some of the Bush independents.
It's mainly just first figures. And what's interesting is that some of the independents are doing well. Kate Hook was one of the urban, rural independents. It's the Orange Bathurst, Lithgow-based Sid of Calais. Well, just look at the first preferences of these because they're quite tiny. But there are two polling places in, and Kate Hook, the independent, is currently second, and these are two quite small polling places, so that'll be interesting to watch if that continues through. Cowper is a North Coast seat. We've got one polling place, Hat Head, and the independent is running second there as well, ahead of the Labor Party. Again, very early figures, but just to show what's going on here. And in Indi, first polling place for Indi, Ross Lyman is ahead, Helena Haynes is in second. This is the seat the independent Helena Haynes is trying to retain, but this is just to show that some early figures are coming in. At this stage, these are three rural electorates where independents are well, so again, there are again electorates which aren't showing what the overall national picture will be.
Thank you, Anthony. Annabelle, can I ask your thoughts on this issue of 30% of the electorate not being interested in voting for a major party?
It's extraordinary, isn't it? After 6 weeks of really non-stop campaigning, there's a resolute 1/3 of Australians that really doesn't want to put the pencil tick in the column of either of the major parties. And I think that's what makes tonight so unpredictable and strange that that 30% is made up of some very, very different demographics. I think there's professional women who feel cheesed off by the government, not necessarily moving to the ALP. You've got sort of anti-vaxxer and supporters potentially of the United Australia Party, people who have got kind of ongoing issues from the COVID era and the role of government in that time, feeling like governments have been telling us what to do over the last few years and just being cheesed off with that. That might account for some sticking power for that Clive Palmer freedom, freedom, freedom message. And then you've got people who just genuinely don't know, and there's sort of, about 7% of those according to the polls. So where do those people go when they're actually in the polling booth? Do they take a deep breath and pick a lane, or do they maybe vote Green? Do they vote one of the teal independents? Do they vote UAP? This is what's going to be confusing about tonight, and it's what really hampers the major parties in really being confident about what's going to happen.
Laura, I get that people could feel annoyed at the government because the government's in power, the government does things, and so people might feel like they're not listened to by the government. But traditionally then that might cause you to look to the opposition party. So what is it that Labor is doing or not doing that's meaning people aren't going there?
Well, I think there are a few issues here. One of them is that back in the olden days, you tended to be born Liberal or Labor and stay that way, and that doesn't happen now. I think also the disengagement of voters is such that, and the disillusion of voters is such that they don't particularly think that the big parties are the answer. So you get a combination of those things, and often really a lot of people not even being sure who the major parties are, to be perfectly honest. I mean, you've got that breakdown of communication with people looking more and more at social media or particular channels of information. So they may not be all that aware of what's actually going on. Plus, you've got the confusion during the COVID era of state governments and the sort of relatively minor presence of the federal opposition when you had the premiers and the federal government fighting it out. So I think COVID has really emphasised some trends that were there already and have been really, I think, probably in some form or another for about 20 years. But they're all just coming together in this perfect storm in this election.
Simon, do you agree with Tanya's point that people feel not listened to by the major parties?
Look, I think if we do see that sort of drop, indeed, that is a message that we will all have to take. We haven't seen a party win government in this country with a primary less than about 42% in recent times, or indeed I think ever. So the work there for all of us, if that materialises, is that we have to make sure we build up that natural support again and that we listen to messages, which out of every election you have to listen to those messages. But we haven't got the results yet, so we don't know precisely where that will be. I don't think we should discount the disruptive nature of COVID under the scenes as well. The talk and discussion about whether there's a UAP vote and what else happened. My experience from the South Australian state election was that even though COVID wasn't front and centre of the debate, certainly the irritations and the annoyances people had had in their lives had certainly mounted up to have an impact.
Yeah, I think the other really interesting thing about the minor party vote is minor parties only ever have to say, we would like to do this. They never have to say how they would do it or how they would pay for it or any of that, how they would achieve it. And I've been really interested in the UAP vote. When you see people talking about why they're voting for the UAP, the sort of things they say, Clive Palmer's going to keep my mortgage at below 3%. How would he ever do that? He never has to answer the question of how he would ever do that. And I think that's a really unhealthy thing in our democracy. There's no value set on what is actually achievable.
There are parallels there as well to the US under Trump, because you saw voters who would have traditionally voted Democrat, working class people, go right across to the far right because that kind of thing was offered, and that was the message that they want to hear. So the question is whether it's not just going to be the right that bleeds to the UAP, but that it could be the left as well. We've got Barnaby Joyce standing by in his seat of New England. We'll be talking to him in Tamworth in a second. But first of all, Antony Green will give us a bit of a snapshot of what's going on there. Barnaby Joyce, of course, is the sitting National Party MP on a big margin of 17.6%. Labor's candidate is Laura Hughes.
Yes, well, we just got a second and third polling place come in. And so far we've got figures from, let me have a look. Blackville, Wallamombai and Gundy. At this stage, Barnaby Joyce is on 67%. These are very early numbers. They're very small rural booths. You'd expect him to be doing very well, but you always want to see good figures rather than bad figures. And at the moment, Barnaby Joyce is well ahead on these first 3 polling places.
All right, Barnaby Joyce is with us now. Barnaby Joyce, you could probably put your feet up, I'd say, on those kind of early numbers, but perhaps not so much for the coalition. What kind of a mood are you sensing on the ground more broadly as you travel around Australia towards the coalition?
Well, I never take any vote for granted. I'm incredibly humbled by Wallamumbi and Gundy and Blackville and those booths coming in. It means an awful lot to me because I come from a small booth area. I come from, village, less than a village. So those mean an awful lot to me. I think the Nats are going to go well. Except for we don't stand in Western Australia, so I can say this. I think might have a couple of candidates, but in Western Australia, but it's a couple of hours. But the Nats really campaign below the radar. We're not in sort of full light. We don't want to be because we're vastly more effective when we're dealing with people one-on-one. Early reports from the Hunter is that the Independent there, Stuart Bonds, early on, around about 3:30, just said, you can close this down, the Nats have won it. And the Labor Party closed up their second biggest booth in Cessnock with an hour to go. So I think that, we've done a good job. I don't know how that's going to go. We'll find out. Nichols is going to be a very tight one, very tight game. And I hope that we can get across the line. I heard what you said about the UAP, but you could also say that about teal independence. When they come up with these great promises, you can ask, well, how on earth are you going to do it? You're not a cabinet minister. You're not on the expenditure review committee. You're never going to be treasurer, finance minister, prime minister, acting prime minister, deputy prime minister, ag minister. So all these wondrous things you say, how do you actually achieve them? Well, you write letters, do you? Well, anybody can do that. Mr. Smith on Jones Street can do that.
Mr. Joyce, it's Annabelle Crabb speaking. We've had a lot of conversations during the course of this campaign, and you've made your views pretty pungently known about the wisdom of voting for teal independence. That's a grouping that's kind of nibbling away at the constituency of the Liberal Party in inner city areas. But what is the scale of the threat on the other side from UAP and One Nation, do you think, for the coalition at this election?
Yeah, they're strong, and certainly they have an effect. But I suppose they did bind into a party, and that's the big thing. And when you have any coalition agreement, whether it's Greens and Labor or Nats and Libs or whatever, they actually have to form a government. They have to be brave enough, for the sake of stability in our nation, to say which side they're going to barrack for and back, because otherwise we have chaos, and our nation will be a farcical exemplar to the world of bad government. And so we can't do that, and so people have got to bind and stick and be prepared to make hard decisions, because we possibly, with the advent of China's incursion in the South Pacific, have hard times in front of us. And with the world economic process changing, we have hard times in front of us. And whether it's, as I heard one person here today, he said, I voted for the Nats first and I voted for the Labor Party second. And he said, because either way, I want us to have a government. I don't want a circus, I want a government. And that's, yep. I'm hearing it.
I just wanted to clarify with you. I mean, you talk about the value of sticking together and honouring a government's position. I think it's worth remembering that you crossed the floor against the Howard government more than I think any other human being in the history of floor crossing. But during this campaign alone, the National Party, in particular Matt Canavan, made some comments about the net zero deal. It wasn't appreciated very much by those inner city moderates trying to defend seats against the Teals. Does the coalition sort of have to pick a lane here? Early in the campaign, there was some on the right of the Liberal Party saying, look, it'll make it easier if we weed out some of these moderates. Is that what you think?
Well, there's two things there. First of all, I never, ever contemplated not giving supply or confidence to the coalition, even my early days as a backbencher. And Matt Canavan is a backbencher. And so there's always in the coalition, and especially in the Nationals, the liberty of the individual to speak their mind, which you won't see in the Labor Party, and you certainly won't see in the Greens. They're like green peas in a pod. And I can't believe they all think the same, but they all talk the same, and that's ridiculous because their liberty and their freedom to express their personal views are basically expunged. And so, you know, what we will see from the discussions of backbenchers are not the discussions of the government, the discussions of backbenchers. And they're entitled to their views. And we in our political system and the Nationals believe they are allowed to ventilate their views. So, you know, I just think that this is going to be really interesting because what you might see here, see, the Labor can't win without regional seats. It's just not possible. They can't win. And to be relevant to regional people, they've actually got to be able to walk out of their sort of inner suburban domain, with due respect, within view of Ultimo, walk out of that inner suburban domain and start espousing views that are relevant to regional people in the majority, not finding a sort of clique, in the majority. And they believe in their jobs and the pay they get, just like you do, just like you do. And they believe in making their house payments, just like you do. And they believe in sending their kids to school with money that they can support them, just like you do. And when people say we've got a policy for Sydney and we're going to somehow do this lubricious trick of trying to make it sound like it's a policy for you in Singleton, I go, no, those days are over. Feel your connection to what my parents and my grandparents, how they voted, being then given to you, is over. So unless you've got something to say to me, I'm going to vote for somebody else.
Mr. Joyce, I grew up in country South Australia. I know exactly what you're talking about. What I'm asking you is if it comes to push and shove with those two constituencies, is it the Coalition's future to move out of the inner cities and abandon that territory to either independents or Labor? Is that the way it's heading?
Not Liberal. The Nationals don't have a seat there. Labor and Liberals have a seat there. It's a discussion for them. But it's just as much a problem for the Labor Party, believe you me, as it is for anybody else. And, you know, and what I would say to both sides is, if you believe independents are the way to go, because I'm so angry with this, because it's self-indulgent and selfish. If you believe independents are the way to go, let's have 151 of them. Let's have total chaos in our nation's parliament. You know, and that would, and we all know that we would be a laughing stock. And so it's almost a sense of, oh, well, if you vote Labor, you'll vote and stick there, and we know you will because of party discipline. If you vote Nationals or Liberals, you'll vote and stick there, and then we have a right in the middle to go whichever way we want, whenever we like. Well, that is just so selfish.
Right, well, Barnaby Joyce, we're going to have to leave it there, but we're very hopeful that we'll get to talk to you again in the evening when we start to see some of these results rolling in. Thank you so much for joining us.
You see Wallama?
Launceston, Palanawina, Mabia, Kanamaluka is in the electorate of Bath. Binanyalua, Laikila, Pipatumila, Kanamaluka, Taipani Lumi, Gorge Ta, Takari Lia, Tayari Nutapana, Litari Mirana, Panina, Taipani Lumi.
It is 6:41 p.m. with a tiny 0.2% of the vote counted. This is Australia Votes. You've got some more figures for us, Antony.
Yeah, we've got some figures from the electorate of Eden Monaro, which, of course, Christy McBain holds. She won at the Dubai election 2 years ago when Mike Kelly retired. The only very small numbers at this stage, 0.2%, it's 2 polling places. We're estimating a two-party preferred swing of 7.4% to Labor. I would point out the Liberal Party got a candidate in the field very late here, and there is now a sitting member courtesy of the by-election, so I wouldn't necessarily hang on that, especially with only 2 polling places. Gilmore, which is down on the south coast, Fiona Phillips won it for the Labor Party last election. Andrew Constance, former Transport Minister in the New South Wales government, he's ahead on first preferences. Got an advantage this time because there was a national candidate getting about 10% of the vote last time. And that shows up, I think, The two-party preferred swing we're seeing is 8.4% to the Liberal Party. That's 4 first preference booths, no polling places. So, again, as with Eden Monero, that's a very early figure, so I wouldn't necessarily rely on exactly, but just to show the way that you're getting the numbers. This is Lions, the big big Tasmanian electorate, central Tasmanian electorate, 35-22. The Greens, 17. A feature at the moment is quite a large vote for all the minor parties. One Nation is doing well, the Jackie Lambie network in this electorate. So whether that flows through to the bigger townships or whether this is a feature of the small communities we're getting in at this stage, we're getting much earlier figures this time from some of these communities simply because there's fewer votes to count because so many of people have voted beforehand. So there seems to be a very early count coming in. Now, this was interesting in Mackellar, the first polling place in, I think it's Coleroy Beach, Coleroy Plateau North. The Liberal vote has taken a big hit on first preferences. It's down about 18% on first preferences. It is only one polling place, but Sophie Scomps, this is a GP on the northern beaches of Sydney. This is one of those teal independents that we'll be watching through the evening. We'll see how that unfolds later in the evening, but that's just to keep a track of the early figures coming in.
OK, thank you very much. Tanya, I just wanted to ask, because Barnaby Joyce mentioned it, have you had any word today about how things were in Hunter?
Look, I haven't had a look at the results for Hunter yet, but I was really listening to Barnaby talking about this sort of city-country divide that really isn't represented by those figures that Antony's going through then. Like, I've been looking at the early figures for Eden Monero, which look very good. I mean, we've got a fantastic candidate in Christy McBain then. It's only 2 booths, but very early. Richmond, Gilmore, I mean, these are seats that are Labor seats because they've got really great local women representing them. And I think that's that local champion, I think that's a really important element of this election.
Simon?
Actually, another seat I've just been glancing at is Dawson, which of course was George Christensen's electorate, and decent number of votes coming in there, some 1,200 plus. And I think it's really encouraging to see Andrew Wilcox, the new candidate there, who has had a very straight-down-the-line election campaign with Sunday's mayor, campaigned passionately as a local, but hasn't courted the type of controversy we've seen in the past. And his primary vote appears to be up by about 5%. Now, if we see that type of endorsement of new candidates who don't court that type of controversy we've seen in the past from the likes of George Christensen, I think that's a very strong signal and message that I hope it sends in the future.
Depends, though, if the controversy they're courting is appealing to the people who are in their seat.
Well, it doesn't look like it was, in the sense if the vote has gone up by more than 5% now. Again, early figures, but it's a more substantial number to date. It's good news for us as well to see that Dawson, with a change of MP, looks like it's holding solidly with the LNP, but also change of style of candidate, and I think that's a very positive endorsement too.
OK, David Speers is standing by in his virtual tally room.
Leigh, a reminder, we've got behind me here on the tally board every seat in the country and ranked really in terms of their margins. So the safer seats on the edges, the ones that are least likely to change hands tonight, the safer seat for the coalition is Maranoa. David Littleproud, the Deputy Nationals leader, holds it with a whopping margin of over 25%. You can see there in outback Queensland. The safest Labor seat in the country, Scullin, held by Andrew Giles in Victoria. The margin there nearly 22%. So Labor, as Antony's been explaining, goes into tonight with 69 seats in their column. They need to get to that magic number of 76 to form a majority, and that's where the coalition starts, 76. So coalition on the defensive, but I want to show you something too. In the middle, the teals, well, the crossbench seats at the moment, we'll see if more teals are added to that list. 6 of them there right now. Will we see that number grow? And I'll come to those teal seats in particular. But to show you why Labor's path to victory is not an easy one tonight, have a look at the seats that are held on margins of less than 1%. There are only 2 of them on the coalition side, Chisholm and Bass. Yet there are 4 Labor seats on margins of less than 1%. What about margins of less than 2%? Well, a similar story. You've got 8 seats on the Labor side that are on margins of less than 2%, only 4 on the coalition side. Let's look at margins of 3% or less. And again, you see a whole lot more on the Labor side, just 5 on the Liberal side of margins less than 3%. And 4%, let's have a look at those. You get the picture. Labor's got a lot more territory, a lot more marginal territory to defend than the coalition does, which visually shows you the task they have. Now, Labor's not only targeting these most marginal seats, it's also targeting a few further up the tree from the coalition. I want to show you a few of them. Pearce in the northern suburbs of Perth, Brisbane in central Brisbane, of course, and Bennelong in northwest Sydney. There are a few others as well. Deakin might be interesting to watch tonight if they pick that one up. Well, Labor sources saying to me that means they're in line for a strong majority. The government, well, they're looking beyond these most marginal. They're in fact looking at the outer suburban suburbs. That's where the Prime Minister spent a lot of time in this campaign, in particular Lyons in Tasmania, McEwen on the fringe of Melbourne, and Lingiari in the Northern Territory. We've seen Scott Morrison in those few seats a lot over the past 6 weeks. So that is the target. The problem for the government, for the coalition, is not just defending these most marginal seats, but those teal seats that you've been talking about. And this is where they are, and you can see them on the map as well. Most of them are centred around the inner suburbs of Sydney and Melbourne. Wentworth, Kooyong, Josh Frydenberg's seat in Melbourne, North Sydney, Goldstein, Tim Wilson's seat in Melbourne, Mackellar on the northern beaches of Sydney, where Antony just had a few early results. Curtin out west, though, there it is in Perth, is another one to watch tonight, being contested by a so-called teal independent. We put Nichols on this list as well, technically not a teal independent, but the independent Rob Priestley is a strong contender in that regional Victorian seat as well. So you can see there the challenge for the government's defending not just the most marginal, but all these others in its traditional heartland as well. Cos, let me ask you firstly, though, about the difficulty Labor faces tonight, because it is on the defensive in a lot more territory when you see the size of those margins.
Yeah, I think Labor's learnt its lessons from 2019. So it's changed its target when it comes to what demographies they're focusing on at this election. Hence, they're now hunting seats like Brisbane, Bennelong, the seats you've just reeled off. Historically not Liberal seats, as I've stated before. It goes to the point that Barnaby Joyce was talking about, which is this the bait that the Conservatives will throw out there to Labor, so they chase those diminishing demographics in regional electorates, outer suburban electorates, where they are obviously unable to secure those seats. Hence, they're now focusing on seats like Swan as well in WA.
And Tony Barry, it's been fascinating to watch the Prime Minister in this campaign. Barely set foot in those seats that are under threat from teal independents, spending a lot of time, as I say, in those outer suburban seats. You can see them there on the Labor side of the board. Is that the path, the possible path to holding on for the coalition now through the suburbs?
Those mortgage-sensitive seats are definitely sort of where the political ground is moving, and the opportunities for the Liberal Party where they can leverage the equity they've got in economic management, and when you're a mortgage-sensitive sort of area, that's a very salient issue. But on the other side, we've been defending these teal seats, and that has been burning up massive resources, millions of dollars, manpower, and that's been taken away from the marginal seats, which you'd be expecting to normally put those resources into.
And that's what we're going to see tonight, this realignment potentially for the Liberal Party and who they're trying to represent, where they're trying to represent as well to hold on to government.
David, thank you. We're going to talk to a couple of our reporters who are now in key seats, Boothby in South Australia and Gilmore in New South Wales. Rory McLaren is standing by in Boothby. Now, this is a key seat. The sitting member is Nicole Flint, a Liberal. It's a small margin. Everyone's chasing the seat.
That's exactly right, Leigh, and of course we know this time round there is no Nicole Flint contesting the seat of Boothby. It is Rachel Swift as the Liberal Party candidate here in the inner southern suburbs seat of Boothby. It stretches from the coast all the way across Adelaide's southern suburbs and into the foothills. It's a pretty diverse electorate too as well, with some pretty strong Liberal parts of the seat. And then further up into the foothills it turns green. Labor, speaking to their campaign people today, they are feeling pretty confident about their chances here in Boothby this evening. And the big thing here, which is another factor, is the inclusion of Jo Dyer into the mix. She is a Climate 200 backed independent, and she will be directing her preferences in the direction of the Labor Party. We also have the Green vote here, which can be in the sort of around 8 to 10% mark as well. So Labor feeling quite good about their chances here in Boothby as the night unfolds. And if it does happen to fall to Labor, that would be the first time that the ALP has held this particular electorate since 1949. It has been Liberal Liberal Party turf for such a very long period of time. And of course, the Labor Party candidate here is Louise Miller-Frost. She is the former boss of St Vincent de Paul here in South Australia, also has many years of experience in the health sector as well. So it's very much a seat to watch, and the Labor Party in South Australia are feeling good about their chances.
Rory, thanks very much. Dan Conifer, you're in Gilmore. That's on the New South Wales south coast. It was badly affected by bushfires. One of the candidates there is Andrew Constance, a very high-profile former New South Wales Liberal minister. What's the mood on the ground there?
Yeah, and that's whose event we're starting tonight here at the Bomaderry Bowling Club. This is in the north of quite a long electorate, which extends about 200 kilometres from top to toe. Bomaderry, Nowra and Kiama, big population centres, which is really where this electorate will be won or lost down to Batemans Bay, Moruya in the south. But that area is much more familiar with Andrew Constance. He was the local state member for 18 years. He was the state transport minister, as well as the state treasurer for a brief time there. And the Liberals hoping that brand name recognition, the Constance brand name recognition, is going to bring it home for them. But that'll be particularly strong, you assume, in the southern part of the electorate. Fiona Phillips has been stronger in the northern part of this electorate, but also, as you mentioned there, has proven herself to a lot of the smaller coastal communities that were hit hard by bushfires, those black summer bushfires. A lot of people in those places saying that she's been with them ever since, and Labor certainly hoping that a hard-working local member over the past 3 years, remembering that she's only held this seat for 3 years. It is a traditionally coalition area, but that local campaign that she's been running that whole time will pay off, and they'll retain this seat, and it won't just switch back into the Liberal column, which is the fear of Labor hardheads, that it will just revert to normal after a very abnormal 2019 campaign locally here.
All right, Dan, Rory, thank you very much. We're going to talk now to Stan Grant, who's the ABC's international affairs analyst. Foreign policy, Stan, has come up quite a bit during this campaign, particularly around that deal, the security deal between China and the Solomon Islands. For whoever wins government, what do you think are going to be the major challenges in foreign policy?
Leigh, it is China, China and China. And of course, if Anthony Albanese wins office tonight, becomes Prime Minister, first on his list is to attend the Quad meeting with Penny Wong, if she's Foreign Minister, to sit down with partners like the United States, India and Japan, which is all about trying to deal with the impact of China's rise throughout the region, its increasing assertiveness, aggression. You know, throughout the campaign, of course, we've heard warnings of the drumbeats of war, and Peter Dutton saying we need to prepare for war. Labor has locked itself very much in with the government when it comes to our defence posture, our defence spending, a commitment to keep defence spending higher in the first term of the Labor government as well. And that Solomon Islands Security Pact really was a wake-up call, wasn't it? Suddenly, China was in what Australia and the United States considers its own sphere of influence. We heard the Prime Minister talk about red lines and very unsure about what that means or how they would be enforced. But clearly China is looking to increase its presence throughout the Pacific, and that is going to be the big foreign policy challenge of whoever leads into this next term of Parliament. Of course, you have the war with Ukraine, China and Russia in a closer relationship, signing their own no-limits pact, but China being Australia's single biggest trading partner as we head into rough headwinds economically throughout the world, increasing inflation. It's going to drive up interest rates. We know that 1 in 5 jobs in Australia relies on export industry, and China being our biggest trading partner and our relationship with them in the deep freeze. That is going to be absolutely front and centre.
Well, Stan, how do you get that relationship out of the deep freeze?
It's tough, isn't it, Leigh, when you know our political leaders can't pick up the phone and speak to their counterparts in Beijing, and to a large extent we are caught in the crossfire of the big power rivalry. The 21st century was always going to be defined by the rivalry between the United States and China. And that ultimately is going to drive our relationship as well. You'd remember it wasn't that long ago that Australia was trying to maintain that you could walk both sides of the street. We didn't have to choose between our strategic relationship and our alliance with the United States, our friendship with the United States, and our trade relationship with China. Well, no one pretends that's the case anymore, that those choices are absolutely being made. But what happens between the big powers? What happens in Ukraine? How does that impact Xi Jinping's thinking? What does he do with Taiwan, where he has threatened to take back Taiwan by force? All of those things are going to determine our relationship. Look for what Joe Biden and Xi Jinping do, whether they can reach some form of rapprochement or even try to reset the relationship, because that is what's going to determine us in the short term. But outside of that, of course, we do have a role to play in the Pacific. We are going to have to try to build those ties and build what may have been damaged relationships with countries in the Pacific in recent years. We are going to have to double down and build those strong relationships with the Quad, with countries like India and Japan as well. But that big power rivalry, that is largely going to determine our fate as well.
Stan, I'll pick up on some of those themes with you later in the night, particularly around foreign aid, because, you know, we're in a situation with debt and deficit, but if we want to have influence again in the region, we're going to have to look at our foreign aid. Thank you for now. We're going to have a look at a few seats in Tasmania, starting with the seat of Bass. It is held currently by Bridget Archer, the Liberal MP, on a tiny margin of 0.4%. As we mentioned earlier, it's known as the ejector seat. The ALP is standing Ross Hart, Antony.
Yeah, we've got 7 polling places and 1 with preferences at the moment. They're the first preferences we're seeing. And we'll look at the change. You can see Jackie Lambie Network's candidate's got 7%. The Labor vote's well down, One Nation vote up, others up, which includes the Jackie Lambie Network candidate, and the Liberal vote static. So at the moment, and we haven't got a preference count for those polling places, so we're not sure how the preferences are running. But we're seeing that we're seeing a lot of regional votes, a lot of country votes at the moment, and we're seeing funny trends like that where the Labor vote's well down in regional areas. But we want to see some more figures. But that's Bass at the moment with 1% counted.
OK, let's have a look at Braddon. The sitting MP is Gavin Pearce, a Liberal, on 3.1%. The ALP candidate's Chris Lynch.
Yeah, look here, you can see the third candidate's Craig Garland. He's got 11% of the vote. Jackie Lambie Network candidate's got 9%. Now, having done Braddon a number of times, and particularly remember the by-election, Craig Garland does very well in all the smaller communities. His vote tends to drop away when you get into the bigger townships on the North Coast. So at the moment, he seems to be taking votes off the Labor Party. The Labor Party, at the moment's only projected to be about 24% by the end of the night, but then the Liberal vote's only projected to be about 38%. So there's a lot of votes going off to other candidates on the ballot paper, and the real picture will unfold once we see preference flows where the preference flows are going. The one advantage the Liberal Party is going to have in some of these seats is they actually start with a higher first preference vote. But, I mean, as I said, these are quite early figures. If there's a general swing to Labor, I'll get onto that in a moment when we talk about the general summary. I think we've got another seat to do.
Yeah, let's do another seat first. Lyons. Lyons is held by Labor. Brian Mitchell on 5.2%. Susie Bauer is the Liberal candidate.
Yes, she's on 40%. The Brian Mitchell on 24%. The Greens on 13%. Again, let me look at Lyons. I haven't got that on my screen. I'll just have a quick look at the figures. The Labor vote's down on first preferences in all these rural communities. Now, these are areas where the Liberal vote's normally high. The Liberal vote, if you look at the swing on this one, the Liberal vote is down slightly. I should just explain that there was a national candidate the last time, and the Liberals had to disendourse their candidate. We've added the Liberal and National vote together from last time, and it's indicating a small drop in the Liberal vote, but a bigger drop in the Labor vote. And the vote to other is again, it's Jackie Lambie Network mainly, but there's some other independents on the ballot paper as well. OK, we're an hour into counting, Antony, so what's the state of play? Well, the state of play is we're not getting a clear picture at the moment. What I meant by that was the poll this morning was 53% two-party preferred. That is a 4.5% swing. if that was the national picture reflected in every electorate, you'd be seeing it now, and you're not seeing it now. But I suspect it's because of the patchy nature of the results we're getting at the moment. That's the numbers we're seeing, 37, 30. It's better to look at this change in vote here. What's happening at the moment is the coalition vote down 4.6, Labor vote down 2.8, the Green vote is up, One Nation vote is up. I will point out that the One Nation vote is down in the electorates they contested last time. Their vote is up because they're standing in 3 times as many electorates. So the rise in One Nation vote is because they're standing more candidates. The UAP vote is up 1.1% and the others are up 2.2%. So just look at those overall numbers again. The others are on 10.5%. So there's a big vote there with others. There seems to be a lot of vote for independents scattered all across many seats. Now, we've got a lot of rural seats and there's quite a few independents doing well who are not going to win seats. So whether this will wash out when we get into the urban areas where there's fewer independents, particularly in Labor seats. But at the moment, there's no clear trend appearing at the moment. There's about a 1 point something or other swing to the Labor Party after preferences. But these, surprise, it was only 1.7% counted. It is early figures.
So what you're saying, though, Anthony, is making me wonder, is the nationwide trend going to be useful to look at tonight, or are we going to need to be just looking at the individual trend in all of these different seats? Is the nationwide trend going to be helpful?
Well, that's interesting. Probably not. On the first figures we're seeing, but the one caution I'd put on that is there's a lot of rural figures in here, in these figures at the moment, and that might be distorting the picture. When you get into the urban areas, in a lot of urban areas, there aren't lots of high-profile independents. But we'll see how this unfolds for the night. But if there was going to be a 4.5% swing, we're not seeing it yet.
OK.
That doesn't mean there isn't going to be a swing, it just means we're not seeing it yet.
Well, we've only got 1.7% of the vote, so, you know, it's very early days. Thank you, Anthony. Annabelle, I was thinking before, one of the really unusual things about this election is that normally what you would do is there's a kind of, you know, U-shaped curve where you have the most marginal seats at the top and the safe seats at the bottom. And for the purposes of trying to figure it out, you ignore the safe seats. So, for example, you wouldn't even talk about seats like Hunter and Fowler on the Labor side or Wentworth, Kooyong, North Sydney on the coalition side, and you would concentrate all of your attention on all of those marginal seats in the middle. This time around, we're talking constantly about all of the seats at the edges, and so it makes it a very different kind of calculation.
Well, that's because the changes are going on inside demographics that are unevenly represented across what have traditionally been marginal seats. So I think we'll see shifts inside safe seats that make them less safe or more interesting for our purposes. We've got, I think, 90 cameras standing by to cross into electorates that we would never have dreamed of hassling on election night before, right? And even from what Antony was just saying then, we're not seeing, even at this early stage, and with the caveat, obviously, that a lot of these booths being counted are regional ones and so on and so forth, but you're not seeing kind of a big chunk at this stage taking it out of one major party and plopping onto another. What you're seeing is both major parties losing a bit of skin, and it's being picked up by this disparate group of United Australia Party, One Nation, Greens and others, you know. So, and part of the reason for that is you've got all these different demographics working in different directions. So you've got professional women, you've got tradies, you've got people who are in regional areas with specific issues that have arisen over the last couple of years, principally around COVID and lockdowns. So, look, it could be a late one, I guess.
Andrew, any thoughts on that?
Well, I think if you looked at the graphic that we just saw from Antony Green, you had 2/3 of the vote with Labor and the coalition, and that massive parking of the vote with the other. And I think the question for tonight will be how strong is that other? Does it remain over 30%, which would be alarming to both Tanya and to Simon?
Simon, I wanted to ask you about a point that Tony Barry raised before, which was the amount of money that the Liberals have had to spend on seats where you've faced a threat from teal independents. What effect has that had then overall on your campaign?
No doubt, Leigh, that just as the ABC's got lots of cameras in lots of locations tonight, we have had to fight a campaign across a broader range of electorates than customarily the case. Not just the teal challenges, but also noting that there's been a defence of our own seats, but probably a broader range of offensive measures in terms of seats that we could see potentially in the Labor Party range, those outer suburban, peri-urban, semi-regional electorates that we have run intensive campaigns to potentially take seats off of the Labor Party. So that has spread it thin, but I think we have overall still managed to carry a pretty focused national message, as well as ensure that on the ground, those seats where we need those campaigns have been running an intensive effort. But you do see quite an aggregation of people who would have been Labor volunteers, would have been Greens volunteers, suddenly coalescing around those teal independents or the like, which creates a visible army of activists. Doesn't, again, necessarily translate into voter outcomes.
Simon,
that's what we'll see.
In your home state, though, I was hearing that some of the resources that were being thrown at Boothby were actually being directed into Sturt. What can you tell us there?
I can tell you that both ran hard campaigns. I was on the ground in both those seats this morning before coming over to Sydney, and no effort was spared in Boothby, but James Stephens in Sturt, I think, has picked up the old Christopher Pyne approach of leaving no stone unturned in the campaign, unsurprisingly. But Rachel Swift in Boothby has run a very intensive campaign, and at a ground level, I got feedback just the other weekend from John Howard, who had visited Boothby, and said that it was one of the most impressive recognitions for a non-incumbent MP he'd seen. Now, whether that translates to votes, who knows, but certainly Rachel has done a cracking job there.
Well, on these teal seats, we have Tim Wilson standing by in Goldstein, which of course is being very keenly watched tonight. Thank you very much for making time to speak to us, Tim Wilson. You've been in politics for a fair while. Whose fault is it that you've found yourself so vulnerable to a campaign from a politically inexperienced independent?
Well, Leigh, I'm simply not prepared to accept the basis of your question. I mean, every election is tough in an electorate. You've got to go out there and earn the trust of the community for another 3 years. But what we've seen is an unholy alliance come together. Get Up, Extinction Rebellion, Labor Party, the Greens, all abandoning their traditional camps to back behind a journalist. And frankly, the ABC's given them a dream run as well. Added on top of that, when you aggregate everything, about $3 million worth of campaign support for one objective, to remove me from Parliament and remove Goldstein from the Liberal hands. So it's the unholy alliance and the desperate attempts that have been made that have led this to be, an interesting contest.
It's Annabelle Crabb speaking. Tim, I just wondered, is it necessarily all about you? I wonder if this is an attack personally on you, or whether it's a vulnerability that has come about because of broader government factors and treatments of various issues over the years.
Well, there are lots of compounding factors that lead people to become politically active. But, at every point there's been a clear message right from the start when the so-called Voices of Goldstein campaign was formed. There was a very deliberate revenge campaign run against me because of the role I played in the last election to stop Labor's retiree tax, which would have stopped 1 million Australians being pushed down the financial stairs. And so they coalesced around that. They brought in people from Labor and the Greens, people who donated $250,000 to Get Up were involved, and they all came together for one objective, which is to take Goldstein out of the Liberal hands. We fought very hard to keep it in that camp, and we're not backing down.
But Mr Wilson, I'm not suggesting that there aren't various people chucking a few pence in that are, would love to see you go down. But it's not just Goldstein that's in the targets here. There's a range of teal seats. On the whole, they're being contested by professional women against sitting male members of the coalition. Now, the broader question is, why are these seats vulnerable no matter the amount of advertising spend that is being deployed? Why is that vulnerability there? Do you think there is a reason why women in particular are moving or voting against the government?
Well, what we know is that they campaigned on a platform of 3 things. Now, obviously, those things broadly resonate with the community, but it was also a campaign based, frankly, on deception. I literally the other day approved the establishment of Australia's offshore wind industry, yet they ran a constant smear campaign saying we weren't taking any action on climate change. When you presented them with the facts, they just said that doesn't count or it's irrelevant because it doesn't suit their narrative. Now, it's always disappointing when people run those types of campaigns, but that's the nature of politics. And they've pushed very hard on it, but it doesn't stack up to reality.
Well, Tim Wilson, you're evidently in a fighting mood, and there's a long night ahead of us, and perhaps we'll check back in with you. Thanks for your time.
Look forward to it.
This is Grayndler, the inner-city Sydney electorate represented by the opposition leader Anthony Albanese. It covers suburbs such as Newtown, Stanmore and Annandale, and it's one of Labor's safest seats. It's so reliably left, in fact, that in the New South Wales State Parliament it's represented by the Greens. This is Australia Votes. It's 7:10 p.m. and we have 3.1% of the vote counted. We're going to have a look at a few more early figures now with Antony Green, starting with the seat of Gilmore.
Yes, and this is the seat which Fiona Phillips won at the last election. It was the main seat, the only seat the Liberal Party actually lost at the last election after the retirement of the former member and the selection of Warren Mundine as a candidate. Now, Andrew Constance is ahead there on 39%. He's Fiona Phillips on 35%, the Greens on 14%. If we look at the two-party preferred swing that's going on there, I think we're seeing there's a 6.6% swing, 54% for the Liberal Party. We won't give a seat away until we've got 10% of the vote counted. We've got a preference count in 8 polling places, which is showing a 6.6% swing. They're mostly smaller polling places, smaller communities along the coast rather than the larger communities. But at the moment, there's a 6.6% swing to the Liberal Party on that. And if that continues on for a bit longer, then it's very good news for Andrew Constance and a potential win for the Liberal Party.
Can I just interrupt there, because I think Tanya wants to say something about Gilmore?
Yeah, I just want to say I think this one is still too early to call. I'd see that trend that's happening there. This is a lot of smaller booths, and there were the minor parties and the Nationals and so on last time. So I wouldn't be ready to give this one away yet.
All right.
Fantastic local candidate.
Let's have a look at Bonner in Queensland. Ross Vasta holds that seat for the LNP on 7.4%. Tabitha Young is standing for the Labor Party. Yeah, well, this is popping up at the moment. It's a big swing against the Liberals, but now I have a look at it. It's what's happening here is that Ross Vasta's on 39.8. His primary vote is down 7%. Labor vote's down 3%. The Greens are up 20%, you can see there. I haven't looked exactly where they're from. One Nation's up, United Australia Party up, so both major parties have lost votes, but the LNP's lost more votes. Now, at the moment, that's translating into a 5.1% swing. We're not giving that seat away at this stage, though if that trend continues, we probably will. But again, it's both major parties are down. We've got 13 first preference polling places and 4 with preferences. So we really need to get some more preference counts before we can start calling seats like that. Some very, very... when you've got so many votes with minor parties, it gets very hard to sort of pick and choose what's going on. OK, Griffith in Brisbane, Kevin Rudd's old seat, I think. Terry Butler is standing for the ALP on a margin of 2.9%. Olivia Roberts for the Liberal Party and Max Chandler-Mather for the Greens, three-cornered contest. Yeah, now I have to explain what's going on here. Max Chandler, Chandler-Mather is first on 38%, Labor on 25.4%, and then the LNP on 27.6%. We're projecting that at the moment we've got 7 polling places. We're projecting that the Green vote may be at that level by the end of the count, but we've got 7 of 41 polling places on first preferences. There's a big swing to the Greens there, which is just showing that this is a bit of a trend in inner Brisbane, because I've noticed the same things going on in Ryan as well, which we're looking at in a moment. But that's a quite remarkable result, and the Greens have been talking that up. So that's a very encouraging first result for them. OK, Ryan. Ryan is held by the coalition of Julian Simmons, the sitting MP, on 6%. Peter Cossa running for the ALP, and a Green standing there as well, Elizabeth Watson-Brown. Yes, at the moment, the big swing is to the Greens. The Julian Simmons there on 37.4%. The Greens on 28.7%, Labor on 23.6%. We've got 5 polling places, no preference count. Let's look at the change in vote on this one. And you can see the LNP vote's well down, the Green vote up. Labor vote done. I mean, it makes you wonder, given that's the Green vote, we're seeing a similar trend in inner seats in Brisbane and in Sydney and in Melbourne. Perhaps what's happening in Ryan is that the teal independent position is being held by the Greens at the moment, and maybe that's explaining what's going on in inner Brisbane, where it's a different thing in Sydney and Melbourne with the independents. So still potentially a protest vote, just going in a different kind of direction. The Deputy Labor leader, Richard Marles, is standing by to join us now. He's in Geelong this evening. Richard Marles, what's your read on things so far?
Well, I think it's still pretty early days, Leigh. I mean, obviously there's a range of different results that are coming through, but it's still a very small number of percentage-wise of votes that have been counted. And I fundamentally think this is going to be a really close election. I think it's going to be a very long night. Federal elections are generally close. We feel we're competitive, but, you know, we're coming at this out of a pandemic where around the world and around Australia, that's been a situation which has favoured incumbents. And so, you know, this is a pretty big mountain for us to climb, but we feel that we put forward an alternative that the Australian people have been crying out for, and we're hopeful.
Richard Marles, it's Annabelle Crabb speaking. I just wanted to talk to you about the broad trends that we're seeing, even with a low proportion of the vote counted. In Victoria, for instance, with about 3% of the vote counted, we're seeing swings around about 5% from the Liberals and from you, and it's spraying around to United Australia Party, to the Greens, to One Nation to a lesser degree, and to others yet to be determined. Is it possible that what we're going to see here is a potentially very confusing result that isn't really a judgment either way on either the government or the opposition?
Well, I mean, you're right that they're so far with the votes that have been counted, they are going to minor parties are getting a larger part than they have in the past. But let's see how that plays out over the course of the night. And obviously preferences then are very critical. But I don't think we escape judgment, either the government or ourselves at the end of the day. So one way or another, I think the Australian people will make their judgment about both the government and ourselves,
sure.
and we'll see how that goes.
That's fair enough. And keep in mind, we are speaking at 7:16 Eastern Time, so we're not going to get overexcited about any trends. But what have you been hearing over the course of the day? Because, I mean, I've heard some reports of a surprisingly enthusiastic United Australia Party turnout in outer areas of Melbourne. I'm wondering whether you have concerns about seats like McEwen and Hawke, for instance, and obviously the seat of Casey, which is in the government's column, could be affected by that as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's a good point, Annabelle. We've taken nothing for granted, and so we've been really mindful of obviously the huge amount of money which has been spent by the United Australia Party. And I think you're right that the message has resonated more in outer suburbs than in the inner city suburbs. I mean, I'm never a good judge in terms of being on polling booths and people come through. I generally think that people are pretty polite in the way in which they deal with you. The one thing I would say is that really from the beginning of pre-poll right through, and certainly today, there's been a feeling of intent and purpose in the way in which people have voted. I think people have come to the polling booth with a much clearer sense of what they want to do than perhaps I've seen in the past. Exactly what that means, we'll obviously find out as the night goes on. But if I've noticed anything, it's really that.
Look, I'm sure you are a better judge than you give yourself credit for, Mr. Marles. I wonder... Look,
I'm not, I assure you.
This is Melbourne, right, where people had longer lockdowns and had it really tough during COVID to a greater degree than almost anywhere else in the world. To what extent is the bubbling anger against government a reaction to state Labor government and federal Liberal government? What are you picking up by way of attitude to the local government, and to what extent it's spilling over into federal voting intention?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think that obviously really significant measures have been taken around the country, but particularly in Victoria over the course of the pandemic. And that has, I think, by and large received overwhelming support of the people of Victoria and Australia in terms of what needed to be done to keep Australians safe. But there's clearly been also, at the other end, a sense of resentment to the authority of government, and I do think that you are seeing that. I think it's a minority, but I think it's there. For me, in terms of when I've been going out and speaking with people at street stalls and the like, it was obviously a much more prevalent feeling at the end of last year than it was in the last 6 weeks as we have moved beyond lockdowns and we actually do have freedoms again. And also, I think it is a minority. I mean, people get that those measures needed to be taken in order to keep Australia and Victoria safe, but that there has been aware, if you like, in the way in which people see government in the context of all the decisions that have been made. I think that is being reflected, and how that plays out tonight, we'll wait and see.
Richard Marles, Andrew Probyn here. Should Anthony Albanese become Prime Minister, will you be acting Prime Minister on Monday?
Look, they're all questions that we will answer in due course. I think right now I'm struggling, Andrew, to get my head past the results that are coming in. So I feel like that's very much a question that we will have plenty of time to address tomorrow morning if we find ourselves in that situation.
Right, well, it's only 2 days away, but I think there's a lot of action to be accomplished and observed between now and then. Thank you very much for joining us this evening, and we'll keep an eye on the state of Victoria. Thanks, Richard Marles.
Let me just ask our panel, just broadly, what are you hearing? How are you reading things so far, Simon?
Leigh, I think an early prediction I might make is that I think initial discussions about whether we might see seats changing hands in both directions are looking like that could well be the case tonight. And that when we look at results in seats like Gilmore and Lyons, that's looking encouraging for us. And I was just having a look at some very early figures in Lingiari that show there could be movement there in the territory too, but they're very early. Obviously, there are some other seats where we look like we may face some challenges, and also that early forecast around the peak in votes for minor parties. We're clearly seeing the Greens having very strong votes in some of those inner city electorates, and so that will potentially present challenges for both parties.
Tanya, what's your read?
Yeah, seats with quite narrow margins like Macquarie and Dobell in the Labor column, the early results are looking very good for us to hold those seats. We're also looking good in seats like Banks, Bennelong, Reid, maybe both Chisholm and Deakin in Victoria. As Simon says, we're talking very early results at this stage, but that gives me a little bit of hope.
Very good. All right, we're going to have a look at some more seats now. This time the so-called seats where the Teals are having a run. We'll start with Wentworth. Dave Sharma is the sitting Liberal MP on a margin of 1.3%. He's being challenged by the independent Allegra Spender.
And at the moment, Allegra Spender's in the lead with 43.7. We're projecting from where those figures are from that she will end up with about 36%. Dave Sharma's currently is shown there on 29%. We're projecting that he'll finish at 39.7, but at 39.7, that's probably not enough for him to win. There's a lot more counting to come. At the moment, we haven't got any preference counts on that, but our preference estimates would indicate that Allegra Spender would win. But the problem in that seat for the Liberal Party is their primary vote is down 7.7%, and it's going to be very difficult for them to win if, as our current projections suggest, they're going to end up with about 40%. There's a lot more counting to come in Wentworth, but at the moment, they're looking good figures for the independent, but I would caution they are early figures.
Let's take a look at Mackellar, which, of course, was famously held by Bronwyn Bishop for many, many years. Jason Falinski's the sitting Liberal on a margin of 13.2%, being challenged by the independent Sophie Scomps.
And we're seeing a very similar situation going on here. We've got 8 polling places. We've got 6.6% counted. Jason Falinski's on 42.6, Sophie Scamps 33.8. Our current projections is Jason Falinski will end up with about 40% of the vote. And that's a difficult position to win from. We're certainly not calling that seat. It's because of the difficulty of not having a good history. But again, the Liberal primary vote is down 13.2% in that electorate, and that's making it. That's what's making Jason Falinski's task difficult. There's a lot more counting to come, and of course, as I should point out, you'll hear a lot about postal trends and pre-poll trends. The one area where independents are not good at is postal votes. The parties have access to the rolls before the close of nominations and get a lot more postal vote applications out. So if the projected trend I'm getting there for Liberal Party may not be as bad because of the way the postal votes are organised. But at the moment, again, that's the second of those seats in Sydney where the independent is or the Liberal Party is not doing well.
North Sydney, the sitting MP there is Trent Zimmerman on 9.3%, being challenged by Kylie Tink, the Teal Independent, and Catherine Renshaw for the Labor Party.
Well, we've got 9 polling places in here. Trent Zimmerman's on 32.6. We're projecting him to finish in about 38%. Kylie Tink's on 24. We can't do a projected 25.5 there. we can't do a projection on her number because there's no history for us. Labor Party's on 24. They're at the 25. We're projecting that vote will fall. I mean, the difficulty is if Labor finishes second, Trent Zimmerman's got a much better chance of winning because preferences from the Independent to Labor will be weaker than from Labor to the Independent. If the Independent gets into second spot there, Trent Zimmerman is in difficulty. We're certainly not calling it at this stage. That's 9 of 52 polling places, but it's just an indication of what's going on in some of these so-called teal seats in Sydney.
Bradfield used to be held by the opposition leader Brendan Nelson. The MP now is Paul Fletcher, the Communications Minister, on 16.6%, with Nicolette Buller.
Well, it's pretty unusual for the Liberal Party to fall under 50% in Bradfield. It's one of the safest seats in the country. Paul Fletcher's currently on 43.5%. We're projecting him to reach about 45%. We've got 12 polling places in. Nicolette Buller, I think the pronunciation is. It is Buller. She's on 24%. Labor's in third place, which is where you'd expect them to see like this. The Election Commission is doing a Labor-Liberal count on this one, so if the Independent finishes second, we'll get no preference count on this seat tonight. But again, the Liberal vote is down 15% in that seat. So that's a run of 4 seats, safe Conservative seats in Sydney, where the Liberal vote has been down between 12 and 15% in every one of them, and they're at threat from an Independent as a result.
Kooyong, the seat of the Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, normally a very safe seat on a margin of 6.4%. He's under threat from the Independent Monique Ryan.
And this will be an interesting contest. Well, there's very early numbers. He's only got 2 polling places. I suspect there's some pretty fierce scrutineering going on in this polling. Josh Frydenberg's on 48%. We're projecting him to 44%. Only 2 polling places, so this is a low count. But the Independent's on 37%. It's a very high vote for the Independent, which means Josh Frydenberg has to keep his vote higher. His primary vote is down 5% at this stage, which, as I said, at the moment projects it to be under 45. It's currently on 44, so he's in a better position than those seats we just listed in Sydney. But again, that's another one of those seats. It's not as progressed as the Sydney seats.
OK, let's go to David Speers in the virtual tally room.
Well, Leigh, just to pick up on what Antony's saying there, that's really worrying for the Liberals in those seats in Sydney in particular, Mackellar, North Sydney, Wentworth as well. But better news clearly for Josh Frydenberg, and enormous resources pulled in there and a lot of luminaries that have been speaking up in his favour. Let's remind you, this was the starting position for tonight. This is how the 2 sides looked. But I want to go now to the projected seats. Now, I should point out they will be a little different to what you're seeing on the bottom of your screen, which is using Antony Green's analytics at the bottom of the screen that are using some extra data. But these are the ones we've locked in now. And as Simon Birmingham was pointing out earlier, the story so far is about some change on both sides. Now, at the moment, you can see the ones that have been called by the ABC, and they're all basically staying on the same sides. I know Gilmore was looking likely for the Liberals, but that is not yet locked in on that side. So at the moment you're seeing Braddon and Bass, the 2 northern Tasmanian seats, are confirmed as Liberal holds there, which is going to be a relief for the government. Some concern for Labor, I suppose, that they haven't been able to pick up those 2 northern Tasmanian seats. And then you're looking a lot further up the pendulum, essentially. Monash, Flynn being held as well will be a relief for the coalition. A lot of focus in that seat in central Queensland around Gladstone as well. So to hold on to that will be a relief for the coalition. And then, of course, there's safer seats that have also now been called Maranoa and Groom, the safest of the lot. And over on the Labor side, well, holding Dobell on the New South Wales Central Coast would be obviously a relief. And Macquarie, where we did see the Prime Minister spend a fair bit of attention, a fair bit of time during the election, particularly early in the campaign, for Labor to hold that one. And then, of course, the safer seats they're expected to hold. A lot more to be filled in as the results come through, as we see more data, more numbers. We should point out, too, that because of the enormous pre-poll at this election in particular, it won't be for probably another hour and a half at least that we see some of that count come into the mix. And that's perhaps why we're seeing such a patchiness in the results so far, difficulty in knowing exactly what's happening. It won't be until after 9 o'clock on the East Coast that we really start to see a lot of those pre-poll numbers start to come into the mix as well. Bridget Brennan, as I mentioned earlier, you've been steering the Vote Compass through the course of the campaign. Just remind us what the big issues were that came through that enormous survey, the issues of most importance to Australians.
Certainly was enormous. We've had more than 1.5 million Australians now fill out Vote Compass, so it gives us a really accurate picture of what the top issues were for voters voters heading to the polls or even earlier. And what we know is about a quarter of Australians said climate change. Climate change is their number one concern at this election. Of course, since 2019, we've had devastating natural disasters across Australia and focus on our emissions reductions target after the Glasgow Climate Summit. At number 2 was the economy and finance. No surprises there. That's been a focal point of this campaign, hasn't it, with both leaders talking about their strengths on economic management. And then we also heard from people about the cost of living. Now, David, at 2019, this didn't even make the top 10. So it just goes to show that the cost of living is really biting for a lot of Australian families right now. So this is now in the top 5. After that, we had government integrity, accountability, more debate about a National Integrity Commission, especially in a lot of those teal seats, and the healthcare as well. Healthcare came into our top 5, and we know that this also takes in concern about Medicare, dental, mental health services. So healthcare also in sharp focus this election.
Yeah, and cost of living, Bridget, thank you. Leigh, we know we've talked about it a lot over the course of this campaign. It'll be fascinating to see how that plays out in those suburban, outer metropolitan seats in particular. A lot of seats of mortgage stress, rental stress as well, where that cost of living issue has really been biting.
David, have you ever seen anything like this in an election before, with this level of, as you described it, patchiness?
I haven't seen anything quite as complicated at this point on election night, and I think a lot of that does have to do with the record pre-poll and postal votes that we're talking about here. It does make it difficult to draw firm conclusions about what's going on. But the other point that you've all been discussing, and that's the spraying in where the vote's going, away from the major parties to parties like, yes, Palmer and Hanson on the right, but the Greens and these teal independents on the left. And where that ends up, I mean, we might see some seats go to the Greens. In fact, they might increase their numbers in the lower house. But if not, where these preferences end up, you expect those ones to end up in the Labor column. But a lot of these other ones, where do they go, does make it very difficult, at least at this point in the night, to be too certain. Indeed.
Let me bring in Laura Tingle at this point. Laura, what's your read on how things are going so far?
Very messy, Leigh, as the panel's been discussing. I was just having a look, for example, and I'm not suggesting there's any likely to be any change here, but if you look at a seat like the Prime Minister's seat of Cook, he was sort of, with a few of the booths in his seat counted, he was suffering quite a significant primary vote swing away from him. But once again, it was sort of splattering all over the place to a lot of minor parties. And it's also happening on the Labor side as well. Chifley, which is a very, very safe seat for Labor, held by Ed Husick. In early voting, there's sort of votes going to One Nation, United Australia Party, all of these different votes, both going against the major parties. Now, in both of those cases, it's unlikely that there's going to be a change of member, but it just gives you an illustration of the sorts of confusions and different signals that you're getting more widely.
Laura, thank you. I'll come back to you in a little while. Zali Steggall, the member for Warringah in Sydney, is standing by, and we'll speak to her in a second. Before we do, Antony, can you give us the state of play there?
Yes, Zali Steggall's on track to retain the seat up against Catherine Deves, who's courted quite a bit of controversy during the election campaign. If you look at the first preferences there, Zali Steggall's on 42.8, which is just slightly up on the last election. Catherine Deves on 33, which is down on the last election by about 7% points at this stage. Labor at a distant third on 9.5. We can go on to look at the two-party preferred swing that's occurring, or two-candidate preferred. Zali Steggall has got a 4.7% swing in her favour. So at this stage, we're quite comfortable to declare that Zali Steggall will be re-elected as the member for Warringah.
Zali Steggall, you would have heard that. Antony Green has called it for you. Congratulations. Do you owe your first?
Well, look, I think it's early days, but...
Sorry, you go.
Hi, Leigh. I'm sorry, I can't hear whether...
That's fine, sorry. I was just going to suggest, do you owe your first vote of thanks to the Liberal Party for helping deliver you this seat?
I'm sorry, Leigh, there's a delay in here. But look, thank you. I have to thank the team, my volunteers, and the community of Warringah. They are incredibly enthusiastic. They have taken back their democracy and they want their vote to count. It is early days tonight, so look, we want to wait and see, obviously, but it does look good for Warringah to stay independent.
Ms Steggall, it's Annabelle Crabb here. I hope you can hear me. I'm no good at semaphore, so let's do our best. One of the interesting things that seems on early figures to be happening in your seat is something that's happening all around Australia from what we can see. You've received an improvement in your margin that seems to have come substantially off the Liberal Party, which has lost about 7%. But then other groups in your electorate have received a percentage uptick as well. The Greens, the United Australia Party, One Nation rather, and Labor as well. Is there a bigger story happening in this election about the failure of both major parties to recognise whole constituencies of people? And what does that mean for the way this parliament is going to look and function for the next 3 years?
Look, I certainly hope we will have more community independence in this parliament and actually more representation, because ultimately by having more diversity in this parliament we will address more of the issues that matter to our community. So we are seeing, and I must say the feedback from the community and voters, I've been out for the last 2 weeks at pre-poll, I was out at about 18 booths today. The feedback very much was people are really frustrated. Cost of living issues, but also climate change simply did not feature in the policies and the platforms from the major parties, and in particular from Scott Morrison. It's like he forgot that over the last 3 years we were ravaged by bushfires and floods, and somehow that was swept under the carpet. Communities care. Communities are turning to alternatives, and whether that was frustration around the vaccination and COVID and the impost that put on people, or whether it is that big concern for big issues, they are looking for alternatives to the major parties.
Ms Steggall, we started off tonight, as we often do, with our little notebooks working out how many seats the coalition needed to lose and how many Labor needed to gain to take government. We're not really seeing any clear answer to that question. If the answer that the great Australian voting public return tonight is that there is a minority situation with a very mixed bag of independents, how will you approach that? You said during the campaign that you'd be prepared to support the coalition perhaps, but not with Scott Morrison as leader. Are you open for bidding in terms of leadership of the coalition?
Well, look, I will absolutely speak to both sides when it comes to forming government. I think the Australian people will determine who they trust, I guess, the most in terms of where the numbers are. We need stable government, but we need to address the issues. I am here to represent the issues the people of Warringah want to see answers on, and that is climate policy. That is a Federal Integrity Commission that has teeth, that deals with corruption. It is respect for women and workplace. It is fiscal discipline. We need to stop the rorts and start spending taxpayers' money carefully. And so there are so many issues, especially young people are so focused on their future and what kind of policies the government is putting in place. So I would argue a parliament that is more representative is actually better. There's no point on having lots of MPs locked up with major parties where they go and vote because their pager tells them to vote that way without engaging on the legislation.
Well, Zali Steggall, yours is the second seat. I think we've given away in person. The first was to Barnaby Joyce, which was probably a little less line ball than yours, but congratulations nonetheless. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Annabelle.
Get the latest election news with the ABC News app. Results as they come in. What's happening in every electorate. Plus live blogs and notifications. For election news that matters to you, download the ABC News app.
Flynn in central Queensland is held by the retiring LNP member Ken O'Dowd. The seat extends west from Gladstone and south towards Bundaberg. It includes mining areas like Blackwater and Emerald, as well as plenty of agriculture. Ken O'Dowd has held the seat for the past 12 years. 7:39 p.m. About 10% of the vote has been counted. Simon Birmingham wanted to just add something off the back of the cross to Warringah.
Well, look, I think the 2019 election result in Warringah was a devastating one for the Liberal Party to see a former Prime Minister in Tony Abbott lose that seat and lose as comprehensively as Tony did. But to now see tonight the Liberal vote go backwards and appear to be going backwards to the tune of 7%, I think sends a very clear message. In the case of Warringah, we've all seen the issues that have played out there, and I think it sends a message about what Australians believe when it comes to issues of respect, of inclusion, of diversity, and that message is that Australians want people to respect their lives, but they also have a strong and profound respect for the lives of others and the circumstances of others. And I think what we're seeing there is a very strong message, and I fear that the impact in Warringah may have had something of a contagion effect on candidates in adjacent Liberal seats that actually do hold the right values but may be paying a very dear price for that seat.
That sounds like you're sending a very clear message to some members of your own party.
Well, I think these are issues that we will have to clearly address. We want to make sure that we improve the Liberal vote and are competitive to win back seats like Warringah and ensure that we hold seats like North Sydney and Wentworth. And then we have to have not just candidates who reflect those values, as Trent Zimmerman and Dave Sharma unquestionably do, but we also have to ensure that people understand the party appreciates those values too.
So do you hold the Prime Minister responsible for the pre-selection of Catherine Deves?
Look, I think clearly there were process breakdowns. Well, there were process breakdowns right across the board when it came to what happened with New South Wales Division pre-selections, and clear mistakes were made in relation to that. Now, I think both parties, both major parties, again, where processes of local pre-selections and proper processes weren't followed, perhaps have during this campaign paid a price. We have paid a price in Warringah. Labor's had distractions in Parramatta. They look like they could be in trouble in Fowler. So where you
let's
haven't
just go
actually
back to Catherine Deves, though. The Prime Minister backed in her comments. You've just spoken against those comments. Do you speak against Scott Morrison tonight?
Well, no, Andrew. I think the Prime Minister did not back in all of her comments. In fairness to him, he was critical of elements of how she expressed her views, and I think it is indeed the nature of that was first and foremost what caused the controversy. But clearly there are lessons to be learned, as I've indicated, and I expect that wherever we go, hopefully still into government, that we have to heed those messages.
Thank you, Simon. Let's go to Antony now for a summary of where things are at.
Yeah, this is slightly later than last time, but at the moment, this is, again, a very difficult picture to pull apart. And at the moment, again, it doesn't look like the opinion polls today. It's just hard to work out exactly what it's looking like at the moment because there's no one swing going on from seat to seat. Let's look at the overall votes. Now, we're now at 11.7%, and consistently now, since about 3 or 4% of the vote, the figures have been at Coalition 36%, Labor 31%. So that's not what the opinion polls report. It's high for the Coalition, lower for Labor. The Greens are on 12. That is up on the last election. One Nation is 5.3, United Australia 4.8, and there's a big vote for others. A lot of those independents dotted around the country, and there's so many, are actually having a difficulty trying to track them down in the computer system. Change in vote. The Coalition vote's down 5.5, Labor's down 2.6. Now, this is settling in as a figure. Now, the one thing, caveat I would say, there's still a lot more vote from outside of the metropolitan areas in. The swing doesn't appear to be quite as bad in the metropolitan areas. So at the moment, the weightage of rural votes is making that swing against Labor bigger. The Greens are up 2%. One Nation is up 2%, largely because they're standing more candidates. The vote is actually down in the seats they contested last time. UAP is up 1.4 and others up 2.5. Now, all this is translating into a 1.6% swing. So Labor's slightly ahead at the moment. Now, the opinion poll this morning was indicating 53% and 1.6%. There's nothing in the figures we've got so far that's pointing towards that. We're correcting from where the information is from. But as I said, one of the difficulties that we're having is that the first preference vote is highly fragmented and not at all what you're expecting. There seems to be much bigger swings in Queensland, for instance, but some of those swings to Labor in Queensland might be turning into victories for the Greens. Some of the big swings against the Liberal Party in New South Wales may be turning into victories for the Independents. The best figure we can see at the moment as a projection from the numbers is a hung parliament. There's no clear trend. There's nobody, and it's even difficult to work out which party is going to end up with more seats. But at the moment, what I would say is the figures we're seeing are not this morning's opinion poll. I'm repeating myself. This is the second election in a row I've done this about this time of night. But it's not clear what this is producing. At the best, at the moment, I'm seeing is a hung parliament. On the numbers I'm seeing at the moment, Labor might end up with more seats. That's the one thing I'd say in Labor's favour. That's because of all those independents. So it's, at the moment, we may be in for a long night to work out what's happened. We then may be in for a long week to work out which wins which seats. and we may be in for 2 or 3 weeks while everyone works out who's the government. So I don't know who'll be going to the Quad meeting next week at this stage. One thing I will say, Craig Kelly will not be Prime Minister. That's one prediction I am happy to make.
Antony, you mentioned Queensland, so can we please break down some of those seats in a little bit more detail? Let's start with Flynn.
OK, yes. I think I'm going to my full-frame graphic.
Flynn, yes, that's right. So it's held by the LNP. Ken O'Dowd's retiring, as we've mentioned. It's on 8.7%. Colin Boyce is the Liberal candidate. Matt Burnett's running for Labor.
Yeah, and it's... Colin Boyce as well had 35%. You can see there's a substantial vote there for One Nation. Although I would point out that One Nation vote is down 7% since the last election. So that's, as I said, the One Nation vote is down in the seats they contested last time, and it's up because of the seats elsewhere. UAP vote is up. Let's look at the two-party preferred that we're getting out of that. We've got a preference count in half of the polling places. There's a 6.4% swing to Labor. That's not enough to deliver the seat. So at this stage, we're expecting that the LNP will hold that seat and Colin Boyce will be the new member for Flynn.
OK. Hinkler. Hinkler is held by Keith Pitt for the LNP on 14.5%. Jack Dempsey is running as the Independent and Jason Scaines for Labor.
Yeah, and talk of Dempsey coming second have disappeared. Keith Pitt's vote is low, 37.5. We're projecting him to finish with about 41%, which opens up the possibility of him being in trouble. But I doubt that the One Nation and UAP preferences will flow in Labor's favour. And Jack Dempsey's, I suspect, his preferences might flow to Labor, but not hugely. So at this stage, I suspect we're predicting on a two-party preferred basis. Oh, no, I'm looking in the wrong seat. I'm sorry. Let me come back. Hinkler. Yeah, at this stage, I think, we're still projecting Keith Pitt to be 40%, and I'd suspect there's been a swing against him. But at this stage, if Jack Dempsey was second, Keith Pitt might be in trouble, but I'd be surprised if Labor could win from 23% on other parties' preferences. OK, Longman can be a volatile seat. Terry Young holds it for the LNP on 3.3%. Rebecca Fanning running for the Labor Party. Yes, and this is the seat where both... Let me have a look here. The Liberal votes, the LNP votes down, the Labor votes down, the One Nation votes down. The Legalised Cannabis Party, Nigel Quinlan, who used to be known as Nigel Free Marijuana, until they prevented people changing their name to appear on the ballot paper like that. So Nigel Quinlan from the Legalised Cannabis Party on 6.6%. Now, we've got a preference count in 8 of the 39 polling places, and that is indicating a 0.7% swing to Labor, and the LNP's ahead. So Terry Young is hanging on at the moment there, but there's a bit more counting to come in that district. Blair. That is just north of Brisbane, heading up towards the Sunshine Coast. Shane Newman for the Labor Party holds the seat on 1.2%. Sam Biggins running for the LNP. I'll just say one of the things that's causing it, making it difficult, is that we're getting very slow preference counts. I suspect the number of candidates is slowing down the count. Shane Newman's on 34% here, which is a very low first preference vote. Sam Biggins on 27. We've got the Greens on 12.7. One Nation 11.3. We have a preference count in 19 of the 54 polling places in this electorate, and it's a 2.3% swing to Labor, and we're projecting that Shane Newman should go on to retain that seat. Chisholm. Gladys Liu, it's the Victorian seat, not a Queensland seat. Gladys Liu holds it for the Liberal Party on 0.5%, and Karina Garland for the Labor Party. Yeah, we thought we'd better have a look at this thing. It's getting so much coverage. And again, it's one of those seats where we're getting a very slow preference count. It's got 12 candidates, so it's going to take some time. But Karina Garland's on 40, just under 41. Gladys Liu there, just under 34. We're projecting on the first preferences is going to be 38 to 36, and with a significant vote there for the Greens. There'll be strong preferences to Labor. And we're projecting at this stage a 2.2% swing to Labor, and that would be, we've got Labor ahead, we just need more vote counting to come in on that. But at this stage, they're very comforting figures for the Labor Party in Chisholm, which is one of the most marginal seats in the country. Thank you, Antony. We'll get Antony to break down the figures on a few of these key seats later, but I did want to just mention Fowler, which has been quite prominent in the federal election campaign because the Labor Party parachuted in Christina Keneally, who was in the Senate. She's now standing for the House of Representatives in that seat. Have you been taking a look at that, Andrew? Yes, looks like Christina Keneally is in a bit of strife there, that we have Leigh. She's
She's got a 28% swing to her. Christina Keneally enduring a 17% swing. She's got a primary there of just under 37%.
And just to remind people, Leigh is the local independent candidate.
Former Liberal, though.
Former Liberal.
And that's what's significant about this. I mean, we got a primary of just over 10%. So Leigh, she was expelled from the Liberal Party because she ran against a sitting Liberal in the local council. So she was expelled from the Liberal Party. But that spells some trouble for Christina Keneally in Fowler.
Isn't the significance there, though, Annabelle, less that she used to be a member of the Liberal Party and more that she is a local who speaks Vietnamese, is very well known in the community and has been entrenched in that community for a long time?
Yeah, look, I think one of the big subterranean stories of what this crazy continental patchwork quilt of, quilt confusion, patchwork quilt of results that we're seeing so far this evening is it's got a real feeling of people not liking to be taken for granted, right?
Doesn't it?
Like on any side of, by any side of politics. And there's been a lot of pre-selection shenanigans in New South Wales. I mean, it was completely rude of the Liberal Party to start just shoveling in these candidates with 5 minutes to go. I mean, people get angry about that, but the Labor Party did it in Fowler by airdropping in a candidate, a very significant candidate, who wasn't from the seat. And obviously, I mean, the only interpretation, because as you point out, it's not about a sort of vestigial Liberal Party allegiance, the only viable explanation is that this is a local community saying, hey, don't like you doing
There's also something going on in Dickson as well, so I'd be very enthusiastic to hear Antony Green.
Antony Green.
Oh, he is. Anthony, take us there.
He's been waving his hands. We've been ignoring him. Antony Green, fire away.
It wasn't in our seat run, but we decided to bring it up here.
Yes,
I'm glad you raised that.
you.
Yeah. Peter Dutton, the Defence Minister, of course, Ali France, who ran last time. If you look at the first preference votes, Peter Dutton is ahead. We've got 24, but he's only on 39%. The Labor on 31. The Greens, again, another strong vote for the Greens. They're on 16%. 5.7 for One Nation, a smaller number. If you look at the change in vote, what's going on again, we're seeing this a bit in urban areas, the Liberal vote down. It's going to the Greens in Brisbane. As I was saying, it seems to be going to independents in Sydney and Melbourne. And at the moment, our prediction is a 5.2% swing and Labor is ahead. That's a preference count in 8 polling places, certainly not calling it. I think it popped up in our bottom of frame a bit earlier as decided, and we pulled it back. We thought we better be cautious and have a double look at this. As I said, some of our first preference counts are well ahead of our after preferences counts, and we're trying to catch some of those.
I mean, Simon Birmingham, that's very interesting because Peter Dutton has held that seat even when there have been big swings against the coalition. So what is going on there?
Well, it is interesting. I mean, we've seen clearly that previous elections, very intense campaigns in Dickson, and it's probably gone a little bit under the radar in this election campaign. It hasn't with Peter, though, and I certainly understand there is quite a large pre-poll, and so there's the biggest booth to come and very big booths. There's quite a large postal vote there too. I would still expect on those numbers that Peter will probably claw it back, but it'll be a fairly narrow result. And once again, we're seeing that the drop in major party vote confusing then kind of as to where the preference flows actually go.
I'll pick up in a minute some of the points Annabelle Crabb raised about whether or not voters are taken for granted in particular seats. But firstly, we'll do a seat run, having a look at some seats where Greens are running. Antony, let's start with Brisbane. Trevor Evans holds that seat for the LNP on a margin of 4.9%. Madonna Jarrett's the Labor candidate, Stephen Bates running for the Greens.
The problem for Trevor Evans is his first preference vote is on 36. Labor's on 29, the Greens are on 28. Now, who's going to finish second, we're not sure. We're getting a preference count at this election between Labor and the LNP, and on those numbers, we're seeing, let's look at the change in vote here, 10% down for the LNP vote. Now, as that's all gone to Labor and the Greens, that's just a bad result. That is a matched polling place first preference vote. Our prediction at the moment is an 8.4% swing, and Madonna Jarrett will win that for Labor. But if the Greens get into second place, the Greens' Stephen Bates would win the seat. But it's a very difficult result for... it's hard to see how Trevor Evans wins on those numbers, but we're not prepared to give it away at this stage because we're not quite sure who's going to finish second. But I think Trevor Evans is in a lot of trouble in Brisbane.
OK, Ryan? Ryan, the sitting MP's Julian Simmonds on 6% for the LNP. Peter Cossa is challenging for the ALP and Elizabeth Watson-Brown for the Greens.
Now, what we're seeing here, we're seeing a substantial swing against the LNP, exactly the same as in Brisbane. But once again, what we're seeing here is the Greens are in second place. Elizabeth Watson-Brown's on 30.5, Julian Simmonds on 38.5, and that's about what we're projecting his first preference is going to be. And his difficulty is that he will struggle to win from 38.5. We are getting a preference count between the LNP and Labor, and that would produce a narrow Labor win at this stage with 6 polling places. The difficulty is we don't have a Green preference count. I suspect the Green vote would slightly be higher. I'd expect Labor preferences might be stronger. So there's a very strong chance that Julian Simmonds could lose that seat for the LNP and it would be won by the Greens, Elizabeth Watson-Brown. But we're not sure who's second and third, so at this stage we leave it in doubt and we cannot say who's won that seat. But I would say that the least likely just at the moment is Julian Simmonds, but there is a lot more counting to come.
OK, Griffith, we mentioned earlier, Terry Butler's the sitting MP for Labor, Olivia Roberts for the LNP, Max Chandler-Mather for the Greens.
And Terry Butler is in a huge amount of trouble. She's on 36%. She's on 28%. Olivia Roberts, the National, is on 29. The LNP is on 29. And Max Chandler-Mather is on 34.4. So I don't think Terry Butler can win from there. On a preference count, she's getting 61% of the two-party preferred, but she won't be in the final count. So in that seat, I would say Max Chandler-Mather is the best place to win. Olivia Roberts is not going to win it for the LNP, but I would say we've just looked at 3 seats there. 2 of them, the Greens are ahead in, and the third one, they still have a chance of winning. So they are quite remarkable results in Brisbane. As I said, what we're seeing in Brisbane is the swing to the Greens seems to be mimicking the swing to the teal independents in Sydney and Melbourne. So those are quite remarkable results.
All right, let's have a look then at Macnamara. We'll move down to Victoria. Macnamara held by Josh Burns from the Labor Party. Colleen Harkin for the Libs is running with Steph Hodgins-May for the Greens.
Now, on these numbers at the moment, and I'll use those numbers then say what we're projecting that will come. The Greens are on 35%, so they lead on first preferences. Josh Burns on 32%, the Liberals on 23.5%. Now, on those numbers, let's just have a double look at this. The Liberals are going to get excluded if those numbers continue. Actually, they're not going to get excluded. My projected numbers are the Greens will be on 30%, Josh Burns on 29%, and the Liberals on 31% by the end of the count. You will need to see every polling place reported before you get any sense out of those numbers in Macnamara. So what we're seeing is Labor... both parties are losing seats to the Greens, the Liberals are losing seats to the Independents, and we're not seeing a lot of swapping going on between Labor and the Coalition at the moment. So, as I said, as I was saying earlier, and I'll just give myself a quick refresher, the numbers are still looking at 36-31 on first preference votes. The Greens are up, and at the moment we're still predicting a hung parliament. So it's going to be a long night and maybe a long couple of weeks.
OK, let's have one look at a final seat in Melbourne, which is the seat of Melbourne, Adam Bandt's own seat. He holds that on 21.8%. The Liberals are contesting it. How are they going?
Melbourne. The Greens, the Liberals have slipped back into third place. So it's a couple of elections since Labor finished second. But Adam Bandt's got 55.6% of the vote. We're projecting he might fall just short of 50 by the end of the count. But either way, from 50% of the vote, he will win easily. Liberal preferences, his margin will be cut because if Labor finishes second, Labor will get preferences. So in terms of that margin after preferences, he will have his margin cut. But that's just because of the change of the candidates. But Adam Bandt will be easily re-elected in the electorate of Melbourne.
And Adam Bandt, the Greens leader, joins me now. Congratulations, Adam Bandt, on retaining his seat.
Thanks very much.
I hope you can hear me there. There's an awful lot of noise behind you. You might have some company as well from the member for Griffith in Brisbane.
Yes, look, we've been campaigning really strongly in seats in inner city Brisbane, as well as seats like Richmond in northern New South Wales, and the seats like Macnamara that you mentioned here. We've been campaigning strongly now there for a couple of years, and we've been offering a real alternative to the current government. I think we're waiting to see the pre-poll results that will come in for a number of those other seats. The pre-poll across the country, but especially in those seats, was pretty big. So we look, I guess, cautious optimism. Wait and see the results of the pre-poll, though.
Adam Bandt, it's Annabelle Crabb here. Look, this is, at this stage, it's not an election. It looks more like a key party. You know, there's votes going everywhere to minor parties at the expense of the major parties. I'm interested in your observations about what's happening in Queensland in particular. It's only 3 years since the Stop Adani campaign got a bit of a clip around the ears from Queensland, and now you're winning lower house seats, having huge swings even in the seat of Dickson. How do you make sense of all of this?
Yeah, well, a couple of years ago, we laid out a pretty clear strategy, and we've been following it since then. First is those campaigns, in particular in Queensland, have been really strong people-powered campaigns. In the seat of Griffith, for example, they've knocked on every door and had over 30,000 conversations with voters in that seat, and that's been our strategy across those inner-city Brisbane seats, but also elsewhere. This is secondly, on some key questions, economic questions, cost of living questions, we've offered a real alternative. We've been really clear during the course of this parliament, but also as we've been running those campaigns. Look, don't give Clive Palmer a $9,000 tax cut while people are living in poverty and can't afford to get their teeth fixed. And unlike the others in Parliament, we've taken it up to the government and said there's a better way of doing things. And thirdly, on climate, you've seen on the ABC Vote Compass and elsewhere how much of an issue it was for people, and I think there was a real attempt from Liberal and Labor to bury it as an election issue, and we were really clear about the need to tackle climate by tackling coal and gas. But I spent a lot of time together with some of my colleagues in places in regional Queensland and in regional New South Wales to take a really comprehensive approach this time that said we need to get out of coal and gas, but do it in a way that supports workers and communities that are going to be part of the transition. And that's something that I think is important not just to people in those areas, but also to people who are in the inner city as well, who want to see that we're making the transition but doing it fairly. And those key elements, we've been campaigning strongly on those for 3 years in the Parliament and outside the Parliament, and I think we're seeing the results of that tonight.
Antony Green said it a minute ago, I think it was Antony, who said that the Greens in Queensland are performing the role of that the Teals are performing in New South Wales and Victoria. And obviously, even in those seats, the Teals aren't running in the Senate, so I assume you can be confident of picking up that vote in terms of Senate representation and achieve your stated goal of boosting your residency in the Senate. But what is the driving force between the movement to either Teals in those Victorian and New South Wales electorates and to the Greens in Brisbane? What are the overlooked demographics that this big voter shift represents?
Look, I'm really pleased and excited to see the results coming in for some of those independents, those Teal independents in those seats. We recommended preferences to those independents, and we welcome their entrance into the race. But look, I think the Greens campaign deserves to be looked at on its own merits. We're pretty clear, and we've been campaigning on this solidly for the last few years, and as well as the results in Brisbane, also seeing some really strong swings in places like Macnamara that I think you were just referring to before. And of course, we've got strong independents running here in Melbourne, but as well as the Greens. And look, I think there's a reason that people are saying the climate crisis is something they want action on. We've just had 3 years of droughts and then fires and now floods and then floods again. And people can see that this is happening and it's unfolding. And I think increasingly what we're seeing is that cuts across all voting persuasions, it cuts across all demographics. People know it's happening and they want action on it. And where we've run the strong campaigns, and there was really only the one seat, which is Kooyong, where it was the Greens Liberal seat, and there's a strong independent campaign being run there. That was probably the only seat where the Greens and I guess a Teal independent were potentially in competition with each other. Elsewhere, the ones that we targeted quite some time ago and were campaigning for quite openly, the ones where the new people wanted action on climate, but they also wanted a different approach, an economic alternative to what the government was offering. And we didn't go small target, and we were very, very clear about there being a better and fairer way of running this country. I think that is a big part of the reason that we're seeing the results that we are tonight.
Well, Adam Bandt, there's a lot to disentangle about these election results, which are still rolling out, but the very clear message is that your party has been a big winner, so congratulations. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks very much.
As Australia votes, we'll wrap up the count.
This is a big choice.
All the swings, shocks and cliffhangers. Who's in, who's out?
That's up to the people.
What lies ahead for the victor and the vanquished? For a comprehensive wrap-up of election 2022, join us for Insiders.
Insiders, tomorrow at 9 on ABC and ABC iView.
Kemengulba Kargunga, Kemenda Nalamanga, Namringa Darwalanga. This is the seat of Cook. Our people have many language names of places within Cook, but it sits on the southern shores of Gamay, Botany Bay. Welcome to Gamay.
It's 8:05 p.m. on the East Coast and we have just over 19% of the vote counted. This is Australia Votes. Antony Green, can you give us a summary of where things are up to, please?
Well, the first thing I say, I just want to deal with those independent seats in Sydney. We put a hold on those seats. Because we don't have a history of the two candidates preferred in any of those seats, we decided to be cautious and manually put a block on them so the computer won't give them away automatically. If I lift that block at the moment, then Mackellar, North Sydney, Wentworth and Goldstein will all tip over to be won by the independents. Now, because it's just taking time to get these counts in, I'm not prepared to do that. So at the moment, if I turn those bars off, the Liberal Party would lose 4 seats. It's just really, I think it's, given the situation we're looking at tonight and given pre-poll voting and postal voting, I think it's best to be cautious. But and I'll just bring up the electorate Cowper as an example here. We've... the National Party vote's only 37 and there's an independent 28. And the change in vote that's occurring there, remembering there was an independent last time, Rob Oakeshott run, well, the independent vote is up 4%, as is the other vote, and the national vote is down 10% from a low figure last time. So at the moment, I would think we haven't got a preference count for that seat, but I would say at the moment that the National Party's got a bit of a problem in Cowper. So there's quite a number of these seats around the country where we've got now. Now, you're talking about the trend, the national figure. I'll just bring that up again because this is, again, these are the same, the numbers are settling at this level. 36% in the LNP, Labor 31, the Greens 12, One Nation and the UAP both on about 5. As again, let's go to the change in vote there. The drop is in the coalition vote. The Labor vote's down 2.7, Green vote up, One Nation vote up. Again, the One Nation vote is only up because they're standing more candidates. It's not up in the seats they contested last time. UAP vote is slightly up, and the others are up 2.5, and that's translating into the moment into a two-party swing of 1.8%. Labor is slightly ahead. All our projections at the moment indicate Labor's going to win more seats than the coalition, but at the moment it's unclear whether Labor can get to a majority position. At the moment, because of those independents, it's very difficult to see how the coalition can get to a majority position. Our best projection at the moment, without diving in and pulling apart all sorts of seats, is that Labor will probably end up with more seats than the coalition. It's just very difficult to work out. And of course, it's 8 o'clock now, we've got Western Australia to come.
Antony, can I ask, if you did turn that block off and those seats that you mentioned did all, we awarded them all to the independents, then would it still be a hung parliament situation?
If I turn that block off, it would be, that was what produced the hung parliament. I've just got a lot of, if I just, let me show the seats we are giving away at the moment. And I think this will be slightly higher than the bottom of frame. We've got Labor on 59, Greens 1, others 5, Coalition 46. Now, Labor could lose some seats. The Greens, the Coalition will lose seats, the Independents and the others. Let's put some more seats which are leaning that way. Some likelies, and Labor's up to 61 and the Coalition's still on 47. And if I remove those blocks, I think the Coalition vote would drop and the crossbench would grow.
OK.
So there's a lot of seats still in doubt. I think we're about to look at some of the two-party contests which are worth watching. But it's a long night.
And is that block, can I check, is that have you only got that in place on those teal Liberal seats, or is that affecting any other seats as well?
The seats, most of the seats, we have a long history of doing polling place matchings, it's called. You calculate the swing booth by booth. It goes completely out the window when you haven't got a traditional contest between the two parties. And that's what's happening in quite a number of seats. All these teal independent seats have got that issue. At the moment, in all of those seats, we're projecting the Liberal Party to be in the high 30s or low 40s. And as I said, if I remove that block at the moment, Goldstein, North Sydney, McKellar and Wentworth would go. So that's what I'm saying. There's also some other seats that we've got Ryan, which is LNP held, Brisbane, Griffith and McNamara, which could all be won by the Greens, and that's 2 Liberal and 2 coalition seats.
Anthony, could you take us to the seat of Higgins?
I can try. Yeah, I have to do the map. I have to do a bit of bending and moving my hands around.
He's not an Uber,
Of course he is.
There it is. So this one here, there's been a lot going on. The seat of Higgins. Glad you asked.
You liar.
Kooyong's on 37, the Labor Party's on 30 and the Greens are on 24. So they've got 54%. If I can use my computer, because on the computer I can see what my projection numbers are. At the moment we're projecting Katie Allen would end on 40, Labor on 29 and the Greens on 23, and that's a 5.3% swing. You can go through the change in vote that's occurring there. The Liberal vote well down, the Labor vote up, the Green vote is static, and that translates into a two-party preferred swing, 5.3%, and we've got the Labor ahead. It's a bit more counting to come, but at the moment, it's very difficult. That's a very difficult seat for the coalition to hold.
Anthony, can I ask one last question before we move on, which is about polling? You mentioned earlier that, yet again, you're repeating yourself. It's the same situation as 2019 where the opinion polls have not got it right. What are they missing? Why are they missing this protest kind of vote?
Oh, well, there'll probably be another commission of inquiry afterwards. I will presume it's very similar to what's occurred in the United States, is there's just classes of people who don't end up in their sample. I mean, we'll have to wait and see what the final figures were. Maybe the pre-polling and postals will change these numbers. But at the moment, let me look at that overall figure again. That is not at all. I mean, the news poll this morning, I think, was 34 for the coalition, 35 for Labor or something. Those are not the numbers we're seeing here. They got the Green vote right. One Nation and UAP is a bit higher. I think the other vote is just simply there's a lot of independents in seats. So, look, it's going to be a long night. Sorry to interrupt everybody.
At least it won't be a boring one.
No, it's certainly not a boring one. Let's go.
And I'll just say one more thing.
Yes.
The difficulty I'm having to go in and look at individual seats one by one. Our computer comes up with a preference estimate and a prediction. You have to go in and look at it.
Well, that's why we pay you the big bucks.
I'm about to look up my error log and see what it's finding.
Thank you. Let's go over to David Speers in the virtual tally room.
Leigh, thank you. And as Anthony explains, the Liberals are under a lot of pressure from those teal independents, from the Greens in some parts as well. But have a look at what we're projecting so far behind us. The seats that change colour are the ones that have changed hands. And so far there are only 2 of them, Reid and Chisholm. So Reid in Sydney, Chisholm in Melbourne, that Labor has picked up. Now, Labor needs to win a net gain of 7 seats to win a majority government. And that means any they lose on this side, and they have not lost any here. You can't see any blue squares over on the Labor side of the board. So they've got 2 at the moment. They need 5 more in net terms to get to a majority. But arguably, they may only need 4 or 5 to be in a strong position to form a minority government in a hung parliament situation. So you'd say they're on their way. And as, you're just talking about Higgins, that's some trouble there for the Liberal Party. Boothby is as well, and even the seat of Deakin. I mentioned that earlier, but that's a problem as well. We've been taking a bit of a look, though, at what's going on, some trends here and there, and I want to show you the seats in Australia that have the highest proportion of Chinese language speakers. Here they are. So you've got 1 on the Labor side, which is Parramatta, and then you've got 4 over here, Reid, Chisholm, we just spoke about, Banks and Deakin. And you can see on the map where they are. We're talking about Sydney and Melbourne seats here, and 2 of them have already changed hands. How do the swings in these Chinese language seats, or seats with the highest proportion of Chinese language speakers. How do the swings in these seats compare to what we're seeing nationally? We'll take a look. Down the bottom is the national swing at the moment, 1.9% towards Labor on a two-party preferred basis. Now have a look at what's going on in these seats of the highest proportion of Chinese language speakers. So in Chisholm, it's 5.5%. In Reid and Banks, let's have a look at those seats, Parramatta and Deakin as well. You can see that we're seeing much bigger swings towards Labor than the national average swing at the moment, except in the seat of Parramatta. It's a little under. It's still a swing to Labor at the moment, which has just changed since about 10 minutes ago when we looked at it, but it's not quite at the national swing, and that may be because of the particular factor in Parramatta of the candidate, Andrew Charlton, being dropped in and some controversy around that. But the point is, have a look at those numbers. The swings are greater than the national average swing in these seats of the highest proportion of Chinese language speakers. Banks, I should point out, David Coleman, it's pretty much on the money where the national swing is. So what does that tell us? Is this part of the story of why we're seeing the shift tonight? Tony Barry, what does that tell you?
Well, it's consistent with the theme that we discussed earlier. This is a series of by-elections all around Australia in different segments. You know, the teal seats, obviously, coal-sensitive seats, but also the seats where there's a stronger Chinese community. And what we're seeing here is it's totally over-indexed compared to the national average. And the primary vote for the Liberal Party is losing altitude, and losing altitude fast. So the political fault line, of course, is housing affordability. There could be some crossover there, but I think these numbers are...
Does it have anything to do, do you think, with the Prime Minister's position and the government's position on China?
I think undoubtedly national security comes into it. Perhaps the language was a bit too hairy-chested, and we're now seeing, you know, some dramatic swings against the government
in those parts of Australia. Cos, let me ask you generally though, how are you feeling about where Labor's at this point in the night?
Well, in the state of Victoria, we're seeing an economic dimension develop, which we discussed earlier tonight. We're seeing at least 5 safe Labor seats that are currently under 45% primary. That's quite a significant shift, because when you see where Labor is actually travelling really well in Victoria, it's in these economically better electorates, which you were just talking about in seats like Deakin, for example. But it's obviously a continuation of what we're seeing in the state of Tasmania and some other parts of this country where poorer electorates seem to be giving Labor a hard run tonight.
So that's interesting. You're talking about the outer suburban seats that have been safest Labor territory.
Yep.
That's where the Labor vote is coming down. It may not cost them those seats.
That's right.
But the Labor vote is coming down, and this may explain why we're seeing the national Labor vote where it is. It's coming down in those safe Labor seats, where Morrison spent a lot of time, the Prime Minister.
Right. Yep.
Right. Well, Leigh, that tells you a little bit of the story of what's going on in some of these seats.
David, thank you very much. Tanya, what do you make of that analysis there that it's the poorer electorates giving Labor a harder go?
Oh, well, I think in a couple of them it's still too early to see. And by and large, I'd say that there's some very encouraging results for Labor tonight. So I'm looking at seats that we're hopeful of picking up. I'd be focusing on those results.
Simon, what did you make of the analysis that, you know, the Greens in Brisbane taken from the ALP is kind of like the Teals taken from the Liberal Party, that it's kind of mimicking?
Well, I think we can see some, at least, correlation of patterns happening there, and that there's a reaction happening in the inner cities closer to CBDs that is certainly favouring the Greens and causing a disruptive pattern then for both parties in terms of where we hold those seats closer to CBDs. In the outer suburbs, you're seeing those protest elements going more to the fringe minor parties, if I can put them that way, and that really what's lacking at present is probably a really strong picture on how the preference flows are actually going, as well as just whether the same trends are going to exist when we get the very big booths come in. So while it's a couple of hours into the night, there are still very big booths, and especially those big pre-poll booths that are going to be crucial.
I'm struck that when we talk to MPs in the kind of inner city seats and candidates in those seats, that they talk about integrity, they talk about climate change. When you talk to people in the outer seats, they're talking about health, housing, cost of living. Is there a problem perhaps for Labor, Tanya, that you're associated with the former, you know, with the big city kind of issues, rather than those issues that you traditionally were associated with, that people are feeling like, well, you're not hearing me on housing affordability, you're not hearing me on health services and so on?
Look, I think this election has been absolutely solidly about cost of living and wages. I think Anthony would have spoken more about cost of living pressures and you know, a wage rise for low-income earners in particular, probably more than anything else during this campaign. I do think it's interesting that there is obviously a very strong signal coming from a lot of electorates that climate and integrity commission and equality between men and women, the issues that the Teals are running on, have really struck a chord with a lot of voters, though.
But Tanya, why isn't the Labor Party picking up those votes? I mean, you've...
Well, they're people who've always voted Liberal in the past. It's a big jump to go from being a lifelong Liberal voter, and some of these candidates, you know, they're Liberal pedigrees, they're you know, fathers usually, grandfathers, uncles have been members of the Liberal Party in Parliament. It is a big jump for someone who has always voted Liberal, who comes from a Liberal family, to make the jump straight to Labor.
But in Queensland, they're jumping to the Greens. That's a bigger jump than the jump to Labor, surely. Why is
I don't think it is necessarily, because I think those voters are trying to send a message. They don't think that they're going to have a Green government on Monday. They're trying to send a message that climate change is important to them, a National Integrity Commission with teeth is important to them, and equality between men and women. I think it's really instructive that a lot of these candidates are very articulate professional women.
But if you two were to form a coalition, you've just suffered, or if you were part of a coalition, you've just suffered an 8.1% swing according to the count so far.
What do you mean? If our parties?
If you two were in a coalition, yep, you're now on 66%. So you're down by a combined 8 and a bit.
Yeah. Well, I think but everybody's saying it tonight. The vote is fracturing all over the place. What is interesting, if you look at seats like Dickson, where I think people would have imagined that the minor party vote would go to One Nation or it would go to the Palmer United Australia Party, it's actually a bigger Green vote there than you would think.
If you two were in a coalition, people might vote for that party.
That's very flattering. There might be some issues still to resolve.
I would find it weird.
Last word, Simon.
This is clearly not showing as a classical change election, a long way from it. We would usually expect to see that there would be a swing against a government to an opposition. That is not happening. The Labor Party do look like they will lose seats. They'll lose them potentially to the Greens. They may lose a couple to us still. That is clearly creating a lot of confusion in the results. But it means there's messages for all of us here, not just for the government.
OK, we're going to take a look at some more seats. These ones are in Sydney, starting with the seat of Fowler. That's held by the Labor Party on 14%, but the sitting MP, Chris Hayes, is retiring. As I mentioned before, that's the seat where Labor's parachuted in Christina Keneally, who doesn't live anywhere nearby, and she's facing strong competition from the independent Leigh.
Yes, and at the moment in this seat, you can see Christina Keneally's on 35, Leigh on 28. Now, our projection is that the Labor Party vote will rise a bit from there, but I think Christina Keneally might be in a bit of trouble at the moment. We have a preference count. Let me see, preference count. We have a preference count from 14 polling places between Christina Keneally and Leigh. We do not have a history to compare that with, and the two-party preferred that we're seeing there is 51.2, 48.8. It's a 15%, 16% of the vote, 14 of the 42 polling places. So we're not going to get a result in that one on those numbers for quite some time. So there's a lot more counting to come there. But at the moment, as with those teal seats, the Labor first preference vote is too low to win that seat. So there's a possibility that Leigh could win that seat as an independent.
OK, Reid, in the inner west of Sydney, the sitting MP is Fiona Martin for the Liberal Party on 3.2%, being challenged by Sally Situ for the Labor Party. I think this might be the first time in an hour we've done a traditional contest between Labor and the Liberal Party. Sally Situ's on 40.4%. And Fiona Martin on 38, and she's projected to Sally Situ's
projected to stay ahead on first preferences through the count. We have a preference count in 17 of the 50 polling places, showing a 6.6% swing. So we're pretty confident that the Labor Party will gain Reid and that Sally Situ will be the new member for Reid.
OK, so that's one for the Labor column. Let's look at Parramatta, another seat where Labor has parachuted in a non-local but high-quality candidate, Andrew Charlton, to replace the retiring MP Julie Owens, and there's a Liberal challenger there, Maria Kovacic.
Yes, and at the moment, the Labor Party is projected to retain this seat. We've got a first preference count in 22 polling places. Labor's on just under 41, the Liberal Party on about 37. And then we're projecting the Liberal Party will finish further. Steve Christou, who's an independent and was campaigning against Labor, has only polled 3%. So the Green preferences there with 8.5% help Labor immensely. We have a preference count in 16 polling places showing a 1% swing to Labor. And at the moment, we're projecting that Labor will retain Parramatta.
Robertson, let's take a look.
Central Coast, having a chance to look at this.
Lucy Wicks is the sitting MP for the Liberal Party on 4.2%, Gordon Reid for the Labor Party.
She's ahead on first preferences, Gordon Reid second. The Greens have got 11% there, a smattering of votes with smaller parties, independents. I think there's 11 candidates in this contest, most of whom have polled under 3%. We've got a preference count in 27 of the 48 polling places. There is a 6.1% swing, and at the moment we're projecting Robertson to be a Labor gain, which would result in Dr Gordon Reid becoming the new Labor member for Robertson. Interestingly, Robertson has gone with government at every election since 1983. So, given we may not know the result tonight, that's interesting to watch if that bellwether status holds. Of course, bellwethers never determine election result. They just happen to be coincidences. They tend to go with government.
OK, Bennelong, the former Prime Minister John Howard's seat. John Alexander, the current member's retiring. There's a margin of 6.9%. Simon Kennedy's running for the Liberals and Jerome Laxale for the Labor Party.
This one's close. Simon Kennedy has 40%. Jerome Laxale is on 38%. The Greens have got 12.2%. That's half of the polling places counted, and I presume the pre-poll centres has come. We have, at the moment, we've got a preference count 50.2 to 49.8, and that's on 15 of the 49 polling places, 6.7% swing. So Bennelong's too close to call at this stage.
So we're hoping, thank you, Antony, we're hoping to cross up to Brisbane very shortly, Annabelle, but that would be much better news for the Labor Party if they hadn't lost the seats in Brisbane, potentially to the Greens.
Right, yeah. I mean, towards the end of the Saturday, you kind of check in with the major parties and they tell you what they think is a dead cert win and then what they're hoping for. And I've got to say that what's panning out here doesn't bear a very close resemblance to the projections of either major party. Simon, I see that you're smiling. Are you ripping up your notes behind the desk too?
I'm not sure I made those sorts of projections, Annabelle.
Well, I mean, let's go to your state of South Australia. It looks like Sturt is gone for all money, but Boothby is closer, right? Like, so Boothby's looking like about, 51, 50.5. It's really close, but Sturt looks like it's been a bigger result against the Liberal Party.
We're not really seeing 2PP counts for either of those seats yet. So I think it is quite hard to read into a result.
Big swing in Sturt.
We'll come to that a little bit later. We're going to take a look at the seat of Rankin and then we're going to talk to Jim Chalmers, the Shadow Treasurer, who's standing by, waiting for us. But Antony, can you give us the state of play in Rankin, please?
Yeah, well, Jim Chalmers was dubbed Logan's hero in the Australian this morning, which was, I think, was a nice line. Jim Chalmers is on 43%. Paul Darwin from the LNP, 26.9. The Greens, again, polling well, 12.7. At this stage, let me see, two-party preferred swing, 3.2% to Labor, and Rankin, which has long been one of the safest Labor seats in Queensland, will be comfortably held by Jim Chalmers. And sometime in the next week, we'll find out what his next job is.
All right, Jim Chalmers, congratulations on retaining your old seat. But what is going on up there with Labor? You're losing voters to the Greens.
Well, g'day, Leigh, and g'day to your panel and all your viewers. I appreciate the support here in Rankin. Look, clearly in the city, in Queensland, there has been a substantially high... There has been a substantial Green vote in those three city seats, and so clearly we thought that we're still very competitive in Brisbane and Griffith. Obviously, the Greens have got quite a high primary vote. And so I suspect in all three of those seats where the Greens have performed well, we'll be keeping a close eye on that for some hours yet.
Jim Chalmers, it's Annabelle Crabb. I hope you can hear something of what I'm saying. In Queensland, there seems to have been a movement that's generated by climate-conscious people. I guess that's absolutely influenced by the flooding crisis and extreme weather that you've seen in that state. Professional women, young people, very much overrepresented in Brisbane and in Griffiths. Why isn't the ALP picking up the benefit of that sentiment?
Well, I think it's something that we'll have to engage with, Annabelle. I mean, clearly that aspect of it is disappointing to us because we do have an ambitious, credible climate change policy, which is all about cleaner and cheaper energy. We built a broad coalition for that policy, and we would like to have picked up more climate-conscious voters in the city, so we'll have to work out why that hasn't been the case.
Do you think that the ALP did a good enough job of appealing to women?
Well, I'm not sure how it's breaking down, but I mean, clearly the big movement in this election has been the abandonment of Scott Morrison. You know, clearly the Liberal primary around Australia is in all sorts of trouble, but we've not been immune from this third-party challenge. And depending on where you are in Australia, that challenge it manifests itself differently, whether it's teal challenges, green challenges in Brisbane, whether it's some combination of Palmer and Hanson in seats like the one that I represent in the outer suburbs and provincial towns. So we have to take this challenge seriously. There is a long-term trend away from people being identified solely with one party or another. That challenge has been there for some time, but it looks especially pronounced in this election, and so that's something that we will have to ponder. Clearly, for the rest of the night, though, and no doubt for the next few days, you know, Labor is performing quite strongly in a lot of areas around Australia. You know, I'm absolutely delighted to see what's happening in Reid. I'm absolutely delighted to see that Robertson number that you just went through, the Parramatta number and elsewhere. So we are performing quite strongly in large parts of Australia. Whether or not that's enough yet remains to be seen.
Dr. Chalmers, everybody's sort of ripping up their notes and trying to work out what's going on and working out if they can build a little Lego house that leads to majority government. Are you assuming at this stage that you're looking at a minority situation, or what's your wildest dreams result, even allowing for the fact that this is a pretty wild dream already so far?
Well, it's pretty wild, that's for sure. I think there's still some prospect that we can get there, but it will still be difficult. You know, clearly there are a lot of results where the second place getter and the third place getter is not yet absolutely determined, and that will determine a heap of these seats, from what I can tell from my quick skim before I came on to talk with all of you. And so there's a lot of seats in the balance. I think a majority Labor government is still possible. A minority is still possible. I don't think the Liberals can get to a majority in their own right, of course, which I suspect is a point that others have made before me. But I think it'll be a long night. I think there's a long night ahead of us.
Great, another incredible all-nighter. Thanks very much for joining us, Dr. Chalmers.
Thanks, everyone.
This is what we're here for tonight, the makeup of Australia's 47th Parliament. Construction of Parliament House began in 1981 and was completed in 1988. The Queen officially opened the building. It's the seat of Australia's democracy. 151 electorates in the House of Representatives and 76 senators, 12 from each state and 2 each from the territories. So far, we have 27.6% of the vote counted. It's 8:32 on the eastern coast of Australia. This is Australia Votes. I'm Leigh Sales. Anthony, could you please give us a rundown of what's going on in Wentworth?
Yeah, before I do my summary, I'll do this figures for Wentworth, which is coming up on the full frame graphics, I understand. Thanks. Dave Sharma is ahead at this stage, is the sitting member Allegra Spender, the challenger. Now, we've got, as you can see there, Allegra Spender's on 38, so she's ahead. She's ahead on first preferences. and she will do strongly on preferences from Labor and the Greens. The preference count we're getting currently has Allegra Spender up. Let's look at this is a change in first preference vote. You can see the Liberal vote's well down, and that's the problem for the Liberal Party in this seat. If we look at the two-party preferred that's occurring here, is that we're projecting that the Independent's on 52.9. Now, she's in fact much further ahead, and that projection on 52.9 is based on including the postals and including the pre-polls. Now, Independents traditionally don't do well on independents and pre-poll. That projection is also against the Dave Sharma vote versus Karen Phelps as an independent in the last election. Now, at 52.9, I would normally call a seat like that, but I'm not doing it here, and the reason is I did the Wentworth by-election in 2018, and the result in that by-election closed by nearly 4% after polling day. So in other words, when you've got an independent versus a major party, you can't always go on that postal vote trend, especially in a seat like Wentworth, because there's a very significant Jewish, I think it's got the highest Jewish population in the country. They tend to vote postal and pre-poll, and they're not counted yet. So that projection of 52.9, I'm being cautious of because of that vote which could come in, and that was a very significant vote at the two previous elections. So that's why we're not calling Wentworth. At the moment, on the numbers we have, we would normally call it, but we're holding it. But I think we've got to look at the current numbers, 36.1, 30.6. These numbers, we're now at 28%. I think that was the numbers at about 10%, so it hasn't changed. That's settling in as the numbers. We've still got some WA figures to come, a lot more in WA, South Australia and the Northern Territory. The change in vote is, again, it's the same figures. The Liberal vote's down 2.7, 2.1. Let's go to the chamber, because there's something I want to talk about at the chamber. The seats we're definitely giving away. If I mark the seats 1, we've got Labor on 62, the Coalition 46, the Greens 1, 5 others. We're going to add a few seats leaning one way or the other, and we get Labor up to 64, the Coalition's still on 46. Now, the Coalition will pick up some seats when Western Australia comes in. Labor will pick up seats when Western Australia come in. They've got 5 seats in Western Australia they're expected to hold, which gets Labor to 69, and they may pick up 1 or 2 seats. So that gets Labor above 70. I can't get, with those independents doing well, I can't get the Coalition to 70. At the moment, I can't see the Coalition getting to majority government on these numbers, unless the postal and pre-poll trends are completely different previously. But at the moment, the Coalition, I can't get a path for them to get to 70 seats. Maybe in the mid to high 60s, but I can't get them to 70. I can get Labor over 70. Now, there's a lot more counting to come. We've only got 28% of the vote counted. And I'll make one other point. I'm getting lots and lots of emails at the moment saying, your count's wrong, your count's wrong, your count's wrong, particularly in seats like Brisbane, Ryan, Griffith, McNamara. For people at home listening, they've got to understand the counting process. The Electoral Commission nominates 2 candidates beforehand, and they count a preference count. And the preference count is the most accurate count you can get. And they continue with it until it is absolutely clear that the 2 candidates they're counting to are not the final 2. And in Brisbane, McNamara, Ryan, it's not clear who's going to come second and third. So they're continuing that count. And to me, for instance, in Brisbane, we've changed our position on it. So the LNP, we've said they cannot hold that seat. We're just not sure whether it's the Greens or Labor who've won it. We think the Greens will win Griffith. But again, that's not the preference count we're getting, so we're holding. So people are sending me emails saying the preference count's coming is wrong. Well, we're sticking with the counts we've got. And where we've turned off the count, our system is going to flip-flop backwards and forwards about who's in the lead because the first preference order is changing. So we live in a preferential voting system. You have to determine the order of the candidates to determine the knockout. But on election night, you can't determine the order of the candidates until all the votes are counted. So we will continue with the counts that's going there. And so people are sending me the emails saying the counts are wrong.
Who are these people?
Sending him emails.
I love that you're checking them, though. That's amazing.
They keep popping up on my screen. If I close my email, I wouldn't get the pop-up.
Andrew and I are both very used to these sorts of emails.
It's the same people who email you guys. Simon, are you persuaded by the logic there that the Coalition cannot get to 70 seats? You're looking at the very best at minority government?
Well, it's clearly a tough pathway towards a majority from the way the count's unfolding. Now, there's lots to come in, so I'm not willing to trade that away completely yet, but it is a difficult pathway, and if those so-called teal seats do fall in the types of directions that Antony's talking about, well, then that makes it essentially an impossible pathway. So we really need to see improvement in those to make sure we hold that base. and that then potentially presents a viable option.
All right, let me bring Laura Tingle in. Laura, we haven't spoken to you for a little while. What do you think is going on?
Well, I think clearly it's messy, but I think the focus on the losses or gains, depending on which way you look at it, to independents and Greens is hiding the underlying story here, which we've talked about a bit on the panel, which is essentially that the coalition can't form a majority government by all the projections that are coming in now. It's not even clear that they're likely to form it's more likely that we're looking at a Labor minority government and a doubling of the size of the crossbench. Now, how that falls, and I'm not making, seat by seat things, but if you look at the number of seats that are being won and lost, Labor has been winning seats. The coalition, I think, may have won Gilmore, and it is losing seats to Labor and to the Greens and to the Independents. Josh Frydenberg looks like he's still in quite a lot of trouble. So there's a lot of noise going on, Leigh, but the bottom line is that the scenario before Western Australia opens is, I think, for a Labor minority government at least, and as I think Jim Chalmers mentioned, there is still possibly the scope for them to creak over the line, but that's much harder to say. OK,
Laura, thank you. WA will be coming online in the not-too-distant future, but we have reporter Jake Sturmer standing by in the seat of Swan. Jake, what are the issues at play there?
Well, Leigh, Swan is very much, you've got quite a mix of voters in this seat. You've got the affluent side of South Perth, but also some of the more working class people in sort of the southeastern suburbs. But this is an inner city electorate, and one of three that the Labor Party is certainly hoping to pick up. And as we go to air tonight, WA is becoming increasingly important. The Labor Party has spent a lot of time and a lot of its focus on WA as part of its election narrative. The campaign of the Labor Party was launched here in Western Australia, and the party is hoping that some of the popularity that Premier Mark McGowan has, the high levels of support that he has, will rub off on Anthony Albanese. Now we're about to find out if Labor's strategy and bet on Western Australia is about to pay off. It's hoping to pick up the seats of Swan, where I am, but also Pearce and Hasluck. Those Swan and Pearce seats are considered to be more in play because they have retiring Liberal MPs, and it's a fresh contest between two new faces on both sides of the spectrum. But Prime Minister Scott Morrison has spent quite a bit of time here as well. He made the quite extraordinary decision to spend the final day of his campaign here doing a blitz on the seats of Swan, Pearce and Hasluck, but also the marginal Labor-held seat of Cowan, held by just 0.9%. Now, that's something that the Liberals will need to pick up if they're to offset any of the losses that are seen, certainly potentially here in Western Australia, but that we've already seen on the East Coast.
Jake, thank you very much. Let's go now to David Speers in the virtual tally room.
Leigh, thank you. Here's the state of play at the moment. More seats being coloured in as more projections are made. Now, just come with me. I want to show you this one because one of our panellists tonight will be pretty keen to see it, and that's the seat of Sydney. Very safe Labor territory, but Tanya Plibersek holds on in the seat of Sydney. No great surprise there. What we're seeing, though, and remember, we're looking to see which of the seats change colour. At the moment, on the Labor side, none have changed colour. Now, you've been talking about Gilmore, which certainly the Liberals are still hopeful they can pick up, and we're yet to see some of the West Australian seats filled in either way. But have a look over this side of the board, and this is where we're starting to see the story told. Labor now have picked up 4 from the Liberals. Robertson on the New South Wales Central Coast, Reid in Sydney, Higgins, Katie Allen's seat in Melbourne, and Chisholm in Melbourne as well. They're doing well in a few of the other seats as well, but they're the ones so far projected. Remember, Labor needs 7. They need a net gain of 7 seats to get to a majority. There are 4 in their column so far. Those West Australian seats like Swan, Pearce, Hasluck, we'll see some early results coming in soon from the West. So they may build on those 4. 7 gets them to a majority. But as everyone's been saying now over the last half hour or so, Labor certainly on track for, at the very least, a minority government tonight. But the other big stories you've been talking about is what's happening in these with these teal independents taking on moderate Liberals, because I want to show you, this will demonstrate, while we've got to be cautious, and for the reasons Antony's explained, we need to be cautious about calling them. We're not yet. Just to remind you, Wentworth, Kooyong, North Sydney, Goldstein, Mackellar and Curtin in the west. But we can show you, and this is quite dramatic, what's happened to the Liberal vote across these so-called teal seats, because this will really tell you the story, what we're looking at tonight. Let's start with Kooyong. Let's have a look at how much that Liberal vote has dropped, and it's down nearly 6% in Josh Frydenberg's seat of Kooyong. What about Goldstein, Tim Wilson's seat? It's down a whopping 12.1%, the Liberal primary vote. In North Sydney, Trent Zimmerman's seat, again, a whopping 13.4% plunge in the Liberal vote. In Wentworth, not as bad, but still a 7% drop for Dave Sharma there. Mackellar, Jason Falinski's vote down 12.6%. And in Curtin, we're yet to see results come through from the West in that seat in Perth. But that really demonstrates for you just how dramatically the Liberal primary vote has plunged across these so-called teal seats. Not calling them yet, but you can see the story being told there. Tony Barry, let me ask you, how would you describe what you're seeing there in this once Liberal heartland?
Well, it's a teal bath. And I've got a feeling it's going to get worse before it gets worse. So what it says to me is the Liberals have lost their base. And we're seeing in the other sort of segments we're looking at, such as the mortgage belt seats, we don't seem to have a natural constituency anymore. That's my big take out of the results.
You don't see the Liberal Party having a natural constituency anymore?
Well, the teal seats are our base. They're basically, you know, if not lost, inevitably lost eventually. And we haven't performed particularly well in the outer suburbs.
Is this an existential question now for the Liberal Party then, as to who the party is trying to represent?
Well, it needs to repitch itself. It needs to sort of redefine, go back to its original roots, and the aspirational class, the outer suburbs. Housing affordability is the political fault line in Australia right now, and I think we've overlooked that. And the great thing about housing affordability, which I think is impacting enormously, is you can't create conservatives if they've got nothing to conserve. So if you don't have a house, own a house, you know, you've got nothing to conserve. And that's, I think, something that we've missed, and Labor, but that is our natural constituency. We need to get back to that.
Richard Brennan, let me bring you in here. Tell us about these teal seats and the issues that we saw through Vote Compass that were really playing strongly in those parts of Australia.
We spoke to a lot of voters in these seats, and the number one issue, climate change, global warming. That's what we heard over and over again. Now, let's take a look at this, David. This is some of those teal seats. Now, I'm sure none of us want to hear the word teal ever again after this campaign. But here are these seats, and you can see the yellow dot there is the national average for concern about climate change, which is around about 25%. In Kooyong and Goldstein, up around 40%, David. So we know that so many voters in those seats were going to the booths, going to the polls today and earlier, concerned about climate change.
Far more than the national average. What other issues were at play there?
Well, it was a very simple campaign run by a lot of the independent candidates on climate change, accountability and transparency. And when we look at this graph just behind you, the yellow dot there, the national average, so not hugely above the national average, although you can see in Mackellar quite a bit there ahead on government accountability, so also a key concern for voters in the teal seats.
All right, Bridget, thank you. So, Leigh, that does tell us about why those teal seats are going the way they are. Climate change, obviously, we all knew it, but you can see it in the data there, a far greater concern in those parts of Australia than the national average.
Thank you, David. I just wanted to let everyone know Tanya Plibersek's left us briefly so that she can go and address constituents in her seat, which she has retained this election. While she's gone, Richard Marles, the Deputy Labor leader, is standing by in Geelong, so we can go to him with any questions we might have. So thank you very much, Richard, for hanging about when you could be standing there having a beer, I can see, with everyone behind you.
Yes, be nice to have a beer.
Well,
I've got my water.
Just get one anyway. Just get one anyway. I wanted to talk about, with the panel, issues that have perhaps been under the radar that could explain maybe some of what we're seeing. I got a text message. I'm from Queensland. I got a text message from a friend who lives in Brisbane, and I just want to read it out to illustrate something. He says, "Re Griffith going green. It's my seat here in Brisbane. It's not about climate change. It's It's about the candidate Max Chandler-Mather running a really strong anti-aircraft noise campaign. Since the last election, a new runway opened, exposing many more well-heeled constituents to aircraft noise. Neither major party candidate would commit to a curfew. The Greens candidate did. Now, I wonder if this goes to an issue which is micro issues which fly underneath the radar of the things that are on the big picture, you know, sort of scope, such as climate change, cost of living, housing affordability, that when you're seeing an election that's coming down to a lot of by-elections, if it's actually about individual local issues that are not apparent to people who don't live in those areas.
And this is, safe seats are incredibly vulnerable to this, right? Because you've got a kind of an orthodoxy between the two major parties with, well, I won't promise that and you won't promise that because it's too hard, i.e., you know, controlling or shutting down aircraft movements over Griffith, you know, would be one of those issues. You've got an independent candidate that says, well, I promise I'll do something about that. Now, are the Greens going to be able to shut down aircraft movements over Griffith? I'd be extremely surprised unless, you know, minority government negotiations get extremely specific. But this is what's going on the whole of tonight, everywhere we look. State by state, the movements of the vote between the two major parties and away from the two major parties is different. So, for instance, in Victoria, there's a 5% swing against the coalition and a 5% swing against the ALP. And it goes all over the place. Greens, UAP, One Nation, and 4% to others. So that will be all of these different candidates in individual seats. And then you've got, in Queensland, a 5% swing against the coalition, but Labor remaining around about even. And in Tassie, it's unbelievable. Like, there's a big swing against Labor. It looks like the coalition is going to hang on to Bass and Braddon and maybe even get Lyons. Now, you know, maybe the PM should have tackled a few more school kids. It just seems to be working.
Hold those thoughts. Anthony wants to talk to us about something.
Let me go. I'm just trying to find where I am. It's just McKellar in the northern suburbs. Jason Flinski's vote, it just has not budged above 40% all night. That's where it's stuck. And the independent Sophie Scompes is on 39. There's 8% with the Labor Party, 6% with the Greens. The preferences are flowing 70% to Scompes from the other candidates. All the other candidates in totals, it's 70% to Sophie Scompes. And unless Jason Falinski can get his vote up to 43, 44, he can't win that seat. And everything we've got, all our projections are 40. It's just not budged all night. So unless there's something dramatic in the postal votes, and to be honest, I don't see that happening, we've just pulled the bar on it and given the seat to Sophie Scompes in McKellar and Jason Falinski defeated. Now, you know, if I'm proved wrong, fine. I've explained all of everything I've done here, but everything we are seeing says in McKellar that Jason Falinski's falling short.
And what about those other teal seats in New South Wales? I mean, what do you think at this stage about Wentworth and about North Sydney?
North Sydney is the other one I'm a bit doubtful on, but it's unclear whether the Independent or Labor's finishing second. If the Independent finishes second, I think Trent Zimmerman's defeated. But if Labor finishes second, I'm not so sure he is.
I hear too, Anthony, that scrutiny is for Allegra Spender are so confident they're going to win there, they're actually heading off to the party early. So there you go.
There's scrutineers. Postal votes.
Simon, when you're looking at numbers like that, is it right that you are losing your base?
Well, I think it's a clear problem that we are losing seats that are heartland seats that have defined the Liberal Party for generations. And so if we lose those seats, and it's not certain that we will, but there is clearly a big movement against us and there is clearly a big message in it. And we need to heed that message because forming government in the future without winning those sorts of seats is a next to impossible task. Now, we're seeing Labor potentially in the territory where they have to form coalition with the Greens to be able to get to a government. We want to make sure that we're, in the future, not having to form ad hoc coalitions. We need to get the Liberal Party seen as being back in touch with the values of those constituencies and ensuring that people who should hold Liberal values associate with the Liberal Party.
Simon Birmingham, can I just ask you about this pattern that we've observed about seats with large populations of Chinese-born or Chinese-speaking constituents? You see that Bennelong and Reid are in strife. Is it a problem that you have a Defence Minister who told Australians to be prepared for war early on in the campaign? Sydney Today, a Chinese-language newspaper, reported that a lot of Chinese-born Australians found that confronting and put them off to a huge degree. Is that what's going on here, do you think?
I think there's been a challenge there, Annabelle Moore, for a couple of years. I wouldn't ascribe that to any particular statement during the course of the campaign. I think it is one that since we've got into this much more difficult environment with China, and as Trade Minister previously, I well recall the challenges that tension grew and built.
Sure, but prepare for war is sort of on the incendiary end of, you know, diplomatic language, don't you think?
I'm not saying those comments help, but nor do I think it's just that flicks it. I think there has been a gradual emergence of tension and issue there that reflects the ongoing tension in the relationship. Now, as government, we've been at the forefront of having to justify and explain that tension, and it has been difficult, both with some colleagues, but also with some media reporting, to distinguish between the argument between the government of Australia and the government of China versus the Chinese people. And we've always tried to make sure we reinforce that it's not with the Chinese people, and certainly not with Chinese diaspora in Australia. But you can see from, as I say, elements of reporting and language that they aren't always helpful.
Highly diplomatic answer.
That's why I was Trade Minister.
Can I bring in Laura Tingle? Laura, we've heard Antony Green say that there's not really a path for the Liberals to get to 70 that he can see. So there's a tricky problem here because there's the Quad meeting on Monday. I mean, who's the Prime Minister? Who goes to that on Monday?
Well, there's been a lot of debate about that. Anthony Albanese says if it's not clear that they should both go. At this stage, you'd have to say it's not clear that the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, is going to be able to continue as Prime Minister on these numbers just because he won't be able to form a majority government. And certainly there's a question about, and the more likely scenario is a Labor majority government. So the question is whether there's some sort of caretaker arrangement made about this in the meantime and both of them go. Partly, I think it'll probably depend a bit on how sort of solid the number is by the end of tonight.
Richard Marles, how do you think that should be resolved?
Oh, look, I think we've got to see where we get to, really, not just by the end of tonight.
So you want the IFB to go to my phone?
During the course of tomorrow. But we were really clear that this was going to be a long night and a complicated night by virtue of the number of people who voted pre-poll. And so I think a lot of the results that we're seeing at the moment are going to get clarified tomorrow. And so I reckon we're going to be in a clearer position by lunchtime tomorrow. So I think there's a way to go before we need to worry about that. But clearly, we do need to be thinking that through.
OK, thank you very much. What we're going to do now is run through some seats in South Australia and the Northern Territory and also Tasmania. Anthony, let's start with Boothby.
Yes, we're busy scrambling together some figures here at the moment because it's a bit of a movable feast at the moment. Nicole Fentz retiring, Rachel Swift is the new Liberal candidate, international medical consultant. And Louise Muller-Frost is a former Chief Executive Officer of the St Vincent de Paul in South Australia. Joe Dyer is the head of the Adelaide Riders Week, a very highly qualified collection of women candidates in a marginal seat. So I think whichever Rachel Swift or Louise Muller-Frost wins will be an addition to the House of Representatives, in my view. But at the moment, let's see who's winning. We've got Labor ahead at 2.9% swing. We're not calling that at the moment. We've got 33 of the 55 polling places. We've got the Liberal Party's projected to be slightly better on first preferences than that. And at the moment, let me see, we've got 20 polling places with a count, 2.9% swing. That remains rightly in doubt at this stage. But that's a better position for the Labor Party than the Liberal Party.
OK, Sturt, Christopher Pyne's old seat. The Liberal there is James Stephens on a margin of 6.9%, and he was being challenged by Sonia, I think it's Barham?
Barham, she's... James Stephens is well ahead there on first preferences, but look at the Green vote there, 18%. So that's boosting Labor's numbers. And at the moment, when you look at the two-party preferred in that contest, what we're producing is 50.1% and a 6.9% swing. So there'll be a lot of counting to come. That's 13 of the 52 polling places with preferences. So Sturt remains in doubt.
Lingiari in the Northern Territory. Warren Snowden, the very long-standing MP there, is retiring. Marion Scrimge's contesting it for the Labor Party with Damien Ryan for the CLP.
Just before I mention this, I will mention the other seat, Solomon, has been safely retained by Labor. So Lingiari is the one in doubt. Now, I'm keeping this one blocked in, and a simple reason is at the moment Damien Ryan's ahead, Marion Scrimshaw on 34.9, the Greens on 13.2%. We'll show our projected number at the moment. There's a key difference between Lingiari and every other electorate in the country, and that is that 40% of its population is Indigenous, and most of them live in traditional homelands. The vote you get, we've got the vote from Alice Springs, Katherine, Litchfield Shire, the edges of Palmerston. Warren Snowden polled much better there than the Labor Party would traditionally do in those areas, because he was very well known. He's represented the Northern Territory since 1987. And what's happened is that his retirement means they may not do as well in those polling places, but the remote polling places heavily favour Labor, and depending on the amount of turnout and how much work is done, that may turn around the vote in the other communities. So Lingiari, the polling place matching is not very useful in that district. You tend to have to wait for all the votes to be counted. So we've got a lock on that seat. It's down to 55.5 for the Labor Party. If I lifted that lock at the moment, that would give it to the Labor Party. But I distrust using that method of matched polling places in the Northern Territory because, I mean, for a start, the remote mobile booths don't always go to the same places every time. So for Lingiari, I want to see all the votes in before I will lift that bar on that seat.
OK, Bass. Bass is in Tasmania. We've spoken about it a little bit tonight. Bridget Archer, the sitting Liberal MP, Ross Hart running for the ALP.
Well, at the moment, it looks like Bridget Archer has dodged the ejector seat, that she's broken the curse of Bass. There's only one other member that's been re-elected in that seat since 1993. And at the moment, I'd say Bridget Archer, who's built quite a considerable profile over the last year by standing against her own government on several issues, has been rewarded in the electorate of Bass. Bass has been becoming, is quite a conservative electorate in state politics. And it seems that it may be shifting that way in federal politics. But Bridget Archer, she's well ahead there, and we believe that she will go on to retain that seat, and she will become the first member in 20 years to be re-elected in Bass. And
as you say, showing that independence from the government probably helped. Braddon, also in Tasmania, Gavin Pearce, the sitting Liberal MP, being challenged by Chris Lynch from the ALP.
He's had a very good result, Gavin Pearce. No, Chris Lynch had some past history dragged up during the election campaign, which didn't work well for him. Jackie Lambie Network's got 9.6. Craig Garland, 8.7. I should say Jackie Lambie Network's directed preferences to Labor in some of these seats, in both of those northern seats. But we've got preference counts and the swing is still flowing through. So on those numbers, we're seeing a 4.7% swing, and Gavin Pearce will retain Braddon.
Lions, let's take a look. OK, Brian Mitchell, the sitting Labor MP on 5.2%, being challenged by Susie Bauer.
Yeah, well, we've got here, I was getting a couple of messages to some seats I haven't looked at for a moment. Lions, this is a very close contest. Susie Bauer is ahead. Brian Mitchell there on just under 30%. Jackie Lambie Network and the Greens both on about 10. One Nation, UAP. What we're seeing there is, let's look at the two-party preferred. 50.6 for Labor, a 4.6% swing to the coalition. Labor's ahead, that remains in doubt. We've got 53 of the 78 polling places, the centres coming in tonight counted, and that's what's happening. I've got a couple of emails, SMSs from the Electoral Commission. A couple of these seats we've dealt with. They've stopped their preference count in Cowper, Killare, because the Independent's second, Griffith, Ryan and McNamara, because it's unclear who's finished second. And if I can just open my phone, because I just got a message, they have also stopped the preference count in Richmond, which I haven't looked at, in Wannon and in Hinkler. Hinkler, they were counting to an independent who's clearly not going to finish second. So that's quite an amazing result. But I'll have a go and look at Richmond and Wannon at this stage.
So what does that mean, Antony, that they've stopped doing that?
That they picked the wrong candidates to count preferences to, or it's completely unclear. In some of these seats, it's so unclear who's finished second and third, they just stop doing the preference count because it's just misleading. I see what's happened in Richmond. Currently, the Greens are on track to win Richmond. No, that's not correct. Actually, let me bring up Richmond, and people will immediately see what I'm talking about. Richmond. Now, it's up in the north of the state. Now, this is it's on the edge. Parts of it were affected by the floods recently. Now, let's look at the first preference votes, and you'll see what I mean. The Greens are on 28, Labor's on 27, the Nationals on 21. We've got 7 for the LDP. Now, national preferences, I expect, will favour Labor, and that will help Labor win the seat. So I would say at the moment, I think our formulas are working out the Greens win. I can understand why the Election Commission stopped preference candidates. They've clearly got the wrong pairing. I am going on the basis that probably 60% of at least national preferences will flow to Labor. I haven't seen their how to vote card, but I'm presuming that if that's the case, Justine Elliott will hold on. But that's a remarkable result. Nobody over 30%.
Antony, thank you. Let's go back to David Speers at the other end of the studio in the virtual tally room.
Leigh, thank you. Here's the state of play on the tally board right now. If we start over on the Labor side, we're still yet to see any of them turn blue. Yes, the Liberals still hopeful in places like Gilmore, Lyons, Lingiari, you were just talking about. And we yet to see the Western Australian seat results come in for Labor, but still none of them have turned blue just yet on our projections. But on this side, we've still got Labor having picked up 4, Chisholm, Higgins, Reid and Robertson. Remember, Labor needs a net gain of 7 seats for a majority government to get to 76 seats. But with 4 gains, they're certainly on track for a minority, and we're yet to see further results where they are ahead, and places like Deakin and Boothby and the West Australian seats are yet to come in. Swan, Pearce, Hasluck, where Labor's hopeful as well. So that's the state of play at the moment. But I want to show you something really worth looking at in the results we're seeing tonight, and that's Victoria. Now, Victoria, of course, second biggest state in terms of the number of seats in play tonight after New South Wales. And the Liberals are having a bit of a shocker tonight in Victoria. Here are 4 of the most marginal Liberal-held seats, or they were Liberal-held seats heading into tonight. Chisholm and Higgins already gone. Casey they've held. Deakin, Michael Sukkar's seat, still very much in play. Let's have a look at the swings that are happening in those most marginal Liberal seats in Victoria and how they compare to the national swing, because this is quite revealing. 2.2% is the national swing at the moment towards Labor. But have a look at what's going on in these seats. In Chisholm, it's a whopping 6.8% swing to Labor against the Liberals. In Higgins, 6.1%. In Casey, it's not so dramatic. You can see there, in fact, it's less than the national swing. In Deakin, again, another huge swing of 4.7%, well beyond that national average. So what does this tell us? Let's go to Tony Barry and Cos Samaras for some thoughts on this, because in Victoria right now at this point of the night, you'd have to say, in fact, Cos, how do I start with you? How would you describe what we're seeing happen to the Liberal Party in Victoria?
I think in particular Melbourne has become the epicentre of the Liberal Party's problem with regards to this election. Female professional voters in this country have obviously swung really heavily against the coalition, but you can see that the consequences of that in some of these seats in Melbourne in particular. You have to drive 50 kilometres out from Melbourne CBD to get to the Liberal Party's now safest seat, which is Latrobe.
So inner urban Melbourne, you think, is the biggest problem nationally for the Liberal Party right now?
That's right. And at the epicentre of it are professional women in this country.
All right. Tony, what do you read into these results?
Well, it's been 2004 was the last time the Liberal Party in a federal election got over 50% 2PP in Victoria. So it's always underperformed relative to the rest of the country. But this is next level disaster. And you know, we're looking at a lot of seats that Casey, I don't think has been lost for decades, should hold. You know, the caveat of course is there's still a lot of postals to come in.
Deakin's in trouble.
Deakin's in trouble. There's a lot of seats and of course the teal seats. So there's obviously more than just socio-economic problems and our base problems that we've discussed earlier. There's also the structural problems of the Victorian division. And it's just as dysfunctional as the New South Wales division of the Liberal Party, but without the culture of winning. And
just explain that for people who won't know what you're talking about in terms of the dysfunction in the Liberal Party in Victoria that you're referring to.
Well, in New South Wales, it's obvious the must-win seats, including Bennelong, which was an incumbent seat. We didn't have a candidate in the field until a week out from the election. The Victorian division has underperformed at a state level and a federal level for decades now. And it simply does not have the professionalism, the values-based communications that it requires, and it's going to get worse before it gets worse.
Well, Leigh, that tells you a bit of the story there in Victoria. It does appear to be one of the worst performing states for the Liberals tonight. David,
while I've got you, what is your overall read of the big picture and what we're seeing?
Look, the overall read at the moment is, as we were talking about earlier, yes, a lot of patchiness and votes going away from the major parties, but where we're heading towards, in terms of who's going to form government, you'd have to say we're heading towards a Labor government. Minority or majority, we don't know, but as you were discussing earlier, very hard, well, impossible to see the coalition forming majority, and a struggle for them to even form a minority on what we're seeing so far. Western Australia, well, we'll start to see some results soon, and that could hold the key in terms of telling us exactly what government is going to look like by tomorrow.
OK, David, thank you. Richard Marles, can I come to you and ask you about something? Anthony Albanese said on the 22nd of February, sorry, just I need my glasses, so you'll have to just bear with me, sorry. If we win government, we will implement our plan, not negotiate with fringe groups, and I won't be negotiating or doing deals with the Greens after the election. So where does that leave you?
Well, that's exactly where we're at. We've made that clear from day one. What we took to the Australian people is what we'll take to the Parliament of Australia.
Yeah, but if it's a hung parliament
and we're very clear about that.
Sorry to interrupt. If it's a hung parliament, you're in a minority, you have to negotiate.
Well, actually, ultimately, the questions you're asking of me in that scenario are really questions for the crossbench. I mean, we're making our position very clear about the policies that we've taken to the Australian people, and they are the policies that we will take to the Parliament. In that event, it'll be a matter for the crossbench to determine where they sit in respect of our propositions versus those of the government. Now, you know, if you look at action on climate change, for example, there is a very clear difference between ourselves and the Morrison government.
Richard Marles, sorry to interrupt
in relation to action on climate change.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to go to Trent Zimmerman in North Sydney, who is conceding.
Also, our incredible successes and work as a government and as a member for North Sydney in delivering better services and infrastructure to our community across this incredible, wonderful part of Sydney. So like many elections, as we've seen,
politics that said they, a refugee on Manus, is just as important.
Sorry, not sure what's going on there with Trent Zimmerman. We've lost that feed. Are we going to be able to get it back, do we think? And Antony, can you just have a look at North Sydney to see if he was indeed conceding?
Yeah, let's have a look at North Sydney. North Sydney is another one of the seats which I'm... my brain's burning a little bit. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, we've burnt out the green brain. It's not even 10 o'clock.
North Sydney, let's have a look at the first preferences. At the moment, what's happening is Labor is gliding down to third place. If Labor is in third place, we are getting a preference count between Trent Zimmerman and Carly Tink, and from 37%, Trent Zimmerman can't win.
OK, we've got him back now, apparently, so let's try to go back.
But we'll see in the next few days what the outcome is likely to be. But can I say, though, that when we look at these results across electorates like mine, and across Sydney, and across other states, and Brisbane and Victoria, there will be clearly lessons for the Liberal Party that we need to learn. We need to ensure that we as a party and as a government are representing the aspirations and views of our great metropolitan areas, which represent so much of the economic activity of our nation, the creativity of our nation, the capacity of our nation. And we have
Unfortunately, we're having a very bad audio issue there with Trent Zimmerman, so we can't hear what he was saying. But as Antony said, that is unwinnable for him from there. That is a very big blow for the coalition.
It is a devastating blow on the discussion we were having earlier about Liberals whose values, I believe, is what their electorates are looking for, but are being punished because the party and they are being punished by association with candidates in adjacent seats. And in Trent's case, there is no more adjacent seat than North Sydney and Warringah. So you're seeing a real contagion effect, as I put it earlier there, and that's a devastating blow because it is people like Trent who we need to make sure the party rebuilds the vote in the communities that we have clearly lost and the voters we've clearly lost. And yet we're going to be missing some of those crucial people.
The swing against him is something like 13%. Are you blaming all of that on Catherine Deves?
No, of course not. There's a raft of factors, I'm sure, at play, and they all have compounding effects. I don't think you can ever put these things down to a single element, and clearly debates on issues like climate, where, again, Trent was at the forefront of arguing the position to achieve net zero by 2050 as a coalition position, and has been very consistent in his advocacy But clearly that personal approach has not been sufficient to withstand the very strong campaign that the independents have waged.
Senator Birmingham, like what you're seeing though as a pattern tonight is you're seeing Liberal men who, in many cases, are ideologically not that different from the women who are replacing them in these traditionally safe Liberal seats. How much does this have to do with the issue that the government has had with women going back years, but intensely so in the last 12 months?
Annabelle, I think gender clearly is a factor in this, and it's a factor you could see if you went back to the South Australian state election. Every seat the Liberal Party lost was lost to a female candidate, and so there's a real challenge there for us to make sure we have...
Time to start pre-selecting some more women?
Absolutely. That is a very clear message that the electorate is sending us, but we can't just say that pre-selecting more women is sufficient. And we're seeing that Katie Allen, for example, is in trouble, and Fiona Martin, for example, is in trouble. These are two outstanding women who, again, are crucial to where the Liberal Party stands and sits as a party. And so without them, the rebuild task becomes harder. But they are exactly the type of people that we need to make sure we're winning back as candidates and as voters.
How helpful was the Prime Minister's blokey style of campaigning? You know, he even defined himself as a bulldozer in the period, like the first month of the campaign. He heavily visited manufacturing facilities and so on. I mean, the campaign had a very tradies...
Annabelle, sorry, can you hold that thought? We need to go to Antony Green, who has some breaking news.
Yep. Well, I think there's been some confusion here. What I'm going to start talking about is Goldstein first. Tim Wilson up against Zoe Daniels. Someone thought I was about to say someone's been elected Premier. I don't know what he was. I'll get onto that in a moment, but I need to do two things first. Tim Wilson, 38%. Zoe Daniels, 36%, 11% with the Labor Party, 8% with the Greens. Tim Wilson's vote is going to at most be 40%. He's well short of getting there. We have the change in votes occurred. The Liberal vote's down 12%, the Labor vote down 19%, and the Independents got 36%. We have a preference count in. There's a 14% swing. The Independents on 56.6 on 27 of the 42 counting centres. I just can't see that turning around, so we're declaring that Zoe Daniels, let me go to this page here, Zoe Daniels will be the new member for Indi. I don't think our computer, I've currently got a suppression on that, but at the moment I can't see how Zoe Daniels doesn't win and Tim Wilson is likely to be defeated. Now, the next thing I wanted to do was I need to go to the home button here, and then I need to go to the primary vote, which is our national figures. But what I wanted to do was look at some very early figures from Western Australia with 5.5% counted. LNP, 34 point for Liberal on 34, Labor 35, Greens 13. Look at the change in vote this Western Australia. Now, there's no Western Australian seats factored into the equation at the moment, and the Liberal coalition vote's down 10%, Labor's up 4%, the others on 3.7%, and there's an 8.4% swing. These are very early figures. But if anything like that occurs, then Labor's going to win a seat or two in Western Australia. And if I draw the chamber at the moment, what's our bottom of... I can't see our bottom of frame at the moment, so I'll have to go back to the chamber. The House of Representatives, let's fill in the seats which we're giving away at the moment. We've got Labor on 69, because some of those WA figures have started to come in and pop through. The Coalition on 47, 1 Green, 7 others. We'll factor in a few more... Sorry, I hit the wrong button. It's the first time all night I've hit the wrong button, but there you go. We'll do it right at this moment. If we're looking at the seats which are likely, so adding some extras, we've now got Labor to 70. Now, that doesn't factor in, there's several seats there which the Greens could well win. It hasn't factored any changes from Western Australia yet. So I think Labor is very close to getting a majority or falling short if they govern with the Greens, if they talk to the Greens or the other crossbenchers. But the coalition's still only got 48 seats. Now, sure, they may pick up some WA seats, but they're just not going to get to 65, let alone 75. So at the moment, I would say the coalition can't form government on the results we're seeing. Now, that's not necessarily that Labor's going to form government. It's not clear that Labor will reach a majority. It's clear the coalition won't reach a majority, and I'm not sure what they can cobble together to try and govern. So I would say the coalition government has been defeated, but at this stage, it's not clear what sort of Labor government we will get. And I think there's more counting to come. But at the moment, with Labor having reached 70, and some of those seats involving the Greens and Labor may fall to one or the other, then the coalition can't win from this position. And partly it's because of the number of seats they've lost to the crossbench and a number of key marginal seats. The key marginal seats everyone was watching, some of them have gone with. And just looking at Victoria, McEwen and Corangamite, we heard an awful lot about. Labor's got swings to them in both of those seats. Deakin, there's a big swing to Labor. It's in doubt. Chisholm looks like a Labor victory. Higgins is a Labor victory. Kooyong is in doubt. There's nothing there to happen. And just also, the Nationals have held Nichols. The Liberals will probably hold Wannon, but an Independent's finished second there. And as I said, Kaupo is a little unclear whether the Nationals can hold that seat. So it's going to be a potpourri. It's going to be a menagerie. Well, I won't call it a menagerie because most of these people are quite reasonable. Menageries are animals. But it's going to be a very... Well, actually, most of that crossbench that's coming in are actually quite qualified and intelligent people. So it's going to be a very interesting parliament. I will say one other thing. If I go to the primary vote, now, the coalition's on 36, they will have a lower vote in the Senate. Labor on 30%. Labor will pick up 2 seats in every state. The coalition will pick up 2 in most states, but struggle to 3 in more than half the states. The Greens will get 1 seat in every state and reach 12. And I've got some very early, let me go to the chamber, some very early, go away. I've got to do this. Some very early Senate figures. This is always a bit dangerous to do, but the ACT, I haven't got the percentage count, but the Liberal Party on the current count is below David Pocock. So on those numbers, there's a potential that Zed Seselja would be defeated in the Senate. Long way to go in the counting, but that affects the balance of power. But on those first preference votes in the lower house, I have no idea what the composition of the Senate will be. And it may well be that both chambers are actually going to be quite difficult to govern with.
OK, thank you, Anthony. We've been talking about the seat of Fowler, where Christina Keneally, the member, well, not currently the member, but running for the Labor Party, has been in trouble. She's been addressing the party faithful. Let's have a listen.
Oh, friends, thank you so much for that incredibly warm welcome. And thank you so much for your amazing work on this campaign. Thank you. Yeah. Now, I know that we are here tonight to have a celebration, and yet, as we are here, gathered this evening, it's not entirely clear yet the result in Fowler. And I do want to congratulate Di Lee and Courtney Nguyen on the campaigns that they ran. Friends, we're all here tonight because we believe that Australia deserves, indeed, that Australia deserves and needs a better future. And that better future is a Labor government. You know, when I gave my first inaugural speech in 2003 in the New South Wales Parliament, I spoke about the 3 passions that motivated my political career, and I know that so many of you share those. A passion for social justice, the importance of community, and never wasting a moment or a day to live life with energy and enthusiasm to make a difference in this world. Those values are as true today as they were 20 years ago.
You'd have to imagine that Labor might be regretting not choosing a local candidate.
Absolutely. Chris Hayes, the outgoing member, he was thoroughly supportive of Tu Lee getting the gig there, and they brought in a lady from Scotland Island, and they're paying the price.
Well, it's the price for a factional brawl. Essentially, there were 2 right-wingers going for the last winnable spot in the Senate. They couldn't both win. Nobody wanted to sack either of them, and so an alternative had to be found for Christina Keneally, and so she was shunted into the seat of Fowler, a highly inappropriate seat, probably, but it seemed like a sensible thing to do because the seat is so safe that we can do that. And what we're seeing across the board again and again is that people are sick of having their voting support taken for granted.
It shows people are really engaged. They recognise what's happening around them, taken for granted.
Well, they also saw a member of their community, being Thule, who was at that point going to be pre-selected for the seat, being treated in a terrible way, very disrespectful. And this is a population responding by supporting a former Liberal candidate. So.
Let me bring you in, Laura. We heard Antony say before that it looks like it's, you know, the government has lost the election, but he can't say that Labor's won the election, and we don't quite know, you know, what the government is going to look like. Richard Marles said before, we're not negotiating on our policy agenda, we're not negotiating with the Greens and so forth. So then what are the options here for how Australia is governed?
Well, everybody always says that they're not for negotiation, but I think nobody actually believes that, Leigh. Look, I think we've still got to wait. There is a possibility that that Labor will get very close to a majority in its own right. There's a chance it could pick up certainly two seats in the West, and that will be getting it very, very close. I think I'd just like to make a couple of other observations, though, Leigh. One of them is about the nature of the coalition as it's shaping up, which is something we can say a bit more about with a little bit more confidence. One of the things that's happened is that we've got the government, as you say, is not going to be in a position to be forming a government next time round. Josh Frydenberg looks like he's in deep trouble in Kooyong, and Peter Dutton isn't. But the other thing that's happened is that the Nationals have not lost any of their seats. The independent Rob Priestley gave it a red-hot go in the seat of Nichols in Victoria, but it doesn't look like he's going to win. So what you're seeing is a peeling off of seats, a loss of seats by the Liberals and the LNP in Queensland to Labor and to the Greens and to Independents. So the ratio of the Liberal Party to the National Party is just changing really, really dramatically as we go through the evening. That's going to completely change the nature of that relationship. It's likely that Scott Morrison would not survive as leader of the party, leader of the coalition, and that Peter Dutton, if Josh Frydenberg is knocked out, would be there. So these are dramatic changes in our politics happening before our eyes. But I'd also just say, in addition to that, one of the things that's interesting is that 6 or 7 months ago we were talking about this being an election fought in the coal seats. Labor has held on to the seat of Hunter by the looks of things, and is also in a pretty good position in the seat of Flynn. I don't think I haven't looked at it again in the last few minutes, but it's done okay there. It wasn't a seat that the LNP has made any big gains on, shall we say. There's been a swing to Labor, even if they don't win. So I think that's sort of a continuation of that push towards the Teals and the Greens, right into the absolute heartland of those coal seats that were supposed to be the ones that were, you know, so vulnerable.
Thank you, Laura. Antony, you want to clarify some of your points?
Look, I'll just go back to the chamber again, just to show that. Let's. I'll go straight to the seats we're pretty confident of, and there's a few WA seats coming through. Labor's now on 72. The Coalition's on 49, the Greens 2. We just gave Ryan to the Greens. So the Greens are on 2. Labor is 72. You need 76 seats to govern. There are 11 members of the crossbench, most of whom support action on climate change. If Labor falls short and it wants to form government, it can talk to the Greens or it can talk to the crossbench. If Labor does fall short, they'll be pleased about one thing. There is 2 blocks on the crossbench to talk to. They don't have to just talk to the Greens. Now, the Senate will be a different position, but the Labor Party, if it does fall short, will be comfortable to have a very large crossbench. But it's very difficult. I've got the Coalition can get to about 60 seats at the moment, and the WA figures
So,
are coming.
Antony, just to be clear, Labor's 72 there doesn't include Swan?
Look, I'd have to sit and go through all those numbers. The WA figures are coming in, which is why it's just started to go up.
OK.
But that's just to clarify that the coalition cannot get into government. They are too far away from majority government. They would need to get all of the crossbench on side, and the National Party just wouldn't have a bar. It reminds me of, I think, when Jeff Kennett lost his majority. In the end, Jeff Kennett could have tried to negotiate with the crossbench, but the National Party just wanted to walk away. Well, so I think that may be one of the things that prevents the coalition trying to form government.
Well, the Greens obviously are not going to agree to form government with the coalition. So, OK, Zoe Daniels is claiming victory in Goldstein. Let's have a listen.
Team Zoe. Thank you so much. What we have achieved here is extraordinary. Safe Liberal seat, two-term incumbent, independent. A 100 or so years ago, there was a woman called Vida Goldstein. She was an internationally renowned suffragist. She was the first Australian in the Oval Office. She ran as an independent several times because she was so independent that she couldn't bring herself to run for either of the major parties. Vida was not elected. This seat is in her name. And today I take her rightful place.
Zoe Daniels there claiming victory in the Victorian seat of Goldstein, a loss for the Liberal Party, a devastating loss for the Liberal Party, one of their blue ribbon seats. Let's go to David Speers in his virtual tally room.
Well, thanks, Leigh. This really tells you the story of what we're seeing at this point in the night. Still no losses on the Labor side. Still a couple that are to be decided. Gilmore in particular, McNamara as well. But the damage is being done over on this side of the board more and more. And now that we start to get some results from WA as well, you can see it. So right now, the Labor Party have picked up, what is it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seats. Remember, they need a net gain of 7 seats to form a majority government. We can't say they've got there yet because of these ones that are still in doubt that could offset these gains. But, boy, Labor would be feeling increasingly comfortable about getting to a majority when you look at that. Chisholm, Boothby, Higgins, Reid, Swan in WA, Pearce in WA, Robertson on the New South Wales Central Coast. Hasluck, we're yet to see come in. There's a couple of others in WA as well that might even be in play. We need to point out too that Ryan has gone to the Greens. So the Greens have expanded their numbers to 2 in the lower house. That will matter if we do get into a hung parliament situation and we're looking at how Labor forms a minority government. North Sydney and McKellar, we have called, there it is, McKellar, we have called for the Teal independents as well. Goldstein, you just heard Zoe Daniels talking there. Look, obviously it's heading in her direction. We'll leave that to Antony Green to make the call on that one. But right now we're seeing a lot of damage done there to the Liberal Party from the Teals, but also from Labor as well. I want to just focus a little more closely on WA. The most marginal Liberal seats, well, they were Liberal seats in WA, Swan, Pearce and Hasluck. And just take a look at the swings that we're seeing there now compared to the national average, because this might show you why this is a problem, another problem state for the Liberal Party. Have a look at it. The national swing right now is 2.3% towards the Labor Party. In the seat of Swan, that swing is a whopping 13%, 10% in Pearce, and in Hasluck, another huge swing of 8%, so way beyond the national average. We always knew, didn't we, leading up to this election, that WA was a big problem, a potential problem for the Liberal Party. Well, those numbers tell the story, don't they? Much bigger swings. Yes, we're still talking about early vote counts there. In some of these seats, we're less than 10% of the vote. But if that holds up, this confirms the damage that's been done to the Liberal brand in WA. We can go back over the history as to why, but I think everyone understands why it is. And Labor campaigned very heavily there on the fact that the Morrison government initially backed the Clive Palmer challenge to the closed border. While we're in WA, let's take a look at the Labor marginal seats to see what the swing looks like in a couple of the most marginal Labor seats, Perth and Cowan. Well, they're not looking so marginal anymore, I've got to say. So that national swing still at 2.3% towards Labor. And in these Labor seats, they've really strengthened their margin, their buffer. They're now out to nearly 13% in both of those seats. Let's get some thoughts on WA. Tony Barry, to you first. How would you describe what we're seeing so far in WA?
Well, I think the wheel is turning, but the hamster is dead. So I just can't see how the electoral math will add up for the coalition at the moment. And WA has proven to be as bad as the rest of the country.
Even the prospect of a minority government's gone now, do you think, for the coalition?
I'd say so, yep.
Yep. Tony? Oh, sorry, Cos?
Yep. Basically, Western Australia is another result that points towards Scott Morrison's treatment of certain Australians, I would say. So I think the Western Australian red wave is a product of 2 years of the Prime Minister's campaign against Western Australians, basically, during the COVID lockdowns.
How much does Mark McGowan have a contribution does he make to this sort of result, do you think?
I would say his steadfast defence of that state's want to not be infected by a disease until vaccines were appropriately rolled out is, I think, telling, and you can see the results here tonight.
WA has been a stronghold for the Liberals, along with Queensland, over many elections. Does that calculation change tonight?
Absolutely. I mean, the results here in Western Australia cuts across all demographics. There isn't a demographic trend like we see in the eastern part of this country, where we can see patches where Labor and Liberal have struggled and certain other parties have actually done well. It's just one wave. It's cut right across everyone.
Bridget, tell us about the Vote Compass results in WA. It might give us a better understanding of the issues that were at play.
Obviously, there were domestic issues at play in that battle between WA and the federal government that played out throughout the pandemic. But again, David, just like in every other state and territory, it was climate change that came out on top when we asked West Australians what their top issue was at the election. Climate change, also the economy on a national and local level, also government accountability, making it in as it did in many other states. The cost of living a little bit down in WA, although not too much there, almost on par with government accountability. And environment and healthcare were also key concerns. So actually, if you put environment and climate change together there, clearly a lot of West Australians concerned about global warming and conservation.
Yeah, all right. So, Leigh, if those results hold up, it does give you an understanding of this wipeout in the West for the Liberal Party. It could well be the icing on the cake of a majority government, potentially, for Labor.
We'll just have to keep watching those WA results and see. Let's go over to Antony Green, who can take us through some of the results in Queensland.
That's news to me, sorry.
Western Australia, then?
I was going to talk Western Australia.
OK.
What I was going to say about Western Australia was that I wrote in my election preview, will the sun setting over the Indian Ocean be yet again another false dawn for Labor? Because there have been so many promises that they would recover in WA. This time it's happening. And for all those years where Western Australia has wanted to be the state that decided the election, this is the one that where it may happen. Look at the change in vote that's occurring in Western Australia. The Liberal vote is down 11%, the Labor vote up 6%. Not quite the wipeout of the state election. That's translating into a two-party preferred swing of 9.8. At the moment, we've given away definitely Swan and Pearce. Hasluck's gone. Moore's borderline. So the shift, the one state where there's been a shift across the spectrum is Western Australia. There's no doubt about what Western Australians have voted at this stage. Now, the other thing, I think I'm talking about a couple of Queensland Green seats. Now, we've been trying to talk about these seats and how difficult it's been to call them. We have called Ryan for the Greens. Julian Simmons is not going to get close on those numbers. 90% of Labor preferences will flow to the Greens. The Greens will win Ryan. So the Liberal Party have lost Ryan to the Greens. Just look at the change in vote that's occurring there is just an example, 10%. So again, this is like the teal seats. The Liberals have lost vote to the Greens. Griffith, which is a Labor seat. And the only reason we haven't given this away, it is unclear the order of the candidates. If Labor gets ahead of the LNP, then LNP preferences may well elect the Labor candidate. So that's why we're not giving this one away yet, because that ordering in second place will determine whether the Greens or Labor win that seat, because I expect LNP preferences will favour Labor. The Greens still only have 35.9, but if Terry Butler stays in third place, and she may well do that because there's 5-6% there with One Nation and the UAP, which will probably flow to the One Nation, to the LNP very strongly. if Terry Butler finishes in third place after preferences, Max Chandler-Mather will take Griffith from the Greens. And the next seat to look at is Brisbane. And it's a similar situation there. This is halfway geographically between Ryan and Griffith, and so are the numbers. The LNP will not win that seat. Trevor Evans will be defeated. I think he will be defeated by Stephen Bates. And if Griffith goes, there will be 4 Greens in the lower house, and that's with McNamara still undetermined. 27.8 there for Labor. If Labor finishes in third place, Stephen Bates will win. If Madonna Jarrett, on the exclusion of these candidates down here, gets ahead of Stephen Bates, then Madonna Jarrett will win the seat. The one point I will make, the Greens traditionally don't do very well on postals, don't do very well on absence, but they may... Oh, no, I think they do well on absence, but they don't do well on postals and pre-polls. So that's what may change the balance there on the Green and the Labor Party vote there. But so we just run through that band of inner Brisbane, and the LNP will lose, cannot win any of those 3 seats. Labor may lose Griffith, and there's a chance there could be 3 Greens in the centre of Brisbane.
Simon, I mean, that's just extraordinary for the coalition to lose seats to the Greens. But when you look at those suburbs, they are similar to the suburbs where you've seen teal independents running elsewhere. You know, they're leafy, affluent suburbs, say, for example, Ryan in Brisbane's western suburbs, or Conflower, Toowong, Brookfield suburbs like that. They would be candidates who would be campaigning on climate change. They would be candidates who would be campaigning on integrity. But nonetheless, I mean, what is it saying to you that you are losing seats to the Greens?
Well, it's saying a couple of things there. Our vote's down and Labor's vote's down too, is the practical assessment of that. And there are 2 key factors that you fight on to actually win voters. If we strip away kind of the individual issues, it's are you in touch and who is best able to govern. For the 2 big parties of government, they're the 2 key things you want voters to make a decision on. We have clearly in a lot of these seats lost the are you in touch question. Labor has failed to be able to win the best able to govern. And that's why we're seeing a situation where our vote is down so significantly, yet the Labor Party, who could form government out of tonight, have their lowest primary vote since 1919 at this stage.
Senator Birmingham, you've got, I mean, Sydney Harbour is now ringed by teal and the heart of Brisbane has gone green. Melbourne's in all sorts of trouble, again, with teal candidates. What do you think was the effect of the Prime Minister's remark to Leigh in his interview with her the other night, where he said that these are areas where people are effectively too affluent to really
less vulnerable, I think he said.
They're not as vulnerable to economic issues, and so they essentially, can have the indulgence to be interested in other issues.
Look, again, I don't think you can put a single comment, in the this turns
or
these sorts of
unhelpful
things.
is what I'm asking.
I think it's more helpful to focus on where the issues of difference are clearly lying and how we can actually turn those votes back towards us.
Unhelpful. And
so clearly issues of climate, of gender, of equality, those factors have all played a real role in relation to those seats. Now, those seats probably haven't put the same premium on economic matters and taxation matters as they have previously. So we've got to think about how we make sure that when they are casting those votes, we're not losing them on the issues where they are motivated at a point in time and winning them on issues they're not particularly motivated on.
Those groups, I mean, those areas, when they were safe Liberal seats, benefited hugely from coalition policy on tax. And is it a bit ungracious of them to turn on you?
Well, if there is a change
maybe
of government...
it's time for an inheritance tax, Senator Birmingham.
Well, we've got a potential Labor-Greens alliance happening out of all of this. And there is, of course, now as we see the Greens potentially entrench themselves in more seats, greater pressure that will fall on the Labor Party from the Greens in relation to their policy positions. And we'll see what happens in relation to the Senate as to how that plays out. But, look, I think... we still have voters, no doubt, in those electorates who have voted for teal candidates who want to see a party that reflects values of economic liberalism, of low tax, of support for private enterprise, but also reflects values of equality and seriously addressing climate change. And that is the message that I think many of them have sent to us, and we have to make sure that we work to heed that in a way that doesn't, of course, fracture elsewhere around the country.
And who's going to be making that argument within the Liberal Party now that all of your moderates have gone?
Look, I think there are some stronger results potentially occurring where, for example, we've talked about the role Bridget Archer played in the last Parliament and the strong result she has had. Warren Inch, I gather, looks like, despite multiple visits by Anthony Albanese to Leichhardt.
You couldn't kill him with a brick.
The New South Wales division, though, Senator, I mean, it's lost a lot of the moderates, powerful folk inside the New South Wales division. Have they got a lot to answer for?
There are some very important voices that we have appear to have lost tonight, and it is going to take a lot of responsibility from those of us who are still there to make sure we make up for the absence of those voices and that we work as hard as possible to get the best possible candidates as early as possible, reflective of the values of those seats, reflective of the diversity that people want to see in our candidate selection on the field.
Can I just welcome Tanya Plibersek back? We'll come and talk to you in a second, but we've got some more results from Western Australia that we'll get Anthony to run through. Swan, let's start with.
Yes,
OK, so Anthony, the retiring MP is Steve Irons, the Liberal. Let's have a look at what's going on there.
Look at the vote there, the 38.9 for Labor. I just need to get my computer screen so I can see the numbers. I was trying to fix some preference formulas in another electorate, but it's a very complex night for you're trying to sort of analyse the numbers and sort of deal with the complexities of the count as well.
It is.
Swan is 38.9. I'm trying to see what the change in first preference votes is because I can't quite see it. The two-party preferred swing is 11%. That's what I was trying to get to. But the Liberal vote has just collapsed. The Liberal first preference vote is down 13%, and that's what's producing 11% swing. The Labor vote's up about 5%, but the Liberal vote has just collapsed.
Okay.
And that's just a remarkable result. And so I think Zanetta Mascarenhas is she's an engineer, new member, new Labor member for Swan. First time the Labor's won that seat since 2004. So it's a big win for the Labor Party there. All
right, let's have a look at the seat of Pearce. Christian Porter was the sitting MP there, the former Attorney-General. He's retiring. The margin on that seat was 5.2%. Linda Aitken is his replacement, and the Labor Party candidate is Tracy Roberts.
Tracy Roberts, the Mayor of Wanneroo, and Linda Aitken is on the council, and you can see there Tracy Roberts is well ahead on first preferences with 12% there for the Greens. I think our next graph shows the change in first preference vote that's occurring in this electorate. And you can see Labor vote's well up, the Liberal vote just collapsed down 14%. And most of that is transferred to Labor, and it transfers to a two-party preferred swing. When we look at this of 57.5, now this is Christian Porter's former seat. He's departed. Some very different boundaries now, but that's a 12.7% swing. So a completely different picture has occurred in Western Australia. Labor Party gain. Tracy Roberts is the new Labor member for Pearce.
Okay.
First Labor member for Pearce.
OK, Hasluck, Ken Wyatt's seat, the Minister for Indigenous Affairs. He holds it on a margin of 5.9%. Labor is running Tanya Lawrence.
Now, this is Eastern Perth, up in the hills, and Labor's ahead on first preferences. Now, this is reminding me of the WA election in the sense that there's a lot of seats in WA Labor hasn't campaigned in for years, and they've campaigned in these seats for the first time with a bit of momentum behind them. And look at the change in first preference voting in Hasluck, where Ken Wyatt has been the member for I think, since 2010, 12% down, Labor vote up 7.6. Once Labor campaigns in these seats, as we saw at the state election, at the last two WA state elections, there's some Labor vote there which Labor's tapped into. And if we go on to the two-party preferred, we can see that there's a 10.7% swing, and Ken Wyatt has been defeated in Hasluck, and Tanya Lawrence will be the new Labor member for Hasluck. So that's a big swing there, a big change.
And a big blow for the Liberal Party to lose Ken Wyatt.
Indeed. I think whilst there are many colleagues who I will grieve for tonight, and many who would play a more important role perhaps in the future of the Liberal Party than Ken would, I think it is important that we note the historic contribution that Ken Wyatt has made to the Parliament as an Indigenous Australian to serve at the highest levels of office. And I know Ken has enjoyed bipartisan respect, and we pay real tribute to him tonight.
That's certainly true, and I think that this is one of the really surprising results in WA. One point that I'll just make is I know that there was a huge ACTU campaign on social media around the remark that Mr Wyatt made about politicians needing a pay rise. Was a few weeks, I think it was during the campaign. Tanya, you're nodding, yeah. He said that he thought that politicians should be paid more, and, you know, he's a minister being paid 400-something thousand, and the ACTU went in and circulated that, and it became quite a viral kind of campaign. So I wonder how much that would have to do with this big result.
I'm not sure the swings are double digits in all these seats.
Yeah.
So I don't think just Ken Wyatt's copped this.
Sure, but I
Antony,
mean, I think there are local factors in all of these seats. I mean, you know...
But they're all 10 to 12% swings.
Yeah.
That's not a local factor.
Yeah.
Anthony, can I get you to
Moore?
pick up Anthony on Moore? Yeah, thank you. Let's have a look at the seat of Moore.
Well, I think we've lost... Have we lost Moore?
Here it comes. Here we go.
No, we've missed the first preferences there. Ian Goodenough was only on 40%. And again, look at that, 11% down, 7% up. Every one of these seats has shown that. And when we factor in where the two-party prefers, we've got a quarter of the preferences in. There's a 12.8% swing and Labor's ahead in Moore. It's a seat Labor hasn't held since 1990.
All right, Curtin. Let's have a look at that. Celia Hammond is the sitting MP on a margin of 13.9%. Doesn't seem to count for much in WA at the moment. Kate Chaney, independent there.
She's up against, and you can see there, Celia Hammond's on 39.8. Just let me see what my projections are saying. She's not going... Celia Hammond is not going to get much above 40%. Same as McKellar, same as North Sydney, same as Wentworth. Kate Chaney's on 29.9, 13.9 there for Labor. You can see the Liberals have lost 13% of the vote. Kate Chaney on 29.9. If you look at the swing, this is a first preference. This is a preference count. It doesn't take into account historical figures. So if we look at the two candidate preferred, I'm not sure. I don't think our computer can bring it up. I'm not sure if they can try now. Anyway, what's happening is the two-party preferred. We've got Kate Chaney just ahead, but the swing is 15%. And now I haven't got a matched preference count in that polling place, in that electorate. I've only got a matched first preference. And Celia Hammond on first preferences is tracking towards 40%.
OK, so Anthony,
that would be a big result, wouldn't it?
Can I then get you, if that sea of red is what's going on in WA, can I get you then to look at what are we talking about then in the House of Reps? Are you in a position yet to be able to call...
Oh, majority or not, no.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the seats won. We've got Labor on 71, the Coalition on 49, 2 Greens and 7 others. When we add in the likelies, we've got Labor up to 72. So I've still haven't got Labor to the total. I mean, the difficulty is there's a couple of seats that just can't work out at the moment.
OK, is it fair to say, though, that there's no other possibility than that Anthony Albanese will be the 31st Prime Minister of Australia?
You want me to call the 31st Prime Minister of Australia? Look, the coalition...
Well, I just can't see what... I mean, what's the other... Who else is it going to be?
I can't see the coalition getting above 60. Now, unless the Labor Party sat on its high horse and said, we've got to 74, that's not 76, we're not forming government. There is no alternative government in that parliament. If the Labor Party refuses to form government... And
is that what you do, Tanya?
Yeah, I don't think we'll be doing that.
That's not the vibe I'm getting from Tanya.
The logistics of it is the Prime Minister has the right to do the first negotiation. And if Labor then says, we're not going to form government, the government stays in office. But I cannot imagine that happen. Whatever anybody said about deals beforehand, I cannot imagine that happening. And Labor may yet reach 76. It's just a bit hard to do that exact maths. Well, the coalition is just miles short.
A Labor source is telling me that they expect to be in a position to form government and they hope to be in a position to form a majority government.
I think that's still a possibility. But I think it does rely on... I showed you those figures for Brisbane and Griffith. It's unclear who finishes second and third. If Labor gets into second place in both of those seats, they would hold them, and that gives them 2 extra seats. So there's a number of seats like that. McNamara is in a similar position.
But just going back to Curtin, I mean, this is a body blow to the Liberal Party. This is a seat that's the money bags, has been traditionally the money bag seat for the Liberal Party. So much money is sloshed through Curtin, it could be sent over east. Curtin, remarkable, is it not, that it falls potentially to an independent?
Well, it will be if that's the case, Andrew. And I think Celia Hammond is an MP who perhaps was, I won't say misunderstood or misrepresented, but at least her values when she was pre-selected 3 years ago perhaps weren't as understood as I've seen in the last 3 years. That again, Celia was an MP who fought very hard to get net zero achieved, who stood up very strongly when it came to some of the debates around gender in the course of the last parliament. Celia is an important and highly intelligent part of the team, and I hope that she can find a pathway to still come back. So the seat is important there. the member is actually very important too, as is the case in a number of these seats.
Simon, can I ask, I think it was Laura who raised the point that the ratio between the Libs and the Nats in the Parliament it's going to be quite significantly changed. The Nationals are going to have, you know, comparatively more people and you've, you know, lost MPs. How does that affect the coalition?
Leigh, it's not an entirely unusual thing in opposition for us. Now, I'd have to go back and look at the details of the numbers, but quintessentially, the Liberal seats are more likely to swing than the National Party seats. So, if we go back to when we lost in 2007, I think we held 60 seats in that rudslide. We're certainly not seeing a Labor result anything like that in this election, that Labor are scrambling to get a majority compared with a convincing majority that happened last time.
So what kind
Labor's
of slide is
primary
this?
vote. Sorry?
What kind of slide is this?
Let me bring in Tanya Plibersek here.
A very messy one.
Well, let me bring in Tanya because when you look at the coalition's result, that should be a, you know, landslide basically for Labor, but it's not because there's so many others and Greens. So I guess the question for you is, what has Labor done wrong that it hasn't been a landslide for you?
I don't know that you can draw conclusions about what we've done wrong when we are obviously the party that is most likely to be able to form government.
Yeah, but it's not decisive.
And a win is a win is a win. And
that is true.
On 31.7%.
And gone backwards in every state except for WA.
Less than a third of Australians have voted for you.
Particularly in this environment where around the world people are worried about change. We've been through the pandemic. There's, you know, economic insecurity. I think I'm focused on what we've done right because that's looking very good to me.
People, as you say,
that's looking good to me.
People are tired of change. Let's hold that thought because I know Antony wants to tell us something about Kooyong.
There's so much happening tonight that the thing everyone was watching at the start has sort of slipped us by a little bit. It's Josh Frydenberg against Dr. Monique Ryan. Let's look at the first preference votes here. You can see they're 30 votes apart, 41.6, 41.6. Peter Lynch, the Labor candidate's on 6. The Labor Party's got 6.7% of the vote. One of these days you're going to lose public funding by falling under 4% in one of these seats. But 6.3 there for the Greens. So you can see, if you look at the change in voting, you can see what's happened. The Labor votes collapsed, the Green votes collapsed, the Liberal votes down 6, and it's all gone to the Independent. And at the moment, let's look at the swing that's occurring here. It's a 10.7% swing. We've got the Independent on 54.3. Now, if I go, I've got a bar on this. I've blocked it from being called, but it's in the same position as no, it's McNamara's got the big Jewish vote, isn't it? It's not Kooyong. I've nearly forgot something there. If I go back to those candy bars, the issue is Josh Frydenberg's vote. We've got projected to reach 43% and no further. And if the Independent's on 41.6, they will close the gap on those other votes. That's why I think we'll lift the bar on that. I hate making these decisions, you know. I'm wrong, you know.
Maybe you've just got to give your machine its head.
I have given you my reasoning.
It wants to be free.
I can't see Josh Frydenberg getting above 43% on the votes we're seeing. And if he can't get above 43%, he's going to lose that contest.
I'm assuming, Antony, that in none of these seats where we're seeing, what, about 40% counted, if I'm reading the screen right there, that we've got that big pre-polling yet. That
does worry me.
That's the big rock that is waiting to come into the jar.
You've just put the argument that makes me think I'm not going to call it. I think, look, there's no... I think I will leave that there. I don't think there's any point calling a defeat when there's enough doubt on things like that. I mean, if they do well on the pre-polls and postals, that could narrow. But the modelling we've got at the moment is Josh Frydenberg will lose that seat. But I think for really obvious reasons, I think I'm better off just leaving in that position.
OK. Simon Holmes Accord is standing by, one of the big backers of the Teal candidates. Where are you, actually, Simon? I can see you're at a party, but I don't know exactly where you are.
I'm here at the Auburn Hotel in Hawthorn, which is in the middle of Kooyong.
Mr. Holmes Accord, it's
Middle of
Annabelle
Kooyong,
Crabb here.
and it's about...
OK, Simon Holmes Court, this is...
over this crowd.
It is, really. This is Annabelle Crabb, and you know, Antony Green hasn't quite called Kooyong, but it looks like a majority of the Tealites behind you have. Now, what have you done to the Liberal Party in Melbourne tonight?
Sorry, can you say that again?
I'm just asking, what have you done to the Liberal Party in Melbourne tonight? Because it's starting to look as though you've kind of gutted its most fancy bits.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't... It's very hard to talk above the crowd. Look, I wouldn't... Everyone's been asked to be quiet. Look, this community independence movement is incredible. You've seen it initially rise up in Cathy McGowan's seat of Indi, passed over to Helen Haynes and then Warringah. And then this election, 23 independents running in these community-backed campaigns. Two of the strongest in the country were Goldstein and Kooyong. This campaign's been amazing. There's 2,000 volunteers and they have knocked on every knockable door in the electorate. 55,000 doors knocked, which I think is the highest number, certainly this century, maybe ever, of doors knocked in an electorate. It's been such a strong campaign.
We spoke to Tim Wilson a little bit earlier before it was confirmed that his seat had fallen. And he said that this was an orchestrated attack on the Liberal Party. And to be fair, the removal of a lot of moderate voices from the Liberal Party is going to change the shape and orientation of that grouping. How do you think that your new grouping can account for that?
I think, well, firstly, it's not my grouping. I really want to make that clear. But secondly, I think what we're seeing here is that the communities have seen through the fake moderates. These people that have lost their seats tonight weren't true moderates. They voted with Barnaby Joyce every time on climate. They voted with Barnaby Joyce every time on integrity. These MPs that have lost, or ex-MPs, I guess, who have lost their seats, they've been seen through as fake moderates in electorates that want moderate politicians.
Well, I mean, fake or not, I mean, the Liberal Party is running desperately short of them now. So do you think that that's going to push the Liberal Party and the coalition generally to the right? And what does that do for politics in Australia?
No, I don't. This is not pushing the coalition to the right. The coalition went to the right. Howard kicked out most of the moderates, and Abbott and Morrison kicked out the rest. There are barely any moderates left, and I reject the claim that any of those who've lost their seats tonight are moderate. The reason that the Liberal Party has lost these seats is because they left a great vacuum, and these candidates have filled that vacuum.
Simon, Andrew Probyn here. You say it's not your grouping. What role will you have from here on, or have you simply brought them to the school door and let them blossom?
Andrew, I reject that. So Climate 200 hasn't run these campaigns. We didn't start these campaigns. We haven't run these campaigns. In fact, we're a minority funder of these campaigns. Here I am in Kooyong. They've raised $1.1 million, I think maybe even 1.2 from the community, with Climate 200 having given less than half of that, so less than a third of their total fundraising. And you see the same thing again in Goldstein, Wentworth, North Sydney. It's a common story around the place that these campaigns are, they started in the community, they're genuine community campaigns. We just gave them a kick to level the playing field so they'd have a fighting chance against the party machines.
So what is your ongoing role with this grouping, which you don't possess or command, but what is your ongoing relationship with this political grouping, which is obviously going to be hugely potent in the shape of this next parliament?
Yeah. So my personal involvement, so I'm only about 2% of the funding of Climate 200. There's a 11,200 donors to Climate 200 from 151 electorates, every single electorate in the country. A third of our donors are rural and regional. So this is a broad crowdfunding movement that has helped to level the playing field. My personal involvement, Climate 200 gave our last donation about 2 weeks ago to the community independents, and that's the end of our involvement with them. But certainly, this community independent movement, I think, has got. You've seen tonight, it's got legs. Wouldn't be surprised if there are many more next time, and Climate 200 will be there to help them when we come into the next election.
Well, Simon Holmes-A-Court, recent Australian political history is littered with examples of billionaires who sprayed around a lot of money to achieve not much, and I don't think anyone could say that of you tonight. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks a lot, Annabelle.
When I'm 90...
When I'm 90...
When I'm 90, I'm still going to laugh a lot.
I want to be like the next Chris Hemsworth.
I can't imagine myself in a flannel with my pants all the way up to here. It's not me.
It would be really sad if we went together when we were 90. I hope... Actually, maybe you need to change your diet.
Can I say something?
Okay. I would get people to do all my work.
She's really going to be sexy when she turns 90.
Yeah. I would love to have at least 78 grandchildren.
You know, when we go to the beach and we always point out the grandmas that are still in their little bikinis and they're going for a swim and we're like, yeah, you go girls. You've got goals. Happy birthday, ABC.
Yours for 90 years.
Nana, seed of Lingiari. Vincent Lingiari Ingela, Alari Nanantaka, Ala Spring of Mura, Three of Naradaga Manama, of Marandla. Badwandam, Brandanilam, Lingiari and Nama, Tawana, Andagaram Bening Jalala, Nagotaka Lama, South Australia, borderline Una, Attaka.
It is 10:02 p.m. on the east coast of Australia and almost half the votes counted. Anthony, what have you got for us? What's the latest?
Well, I'll look at the national swing, 2.5%. Let's compare that to around the states. New South Wales, 2.6%. Let's get rid of that. And we'll look at Victoria, 0.5%. There's almost no swing in Victoria. I think some of that is caused by those teal seats. There's a two-party preferred swing of 10-15% against Labor because of the way these things are calculated and an estimate we're making. So Victoria has done well for Labor and done well for the Teal independents, but there's not much swing going on. If you look at Queensland, we'll get rid of Victoria. There's a 4% swing in Queensland, but a lot of that is resulting in Greens winning seats. There's not a lot of other seats changing hands. In South Australia, there's a, let me get rid of that, 2.4% swing, and it looks like Labor's, I haven't looked at Boothby and Sturt recently, but it's translating into something. But let's do this. This is the story, 9.9%. Western Australia, if Labor gets into government, into majority, it's because of Western Australia. That Western Australia has behaved completely differently from the rest of the country. It's a clear and very strong rejection of the Liberal Party and a big swing to the Labor Party. So Western Australia, having been so long the disaster zone for Labor at this election, and you just have to look at what happened at the last state election, it's being repeated on a smaller scale at the federal level, but Perth in particular has just gone red.
Anthony, I'm going to interrupt you because Josh Frydenberg's taking the stage in Kooyong.
Wow. OK, friends. Bit of a different atmosphere to 3 years ago, but still a lot of shouting. Firstly, as you know, there's still thousands of postal votes to count. And so while it's mathematically possible that we win in Kooyong, it's definitely difficult. But while votes are still being counted, I wanted to take this opportunity to be here with Amy to say a few thank yous. Thank you to the people of Kooyong. Thank you to the people of Australia. Thank you to my party and to my colleagues, but most importantly, thank you to my family. Well, I hope I'm not a bad bloke, I do. They say in politics that politicians are the volunteers and our families are the conscripts. And a truer word couldn't have been said. Because the fact is, I have been supported every single day of this job by the most remarkable partner in life in my wife, Amy Frydenberg. Not only is Amy the most important thing to me, but our two children, Gemma and Blake, are. Earlier today, as we were heading to the voting booth, Blake said to me, he said, "Dad, a girl at school," and don't forget he's in prep, "a girl at school says her mum is more important than you." To which Amy replied, "Blake, all mums are more important than Dad." And Amy has been the most extraordinary mum. And maybe after tonight, I get a bit more time to try and be the most extraordinary dad. Yeah. So I just want to say in front of you all, I am nothing without my family. They are the most important thing in the world to me, and I will try every single day to be the most important thing in the world to them. So thank you, darling. Thank you. To the people of Kooyong, they say politics, or all politics, is local. And for me, that's always been the first and fundamental task I have, to be a good local member. And I'm so proud that over the last 12 years, I've had the opportunity to work closely with our charities, our sporting organisations, our small businesses, our schools, and to ensure that families are supported on everything from an issue with the NDIS to immigration to Centrelink. My office, led by Colin and Maria, are just unbelievable. And like being able to establish a women's shelter for women escaping domestic violence, working with Servants Community House and the Kooyong Christmas Giving Tree, and the work that we've done with so many other charities like BCNA and the amazing guide dogs, and a shout out to one of the best CEOs in Australia, Karen Hayes. And I'm just so proud of those relationships and the good work that we have done, work that will last and stand the test of time. To the people of Australia, I say thank you. Thank you for giving me the privilege to be your treasurer. What we did in balancing the budget for the first time in 11 years before the pandemic, the work that we've done with historic reforms to foreign investment, to insolvency, to superannuation, to taking on the digital giants in Google and Facebook, to abolishing a whole tax bracket and dragging the Labor Party to agree to that legislated tax reform. But most importantly, the work that I have been able to do with my colleagues to steady our economic ship, to be able to save more than 800,000 jobs, to see Australia have a stronger and faster economic recovery than any other advanced economy in the world, is something that I'll be proud of from now to the end of time. In what looks to have been my last press conference as treasurer. You're a bloody good captain, John! In my last press conference as treasurer, an unemployment rate at 3.9%, the lowest in nearly 50 years. Under Labor, it was 5.7%. Today, after the biggest economic shock since the Great Depression, it's 3.9%. And for me, and for Scott and our entire government, it's never been about the numbers on the page. It's about the people behind the numbers. And every single job that has been saved is a mum or a dad, a brother or a sister, a son or a daughter who now have the dignity of work. And on the booths at pre-poll, a grown man came up to me and just burst into tears. And he said just thank you. He said, thank you for saving my small business. Thank you for saving my staff. We couldn't have done it without JobKeeper and all the other economic support you provided. So for me, to know that our economy is stronger today than when we came to government, that more people are in work today than when we came to government, that taxes are lower than when we came to government, that we're spending more on health, education, disability support, women's safety than when we came to government, that defence and national security are seeing the investments that we need in a more unstable world, more so than when we came to government, is something that I'm internally proud of that our government has achieved. And finally, to my staff, to my colleagues, and to the Liberal Party. John Howard was right when he said he is nothing in politics without the Liberal Party. People have never voted for just Josh Frydenberg. They've always voted for the Liberal Party's candidate in Kooyong. And it's the Liberal Party's values that have driven us for more than 70 years and made us the most successful party in Australia. And it's those Liberal values that will continue to drive our party, making us represent the people of regional Australia in the Pilbara or in Gladstone, or people in the suburbs, or people in our cities. It's our values that resonate so strongly with the people of Australia since our party's formation. And to be the deputy leader of our party has been an enormous privilege. And to serve as Scott Morrison's deputy, a person of great decency, a person who loves his family, a person who is of deep faith, and a person who has shown extraordinary leadership in extraordinary times. And so I thank Scott Morrison for what he has done for our country to leave Australia in a stronger position than when he found it. Give him a clap.
We're going to leave Josh Frydenberg there. David Speers, let me pick up with you that it is a very big blow for the Liberal Party losing Josh Frydenberg tonight, who has been widely viewed as a future leader. And also, I think a little bit like Christopher Pyne, who left the parliament last time around. Even his political opponents do like him. He is a well-liked MP.
There's a few things to say here, Leigh. There's a lot going on tonight. A change of government, of course, is as big as it gets on an election night, but this is a very big moment for the Liberal Party and for the Parliament. Josh Frydenberg not quite conceding, but it's almost a concession speech. There's still a glimmer of hope that he can hold on, but it is a faint glimmer. Josh Frydenberg, as you know, and those on the panel know, and most of us have known him since I think his days as a staffer for John Howard way back when, he's always been on this path to the Prime Ministership. You could see it in his eyes back when he was a young man, and he's been working towards it tirelessly. You talk about, you know, the fact that he has respect and friendships across the aisle. Ed Husic is a very good example of that. But I can tell you, even during the campaign, he had a couple of conversations on the phone with Anthony Albanese as well about about this and that. He has been a tireless networker, not only in the parliament, the media, business, you name it. The guy works harder than anyone. You recall what he did as Environment and Climate Change Minister, working up the National Energy Guarantee, almost solved the climate wars, and was then rolled that policy by the party along with Malcolm Turnbull. Then as Treasurer through the pandemic and the recession, you heard him talk about all of that. The guy works very hard, but this teal wave, this teal bath, as Tony Barry called it earlier, couldn't stop this hitting Josh Frydenberg as well tonight. Now it raises the question, if he's out of Parliament, if that's the ultimate result there in Kooyong, who is going to lead the Liberal Party? Peter Dutton looks safe in his seat of Dickson. You would assume he becomes the most likely to step into the shoes, but is he the right candidate to lead the Liberal Party at this moment? I think this is going to be a really interesting discussion in the days and weeks ahead.
Laura, it's hard to imagine somebody with Josh Frydenberg's energy and love of politics not finding a way to try to get back into it at some point. But to pick up on David's point, other than Peter Dutton, who are the potential leadership candidates for the Liberal Party? Of course, I'm assuming that Scott Morrison is not going to remain as leader. That's always a possibility. But normally, if you posted an election result like this, you would be gone.
Well, I think that Peter Dutton is probably the real standout candidate, Leigh, just purely in power politics numbers. Yes, the LNP lost seats to the Greens in Brisbane, but the power base of the party has been so decimated everywhere else in the country that that's the really strong place for the coalition. It's in Queensland. Of course, Peter Dutton had quite a big power base already, and it had been sort of speculated about that it would be a contest between Josh Frydenberg and Peter Dutton if there was some sort of loss. But I suppose one question I would like to actually ask Simon Birmingham, if I could, is to what extent does he regard this loss, or does he sheet home this loss to Scott Morrison, considering this is a loss which has involved the loss of the Federal Treasurer, apart from anything else, and probably at least one or two other ministers as well? To what extent, given the way the Prime Minister has run the government for the last 3 years, does he have to take full responsibility for this?
Well, Laura, I'm confident that Scott will take responsibility, but we all have to take responsibility too. Ultimately, it is a team. What we saw from Josh before in a very dignified display, and my heart goes out to Amy and Josh's parents and his family at this point in time. But what we saw from Josh before was he acknowledged the role of the team, and we share together the successes that we've had as a government. And we've had some pretty amazing successes in coming through what has been a most trying time in Australia's history and global history. But we also have to share responsibility for the blame too, where we have lost seats, where we have gone backwards. And so I cop that on my shoulders, and I've got no doubt that Scott, as the leader, will take it on his as well.
Simon, do you want to continue in the Parliament, in the Liberal Party, with the current kind of makeup? Because you're going to be one of the few moderate voices in that party. Be a big uphill battle for you.
Look, there's a huge task ahead. I guess, I've been around a little while, but I'm still one of the younger members of the team. I think I've still got more to give, and I think I also have a responsibility right now too. And that responsibility is to acknowledge what's happened, to accept my share of that blame, but to also ensure that we work from the grassroots up to work out how we rebuild, how we ensure that we do appeal to these voters who we should not have lost. These are voters whose value set, whose lives are ones that should accord with Liberal values, and we need to make sure the Liberal Party matches those values.
You said earlier that there are two things that people judge governments on. One is, are we in touch with what you care about? And the other one is, are we competent? If you look at the question of are we competent, through the pandemic, Australia on global measures came out of it as good as anywhere, with the economy and with health. So therefore, on competence, you should have been able to be re-elected, as state governments around the country were. So what is it that went so badly wrong if you ticked the competence box? Is it, was the out-of-touch factor so significant that it overrode that, or is there something else at play?
I think the out-of-touch factor in the seats where we have lost probably was the dominant factor. And now, there were chips at the competence question too, no doubt about that, in terms of some of the perceptions through the pandemic. I think if we're being fair, in all honesty, I'm not sure that those things could have been managed better during the course of the pandemic, and that we did get exceptionally good outcomes by global standards. But Australians are right to always want to make sure that no mistakes occur, and so they obviously held us to account on that. There are probably other little issues that clearly niggled too in that competence equation. Is I framed that as those two big questions that Australians ask and voters around the world ask when they're considering who they put into government, in the sense that I think what is clear is that the Labor Party also, with a horrifically low primary vote, didn't manage to win that competence question in the minds of voters either.
Well, and on that point, Leigh, this is what's so remarkable about tonight. We had a coalition government that went to this election with a primary from last time of 41. Now, we are looking at the ALP potentially forming majority government, potentially, with just 31.4% as it now stands. It is amazing, and it shows what changed circumstances, that you can have a party government get 31 and almost secure majority. Now, to put that in context, when Julia Gillard got 37.99, she had to negotiate victory over 17 days by securing sufficient crossbench support. It's remarkable what's happened today. This totally transforms politics. It really does mean that there's this third force, be it multicoloured, but there's a third force now. ALP, coalition, and this third force, which is more than 30%.
We also don't necessarily have a guarantee that they will vote as a bloc. I was reading, for example, this week, Leigh, the independent candidate who looks like she's going to win Fowler, said, I have nothing in common with the teal independents. I'm about the issues that people care about in my seat, housing, cost of living, health, those kinds of issues. So, and also, as we mentioned earlier, she's formerly a Liberal, so she may not have a natural alliance with that group of teals. The group of teals might also find, as anyone does when they gather in a political grouping, that you have differences with people even on your own side with whom you broadly agree.
One thing that's funny about tonight is it's like this crazy... It's a real roller coaster ride, right? And we've talked about all the ins and outs and who's going to be where, but I mean, essentially what's going to happen here is probably a Labor government. So I guess it's congratulations to you.
Annabelle, I don't see how... I mean, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. Of course I don't. But if you're talking to the teal independents about what they care about, an integrity commission, real action on climate change, gender equality, we've got the better policies on that. If you're talking to Leigh about what she cares about, housing affordability, cost of living, wages, we've got better policies on that. I don't see how... if they are the things that you care about, those successful candidates couldn't form government with us. I think we are in a good position.
Antony has some more interesting seats for us to take a look at. The first of those is Cowper.
This is on the North Coast. Pat Conahan against Keith McMullen for the Labor Party. But the interesting contest here is the independent Kaz. I think it's Kaz Heiss, so I didn't get the pronunciation. Now, she's been backed by Kath McGowan. She was featured in Australian Story on Monday. Now, Pat Conahan's problem is he's only got 37% of the first preference vote. Kaz Heiss, 28.5, there's 13 there with Labor, 8% with One Nation, which I'm not sure what they had if I said. The Greens on 5.7. Now, we don't have a preference count on this. We've only got an estimate. And at this stage, we're seeing a big swing. I'm not sure. We're not doing the two-party preferred on this one, but I'll just read it out. We've got... we'll have to move on to the next seat. We haven't arranged to do the graphic on this one. We've got Pat Conahan on 50.2 with an estimate of preferences. So the Commission's going to have to completely rethrow the preferences on that. But Cowper, it's not clear who's won tonight.
OK, Gilmore, a seat we were talking about earlier this evening where Andrew Constance, the high-profile state MP, was running. What's going on there? Fiona Phillips, the Labor candidate.
Well, this is still staying neck and neck. There's a lot more counting to come. Andrew Constance on 39.4. Fiona Phillips, 36.3. The Greens on 11.9. There's an ex-Green councillor, Nina DiGiglio. I'm not sure of pronunciation, in fourth place. Not that many votes. The Green preferences will heavily favour Labor, probably about 80 to 85%, which makes that a very close contest. At the moment, we've got a preference count. That's a projection. We currently have Labor ahead on 52. But based on the polling places, that's projecting towards the Liberals on 50.9 and ahead. So the seat remains in doubt. Labor is ahead on the count, but Andrew Constance is ahead on the projection at this stage.
OK.
Whatever happens there, you have to say that is an incredible result for Andrew Constance, given what is happening elsewhere, to be that close to taking that seat off of the Labor Party, and speaks volumes for the way he is perceived in that electorate.
Good point. We'll be speaking to him soon as well. Deakin, held by Michael Sukkar from the Liberal Party on 4.7%. Matt Gregg running for the ALP.
Yeah, just say some of the counts at the moment. We haven't got those pre-polls. All the promised pre-polls haven't happened, but at the moment, just go on. Michael Sukkar's on 38.6. Again, a low first preference vote. Big vote for the Greens. If you look at the figure after preferences, I think we've got that here. 50.3, a 4.4% swing. So at this stage, Deakin remains in doubt.
Menzies.
Well, this is...
Victoria. Kevin Andrews is retiring, the sitting Liberal MP on 7%. Keith Woolahan running in his place, with Naomi Oakley contesting it for Labor.
Let's just have a look at the figures here. On first preference, Keith Woolahan's on 39.9, Labor 34, 16% for the Greens. We've got a preference count at the moment, and Labor is on 52%, but projecting it's on 50.4. So Labor is ahead in Menzies. Labor has never won Menzies. That's in the outer eastern suburbs of Perth. So at the moment, Labor is ahead in Menzies on both the raw count and on the projection.
Tangney. Ben Morton, the sitting Liberal MP in Western Australia on 9.5%. Sam Lim running for the ALP.
And he's in a great deal of difficulty here. Sam Lim's ahead on first preferences, 39 to 37. 12% there with the Greens. On just the raw preference count from 16 polling places, Sam Lim is on 65%. We're projecting him on 53. Now, this is a great story. Sam Lim is a former police officer, was born in Malaysia. He speaks 10 languages and is a former dolphin trainer.
Wow.
So he's recently received an award. He was translating many of the COVID messages into multiple languages for the migrant community. So we have our first multilingual dolphin trailer in the Parliament.
Wow.
Not before time.
Dan Conifer, our reporter, is standing by with Andrew Constance in Gilmore.
I am, thank you, Leigh. Andrew Constance, how have you defied that national trend?
To be honest with you, I just want to thank the community. The thing is, I've worked with the community for close to 20 years and delivered, and I'm going to continue to if I'm elected. I think we've got to have a very constructive parliament moving forward, be constructive in my approach, and if I'm elected. Yeah.
What was the difference here, though, in Gilmore as opposed to other parts of New South Wales, other parts of the country?
Oh, look, that's hard to know. I think every community is different. You can see that with the way in which the booths have come in. But, there's different issues across a 200-kilometre expanse of coastline. So, look, I love my community. We've been through enough. I've been there for them during the fires, and hopefully I'll be there for them into the future as their federal MP. We'll wait and see.
How confident are you, or not?
Oh, I don't know. I don't care, really. It's that time of the night on the last day of the election. But one thing I would say is that, there's some big pre-polls to still come in. Bowman's Bay pre-poll, there's 10,000 votes being counted right now. That's one pre-poll. You've also got, Nowra pre-poll yet. So, and I spent a lot of time standing there for the last week or so. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But, can I just thank the community for coming out? And it's been a positive campaign locally, and that's what I stuck to. I think if there's any message out of this for everybody, it's we're expending too much energy on the wrong debates and the wrong arguments in this country. It's got to change. Got to work together constructively and work together in a bipartisan way to tackle a whole raft of issues rather than just keep donging each other on the head.
The national swing away from the LNP, do you have any sense why that's taken place?
No, I've kept my head down, tail up in Gilmore. But I think, the Liberal Party's got to be about the community first and foremost and reflect the community and the community's sense and direction and values. And, it's been a tough time for Australia. I think one of the key things that, particularly with the impact of COVID, we saw across the nation governments making decisions which did trample on people's civil rights. And that's been a really tough time and some very tough calls made. And I did see throughout the course of this campaign, even in Gilmore, just some of those strong views come out. So, look, it's been a very tough time for the country. There's no doubt about that. And I think it's reflective in the way in which people are now thinking about their politics and governments and, you know, their leadership. So, look, I think we've got to, you know, obviously take stock and see what comes of it. I mean, there's still a whole heap of declarations yet to be made, so we'll see what happens.
In the New South Wales context, the ALP is projecting, the ABC is projecting that the Liberal Party has lost 4 seats. 2 further Liberal seats are in doubt. How big a role do you think that the pre-selection drama in New South Wales had with candidates not being installed in some seats until the 11th hour?
Look, I mean, it's up to the party to go and work through those processes and work, you know, be honest with itself about that. I think that's the big thing. There's got to be some honesty in it. But, you know, I mean, there was some candidates who quite literally have only been in the field for less than 2 months. So, you know, look, that goes without saying. But, you know, look, at the moment, I think let's just wait and see where, you know, obviously the apple falls from the tree for a lot of people, and we go from there.
If you do win Gilmore, would you be looking for a position on the front bench in opposition or in?
No, as I've said all along, I mean, I've got to focus on Gilmore. And the best thing that I did through the course of the campaign is made my Labor opponents match everything that I've done. So, you know, regardless of the national outcome, there's a lot of delivery that will happen because I put the right pressure on to get the right results. It wouldn't matter if it's filling in, you know, or rebuilding roads, which, you know, a major issue locally, through to narrow bypass, through to all the bypasses and you know, staying the course in terms of looking after Gilmore. So, you know, that's my focus.
Thank you, and you're in for a tense few days. Thank you, Andrew. Leigh, panel, back to you.
Dan, thank you. We're going to go straight to Peter Dutton in Dickson, where he's speaking.
To work hard in our community to help people realise our aspiration, to make sure that we can help their small businesses, that their families can survive and thrive. And together we've been able to do that, and we will do that for another 3 years here in Dickson. I want to acknowledge my beautiful family up on the stage here with me tonight, Kira Lee, Rebecca, Harry and Tom. As you know, this is a job that cannot be completed without the support of a wonderful family, and I've been blessed to have an incredible family. And to all of my extended family here tonight as well. It's a wonderful opportunity to speak to you tonight on a couple of things. One is that we have, as a Liberal family, suffered you know, a terrible day today, and there are colleagues around the country, good people, who have potentially lost their seats. Now, there are still thousands and thousands of postal votes and pre-poll votes to count. So there's some hope and still in some of those seats, but in many the race is very tight. So I want to acknowledge the pain that they're going through tonight, their families, their supporters and our supporters across the country. There are some amazing people who support the Liberal Party day in, day out, through good times and bad, and they're wonderful people. They believe in their country, and they are hurting tonight, so I really want to acknowledge them. I want to acknowledge the work of the Prime Minister, of the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, Josh Frydenberg, our entire Cabinet and backbench. This has been a united team, and we've worked day and night through the last couple of years of great difficulty for our country. We've been able to put our country in a position that is the economic envy of the world. We've been able to provide support and leadership to the Australian people through very difficult times, and the leadership of the Prime Minister has been quite remarkable. The stewardship of the economy by Josh Frydenberg has been world-leading, and all of us within the National Security Committee, within the Expenditure Review Committee, have really been able to work as a united team, and I'm particularly proud of that. I also want to thank you. Would you please thank you? Thank you. So tonight is an opportunity now just to enjoy each other's company, to, for many of you, relax and have a drink, because for a lot of people here, you've been up right through last night and you're coming up to 24 hours. So it is time for a bit of a break. But I just want to say thank you so much for your loyalty, for your support, for your friendship. And we have incredible days ahead of us, but I just want to say thank you for your support and for being here tonight. We live in a wonderful country and we have many challenges ahead as a country, and we need to make sure that we can meet those challenges and provide what is the best opportunity for our country to succeed. And I'm very proud to be here with you tonight. Thank you so much.
The Prime Minister has left Kirribilli, heading for the Liberal Party gathering at the Sofitel Wentworth Hotel, where the Liberal Party always gathers on election night, so we should be hearing from him fairly shortly. For the time being, let's go to David Speers in the virtual tally room.
Yeah, thanks, Leigh. And you're hearing other senior Liberals not quite able to concede until the Prime Minister's done so. So we'll hear from Scott Morrison when he does that. But you won't be surprised if in the days that come, Peter Dutton puts his hand up for the leadership. Let's check in on our virtual tally board to see what's happening. Follow me, so I want to show you something right over here on the safe side of the Labor list of seats. One that hasn't yet been filled in is Fowler, where Christina Keneally has been trying to hold that seat for the Labor Party, but has not done so yet. So that one is, well, it's sticking out a bit, isn't it? Because all of this should really be red. These are the safest of Labor seats. Not Fowler, though, yet. And the other ones that haven't yet been filled in, you've got a couple here that the Greens are a problem for the Labor Party. McNamara and Griffith. The Greens are having a cracker of a night tonight. We'll get to some of their victories over that side in a tick. One in Tasmania, too, the seat of Lyons, that Labor hasn't yet got over the line in yet. And I'll come back to Tasmania and tell you a bit about that. Then you've got the Northern Territory seat of Lingiari and Gilmore, where we just heard from Andrew Constance, who's hoping to take that seat. Might be the only Liberal gain, in fact, tonight, because you've got a couple of Greens contests here. Fowler's the independent, who's the problem there for Labor. So Gilmore, it was the only seat that went the other way at the last election 3 years ago. This time it might be the only seat that the Liberals managed to pick up from Labor. But this is the big story of the night over this side of the board. You can see these Labor gains really starting to rack up. These are seats they've taken from the Liberal Party. Chisholm, Boothby, Higgins, Reid, Swan, Robertson, Hasluck, Pearce, Tangney. That puts Labor now on 72 seats and still counting. But particularly right up the tree there, Tangney, to take a seat on that margin underscores what we've been saying for the last hour or so since we saw some of those Western Australian results come in. Quite a bloodbath for the Liberals in WA tonight. A few other seats to note. Ryan, a seat that the Greens have picked up, so they are increasing their numbers tonight. North Sydney, Goldstein, McKellar going to those teal independents. So this group of crossbenchers in the middle, which at the start of the night was 6, is going to be at least 10 and counting, because we've got a couple that are still in the mix for independents. Curtin in Perth and Nichols in regional Victoria, where independents are challenging as well and putting up a good fight right now. So that's a state of play. I do want to have a closer look, though. While this is a night of victory for Labor, to what extent majority, minority government, we're still to see. Their primary vote is down a little, about 2% at the moment. And I want to just show you some of the seats where they did spend a lot of time targeting in this campaign. A few of them they've managed to pick up. Reid in Sydney, Boothby in South Australia, Chisholm in Melbourne. But a couple, and Bennelong's still in play in Sydney's northwest as well. There's still a chance there. But there are a couple where they haven't had such success, and they're both in Tasmania. Have a look at them down the bottom of the map there. Braddon and Bass across the north and west coast of Tasmania. It's interesting because this is where Anthony Albanese spent a lot of time in the campaign, and while he has had success in most of the places, he went not down in the Apple Isle. In fact, if we have a look at the swings for these target seats for Labor in the campaign, just to illustrate what's happened there, you can see the national swing to Labor now 2.8% after preferences. And you can see that's happened. In fact, a bigger swing in some of those target seats, like Bennelong down the bottom, which is on a knife edge. Reid, they've won. Chisholm, they've won. Boothby, they've won. But Bass and Braddon have gone the other way. There have been swings to the Liberals in Tasmania. And as I mentioned earlier, Lyons, that seat in the centre of Tasmania, still remains on a knife edge. Cos Morris, let me ask you, why in Tasmania have we seen the trend go the other way for Labor?
It's a similar story that we see in Queensland, for example, where I think the Liberal Party appeals now more to what I would define as a declining Australia. These are electorates where population's getting older, there's depopulation occurring. What we find with some of the research that we've done historically within the northern part of Tasmania, a lot of young couples leave the state for the mainland looking for jobs. What's left behind is a fairly disgruntled cohort. who are turning conservative. And we can see, to a lesser extent, some of that trend in Queensland as well.
So there's a little bit of good news there in Tasmania, at least for the Liberals, but elsewhere, Tony, as we've been discussing, a lot of bad news tonight for the Liberal Party. You've now heard from Josh Frydenberg and from Peter Dutton. I'm sure there are conversations, text messages going on right now about who is going to lead the party. What's your best guess?
I can see Peter Dutton being leader, and I know that he's maligned by some people, but he does know how to speak to the outer suburbs. He's been holding his seat against all odds for 21 years now. And I think, you know, he talked about the importance of small business, family and suburbs. And that's where the Liberals need to reposition.
Here's the question, can he reposition on things like climate change or an integrity commission, the sort of issues where the Liberals have been punished tonight elsewhere?
Well, I think in the past he's been very pragmatic on those issues. And so I think, you know, he's willing to concede that, you know, sort of where we need to hold the conversation is about families, suburbs, housing affordability, cost of living, those sort of bread and butter, kitchen table economics issues.
But Peter Dutton can steer the Liberals towards a more ambitious climate policy?
Well, I think, you know, it's not the only sort of issue that sort of costs this election.
Pretty big one, as Bridget's been telling us.
Yeah, I think it's a mistake, though, to sort of think, you know...
And you see Greens and Teal, everything tonight on the map.
I mean, when an election goes wrong, it's easy just to pinpoint one thing, but it's like an episode of Air Crash Investigations. It's normally a series of things that have gone wrong. And so it's wrong just to isolate it just to that one event or one issue.
I like that analogy, a series of air crash investigations. It does look a little bit like that for the Liberal Party tonight, Leigh.
Thank you, David. Anthony, how about you give us a summary of what you've got?
We'll start with I'll start with the seats which are changing. We've got Boothby in South Australia and Chisholm in Victoria as Labor gains. Goldstein is an independent gain in Victoria. Hasluck in Western Australia, Labor gain. Higgins in Victoria, a Labor gain. The first time Labor's ever won Higgins. The seat of two former Prime Ministers, Liberal Prime Ministers. McKellar is an independent gain. North Sydney is an independent gain. So the whole North Shore of Sydney and the eastern suburbs, there's a string of independents now hold the seat. Pearce, first time Labor's won that in Western Australia. Reid, Labor's recovered after losing it in 2013. Robertson on the Central Coast, again, proving to be a bellwether, having gone with government at every election since 1984. Ryan is a Green gain. Swan is a Labor gain. And Tangney at the moment we've got as a Labor gain. That's just an extraordinary result. If you looked at the state election results, it was possible and it's been a little bit overlooked. But still, I don't think Labor has won that since 1983. So it's pretty rare for Labor to win that. Now, the seats that are remaining in Dutton, some of these are in Dutton, just don't have enough information. The Liberals are ahead in Bennelong. At the moment, we've got a preference count for Brisbane and it puts Labor ahead. Now, the LNP have lost Brisbane. It's unclear whether Labor or the Greens are ahead. Greens are in second place on first preferences, but there just isn't enough information to make a decision. But the LNP have lost Brisbane. The Nationals are ahead in Cowper in a count that has to have the recount done against an independent redone. Curtin, the independent is ahead. I haven't looked at the figures recently. The Liberals are ahead in Deakin. Fowler, the independents are ahead. Gilmore, the Liberals are ahead. The Green is ahead in Griffith, and I suspect the Green will win. But if Labor gets into second spot, Labor can still win that seat on LNP preferences, which is why we've left it in doubt. Hinkler, I haven't looked at Hinkler for a while. I'll have to go and have a look, but I suspect the LNP is probably one that we haven't got a preference count in Hinkler. The Independence is ahead in Kooyong. Josh Frydenberg sounded very unhappy about this. Whether he didn't seem to think he could win, but he wasn't sort of conceding defeat. Lingiari, I'll have a look at the figures, but Labor was well ahead in Lingiari, but we had a manual hold on that seat for the moment. Labor's ahead in Lyons. McNamara in inner Melbourne could go to the Greens. At the moment, Liberals are in third place, and the Liberals would elect Labor in McNamara, but it's a very low Labor vote. It's a true three-way contest. Menzies, the Liberals have now pulled ahead. More, the Liberals have pulled back ahead. The Nationals are ahead into Nichols, and I suspect will win that, just not enough preference information. Sturt, the Liberals are ahead, and the Independents ahead, and I suspect probably going to win Wentworth. As I said, we just got those cautions about pre-poll votes. Now, all that's converting into let's look at the chamber again, which I haven't looked at for a while. It's been a very long night and much harder work than I expected. Labor 72.
Anthony, before we do, I think we should jump in. I think Scott Morrison has called Anthony Albanese to concede.
Oh, right.
So, yeah, important to say. 72 to 51, Labor can form government, the coalition can't. If we add a few seats which are leaning that way, we get Labor still on 72, the coalition is still only 53. We've got 12 on the crossbench and possibly more. So if Labor gets into government, it will have, if it falls short, it will have a crossbench which it has to deal with and be complex with, but there's enough variety on that crossbench and people on different positions to be able to get most legislation through. The Greens won't be a block for Labor in the lower house, but they will have a significant presence in the upper house. I haven't looked at the Senate figures, but on those first preferences, and let's have a look at that overall first preference vote. Just under 36 for the coalition, 31.5 for Labor, 12% for the Greens. If those figures are repeated in the Senate, it will be a very complex, there will be a much larger crossbench. I haven't looked at the Senate figures. Really, they don't count pre-poll Senate. So I think I think we've got enough trouble working out the House, let alone working at the Senate at this stage. But look, there's no other government apart from Labor in that parliament. And as you just said, the Prime Minister has conceded defeat.
OK, I should also point out, Simon Birmingham corrected me before, that the Liberal gathering's not at the Sofitel Wentworth where it always is, because it was booked out tonight. So they're actually at the Fullerton Hotel. So we should be hearing from the Prime Minister pretty soon. But he's called to concede. So therefore, the question now is, how does and can Anthony Albanese form government?
Well, I mean, given the utter bloodbath that seems to be underway in the West, that's a pretty good base to work off. I think that earlier in the evening, you know, we were looking at these votes going everywhere, and that is still the case, but they are coming home to Labor to the extent that there's a 2.7%, I think, swing nationally, which is going to translate into, if not outright government, then at least close enough with some crossbenchers that are going to be supportive.
Yeah, that you only then need 2 or 3 rather than, say, the whole lot.
Right. I mean, Tanya, what are you thinking?
Yeah, look, there's still quite a few on our too close to call list, so I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but...
you could probably say yay.
I'm feeling so much gay inside. I can't tell you how much gay there is in here. Just trying not to get ahead of ourselves. And, you know, I'd really go back to the issues that have been big in this election. I really think we're in a very good place to have a positive agenda for the country with those crossbenchers, working with them.
Looks like a whole lot of new women coming into the parliament.
Fantastic.
Tanya, how would you feel about having a teal or 2 in cabinet, if that's what they asked for?
Well, Anthony's been very clear that he's not into making deals with the minor parties. He's been very emphatic about that in the lead-up to polling day. I think the Teals have been pretty clear about what they want.
Can I interrupt you? Sorry, Tanya. Scott Morrison's just arrived at the podium to speak.
Thank you. John and Jeanette Howard, it's wonderful to see you here tonight. Well, can I start tonight by firstly acknowledging the Gadigal people, their elders past and present and emerging. Can I also, as has been my custom ever since I became Prime Minister, to acknowledge any members of our Defence Forces who are here tonight and our veterans, and to say thank you for the country that you fought for and you've gifted to us, and for the freedom that we enjoy here today. It's a difficult night for Liberals and Nationals around the country, as nights like this always are. They are humbling, but so is victory. Victory is also humbling and always should be. Tonight, I've spoken to the Leader of the Opposition and the incoming Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and I've congratulated him on his election victory this evening. In this country, at a time like this, when we look around the world, and particularly when we see those in the Ukraine fighting for their very freedom and liberty, I think on a light night like tonight, we can reflect on the greatness of our democracy. Thank you very much. Thank you. And so on a night like tonight, it is proper to acknowledge the functioning of our democracy. I've always believed in Australians and their judgment, and I've always been prepared to accept their verdicts. And tonight they have delivered their verdict, And I congratulate Anthony Albanese and the Labor Party, and I wish him and his government all the very best. Now, there are many votes still to count, that is true. And there are many pre-polls and postals that will still come in. But I believe it's very important that this country has certainty. I think it's very important this country can move forward. And particularly over the course of this week, with the important meetings that are being held in Tokyo, I think it's vitally important that there's a very clear understanding about the government of this country. This has been a time of great upheaval over these past few years, and it has imposed a heavy price on our country and on all Australians. And I think all Australians have felt that deeply. And we've seen in our own politics a great deal of disruption as the way people have voted today, with major parties having one of the lowest primary votes that we've ever seen. That says a lot, I think, about the upheaval that is taking place in our nation. And I think it is important for our nation to heal and to move forward. But at the same time, 3 years ago, I stood before you and I said I believed in miracles. I still believe in miracles. I still believe in miracles, as I always have. And the biggest miracles, as I said 3 years ago, were standing beside me, and here they are again tonight with Jenny and Abby and Lily. They are the greatest miracle in my life. Thank you. Thank you. But there's another great miracle. Thank you. There's another great miracle which I want to give thanks for tonight, and that is the miracle of the Australian people. What Australians have endured over these past few years has shown a tremendous depth of character and resilience and strength. And each and every day, I've had the great privilege to lead this nation over the last more than 3.5 years. And the one thing I have always counted on has been the strength and resilience and character of the Australian people. It has been the Australian people, under the strong support of a strong government, that has enabled all of us to come through to where we are today. And I think that's something that all Australians can give thanks for as we move forward. But of course, I also said 3 years ago, how great is Australia? And how great is Australians? And that remains as true today as it was 3 years ago. We hand over this country as a government in a stronger position than we left it, than we inherited it when we came to government those years ago under Tony Abbott. Unemployment today is at the lowest level in 48 years. Australians leaving school, leaving university, getting their trades, know that they have the confidence of being able to go out there and get a job and be able to realise their aspirations. And that's what I wish for them. That's what I wish for this country, that Australians will always be able to realise the aspirations that they have for themselves and for their family and their community. We leave government having secured our borders many years ago, and we leave government having restored our nation's defences, restoring our investment in our defence forces and building up again the strength of our defence forces, so Australia can always say we might look to others, but we never leave it to others as a country, because as a government we have invested in the security of our nation and we leave it strong. Whether it's our AUKUS partnership or the many other things that we've done to secure our nation's defences, I will always be in deep gratitude to the men and women of our defence forces, our security intelligence agencies, our border protection agencies, our law enforcement agencies, who have done such an amazing job to keep Australians safe and keep Australians together over these years. But the other thing, friends, that we've been able to do is continue to guarantee the essential services that Australians rely on. I've always believed that the purpose of a strong economy is not an end in itself, but to ensure a stronger nation that can provide the services that its people depend upon. Our investments in doubling support for mental health, for addressing the devastating issues of suicide, to deal with the challenges that people face with spinal muscular atrophy, or the challenges of cystic fibrosis, and the many other things we've been able to address through the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme and record funding for Medicare. These things are made possible by the diligence and the efforts and the strong work of Australians in making a strong economy. And I hope and pray that that will continue, because that is what our nation depends upon. Can I finish by making a few thank yous? I do want to start by thanking John and Jeanette Howard. John, you've been in many campaigns, and how strong was John and Jeanette? Thank you for your wisdom. Thank you for your counsel to all of us and all of those in our government. Can I also thank Barnaby Joyce tonight and all the Nationals? Barnaby, you've run a strong campaign and the Nationals have performed extremely well tonight. The coalition has been strong under our government, together with Michael McCormick as well. And I want to thank all of those in the Nationals for the terrific effort they've put in all around the country. Outside of politics, we will never take regional Australians for granted, and we'll never take regional Australia for granted. We know that regional Australia is where the strength and heart of our country is, and we will always support regional Australians as a coalition. To my dear friend and deputy, Josh Frydenberg. You've heard from Josh a little earlier tonight. Josh, I can't just call a friend, I can refer to him as a brother. Josh and I have a deep and abiding friendship. And it has been our great privilege together, as the leader and deputy leader of the Liberal Party and as Prime Minister and Treasurer, that we were able to work together to ensure Australia came through this pandemic with one of the lowest death rates in the world, the strongest economies in the world, and one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. I want to thank Josh for his tremendous economic leadership and support over the time that we have been in government, which has been one of the toughest times we've seen in government in at least 70 to 100 years, depending on which issue you're looking at. And Josh, I want to wish you and Amy and all of your family all the best for the future. I look forward to those counts improving, because Josh Frydenberg should be remaining in this Liberal Party and remaining in the federal parliament, because he is an outstanding individual and leader of our country. To Andrew Hurst, who I can see over there, Hursty, and all. And to John Olsen and the party president, I want to thank you and all of our volunteers who are here tonight and all around the country. Thank you so much for standing by us at this time, and I know you will continue to do that into the future. To my colleagues tonight who have had to deal with very difficult news and who have lost their seats tonight, I, as leader, take responsibility for the wins and the losses. That is the burden and that is the responsibility of leadership. And as a result, I will be handing over the leadership at the next party room meeting to ensure that the party can be taken forward under new leadership, which is the appropriate thing to do. I have had the great privilege to lead this great party and to lead this great nation. And the reason I've been able to do that is I've been supported by so many. And I want to thank all of those colleagues tonight for all of their great work in service of their country, and you can feel proud of the service you've rendered. To all of those who've been elected again tonight, you carry forward that Liberal mantle, you carry forward that coalition flag. And I can only see myself continuing to support you in those efforts, because the country will need you in the years ahead. Thank you. Can I thank John Kunkel and my own personal staff and team? Can I thank Julie down there in my electorate office there of Cook? My staff have been faithful and devoted and professional and untiring in the work that they've done to support me over these many years. And I want to thank them very much for their loyalty and their service and the fun times we've had together, the difficult times that you've helped me come through, the support you've given to Jenny and to my girls. We love you very much and we thank you very much. Of course, I've already acknowledged Jenny and Abby and Lily, the loves of my life. You only have to look at this stage to understand how important family is. Family is the fabric of our society. It is the fabric of our community, and only through stronger families can Australia truly be stronger in the future. My last thank you tonight is to the people of Cook. The people of Cook have supported me so strongly, and I will continue to be your representative and I will continue to stand up for the values of our Shire. And St George, I thank you for your support today out there across southern Sydney, and I look forward to continuing to serve you to the best of my capability. But tonight, it's a night of disappointment for the Liberals and Nationals, but it's also a time for coalition members and supporters all across the country to hold their heads high. We have been a strong government. We have been a good government. Australia is stronger as a result of our efforts over these last 3 terms. And over the next 3 years, I have no doubt, under strong leadership of our coalition, 3 years from now, I'm looking forward to the return of a coalition government. Thanks, everyone.
The Prime Minister there, bringing down the curtain on 9 years of coalition government. Our reporter, Greg Jennett, is at the Fullerton Hotel where the party faithful have gathered. Greg?
Yeah, 30th Prime Minister, 54 years of age and 14-year veteran of the Parliament. Scott Morrison telling us, Leigh, as he outlined what he views as his government's legacy of his intention to remain in Parliament in some capacity as the member for Cook, whether that be on the opposition backbenches or the front remains to be seen, but what is clear is that he won't be seeking to recontest the leadership when the party room next gathers. And so there were the obligatory thank yous, gratitude expressed to everyone from John Howard through to his current staff and, of course, his family, and he's highlighting his friendships with Peter Dutton and Josh Frydenberg in particular. But on the legacies, Scott Morrison pretty much right off the top naming the economy and national security as things that he still to this day holds as signature initiatives that his government implemented, not only, of course, seeing through the pandemic itself. So now off into the darkness. It's been a pretty subdued night here, as you would expect, Leigh. There was reverential observance of some of the speeches, particularly Josh Frydenberg's, when it was broadcast in the room. But otherwise, you got the impression that quite some time ago, an hour and a half to 2 hours ago now, everyone here realised that the count was up and there was no path forward for the Morrison government, and so it ends.
Greg Jennett, thank you very much. Scott Morrison really has done both of your sides a favour there, because Tanya Pliberseki's been crystal clear. Congratulations, Anthony Albanese, wishing your new government all the very best. So there's no doubt there that, that's what's going on. But also Simon Birmingham, crystal clear. I'll be stepping down from the leadership. I take responsibility for the loss. So you've now got a clear path forward there as well.
Yes.
Well, as clear as it can be.
Indeed, Leigh. And let me start by congratulating Tanya and Anthony and the Labor Party on their win. Obviously, they're going to have to bring together a government and a majority on the floor of the Parliament, but I am confident that they will from the numbers we're seeing, and our country needs them to succeed. And so, of course, we wish them well in terms of doing that for Australia. How
quickly, just for your side, do the logistics move in terms of gathering the party room to elect a new leader?
That will depend how quickly the results come in and the like. I mean, there's, I guess, not so much urgency on that in opposition. So we need, I think, to take that time to make sure we're clear about who is part of the team going forward, and then to look very carefully at the options in deciding that. Australia needs a strong alternative government as well. Every government is better for having a strong alternative. And indeed, we leave office, I think, with a very strong track record. Nobody's going to hold against the Liberal and National parties the fact that unemployment had blown out, or there were long unemployment queues, or that the COVID pandemic had been mismanaged in terrible ways that left Australia worse off. In fact, we are in a very strong position as a nation. But we face huge international pressures, and so that's why I do wish the new government well, but we also will be able to move forward, I trust, if we can address some of those issues we've discussed tonight, to then present quite a strong alternative to Australians with a very strong track record of performance.
So it sounded like, from what Scott Morrison said, that he would anticipate that Anthony Albanese heads to the Quad on Monday as Australia's Prime Minister.
Well, it certainly sounded like that. I'd like to hear from Anthony tonight before. I don't want to be the one claiming victory for later. But, yes, I'd expect that. I mean, Anthony's made it very clear, and I know that he's been in talks with the public service as well to prepare for this eventuality. And I think, look, of course we still need to we need to talk to the crossbenchers and we need to work out what this majority government will look like. But I think it's a very exciting night for Labor. I understand that Simon and his colleagues are very upset. I know it is very hard for those who've lost their seats and for their staff and supporters and families and so on. But it's a very exciting night for the country. And we've got a great plan. We've got a terrific leader. I'm looking forward to hearing from him very shortly, I expect, and a really strong plan to take some pressure off the cost of living. Simon's talking about how great the economy is. We're heading towards $1 trillion of debt. We've got very high inflation. We've got very low wages growth. There will be some real challenges that start very early in this new term, including the international security situation that Simon's talking about. But we have thought those through. We have plans for them, and I'm very much looking forward to getting to work.
All right, Antony, what have you got for us?
Now, I think they've given me down here. Let me see, it's here. There's a lot going on. They're insisting I call people winning and losing all the time. I'm very cautious. Look, Christina Keneally's on 35.8, Leigh on 34. Liberal preferences will flow strongly to Leigh, as will some of the other candidates. And at this stage, we've got a preference count, which is 53.9. We've got about another 12,000 have come in as a pre-poll voting centre. And if you factor in the preferences we're getting on these votes to that pre-poll centre, it comes down to 52.3. But that's adding an extra, 10% of the vote. So there's nothing there that seems to indicate that that's going to turn around from this point. So I'd say that Christina Keneally has lost her attempt to move to the lower house, and Leigh goes into federal parliament.
OK, David Speers down in the virtual tally room.
Yeah, well, this is how the board looks at the moment. And look, we still have a few that are to be filled in. But the point is, and what Antony's talking about there in this seat of Fowler underscores the point that we could see even more crossbenchers, Leigh being one of them there in Fowler, joining that middle line. The middle line is the crossbench going into tonight of 6 people, but you might have Leigh going in. Got a couple of Labor seats here where the Greens are a real chance, McNamara and Griffith. And then you've got this teal wave tonight of Goldstein, North Sydney, McKellar. Kooyong, of course, is still in play for Josh Frydenberg, who we heard from earlier, but Ryan also going to the Greens as well. So you're going to see a much, much bigger crossbench. Could be twice as big by the time we get to the end of the count. Have a look at the teal seats, though, in particular, because, this teal bath, as we've called it tonight, it really shows just how dire things are for the Liberal Party. I want to show you, looking at those teal seats, just what's happened to the Liberal vote in these particular parts of the country. Let's start with Kooyong, the seat that Josh Frydenberg, as I say, is still holding on to a glimmer of hope he might be able to retain. The Liberal vote there has dropped, the primary vote this is, by 6.4%. Tim Wilson's seat of Goldstein, now Zoe Daniels' seat of Goldstein. That's dropped 13%, the Liberal vote there. North Sydney, goodbye, Trent Zimmerman, 14%, the Liberal Party vote drops. Wentworth, well, not as bad, only dropping 6.6%, but McKellar on the northern beaches of Sydney, again there, a whopping 12% drop in the primary vote. And over in the west, the Perth-based seat of Curtin, we see a huge drop of 13.4%. So you put all that together, you can see why this is such a dire night for the Liberal Party. That primary vote for them across these seats, inner urban seats, has really plunged. It's plummeted. Now, Scott Morrison, he did give a gracious concession speech there, talked about the strength of democracy, respecting that, and congratulated Anthony Albanese. Didn't really address, though, why we've seen what we've seen here. And this is going to be the challenge for whoever takes over as Liberal leader. How do they restore some of these terrible performances in these parts of Australia, not to mention other seats, and particularly in WA, where they've had a shocker tonight as well. But Bridget Brennan, when we look at these teal seats in particular, we know we're talking about a lot of professional women in particular who have turned against the Liberal Party.
And a lot of these two candidates were talking about gender equity. There have been a lot of serious issues raised in the previous parliament that didn't make it into the campaign for the major parties, and I think the treatment of women was certainly one of those. One of the interesting findings from Vote Compass, we've had 1.5 million responses since the beginning of the campaign, was how women viewed Scott Morrison. Let's take a look here. Out of 10, women scored Scott Morrison overall on trust and competency around about a 2.8, so a low rating for Scott Morrison. Anthony Albanese scored higher with women than he did with men. Overall, his rating was around about a 5, whereas Scott Morrison's was a 3. So this is really telling.
This is just the teal seats where...
No, this is women all across Australia on average.
Across the country. I mean, that is a stark difference when you look at the women, who they're trusting.
It is. Remember, women vote. So this is telling, I think, about women's view of Scott Morrison's trust and his messaging during the campaign.
Yeah, I mean, Tony Barry, this is, I assume, a far worse outcome than Liberals were expecting in not only those seats but across the country. But how does the party reconnect with women voters, particularly in those seats?
Well, it needs to define its base. Excuse me. It needs to redefine its base and find its constituencies and talk to those constituencies. And obviously, professional women, you know, there is an undeniable issue there. But as bad as the result is tonight, you know, the political ground is moving for Labor and Liberal. Labor has won with a primary vote of 31.4%. Now, you go back to Rudd, when he won in 2007, he had 43% primary vote. So it's a massive collapse. The floor has fallen out under both major parties on their primary vote. And when Rudd lost in 2013 to Tony Abbott, their primary vote was 33. So they've actually gone backwards from 2013.
Well, because this is true, but Labor can celebrate coming into government, and this hasn't happened. Well, this is the 4th time since the Second World War that Labor has won from opposition. Nonetheless, that primary vote is still a problem for them.
It is, and just going back to the teal campaigns that were run, I've been informed 17,000 volunteers drove that change.
Incredible.
In these electorates. Now, if you think about the party's membership, the major party's membership, and the structure of the major party's membership, it would not reflect the types of people that we saw volunteering to elect these independents in these electorates. Electorates which are incredibly dynamic and have actually been changing rapidly over the last 20 years.
Well, they've changed rapidly tonight, Leigh. This does reshape the map, the electoral map. And I think Australian politics, seeing that many teal candidates, these independents coming in, and it is now a crisis for the Liberal Party, really, in working out how to, to reach out to those lost voters.
And the Labor Party will have to look at its primary vote too and do a bit of soul-searching, notwithstanding, obviously, that they're going to be forming government. Let me bring Laura Tingle into the discussion. Laura, we heard David say there that Scott Morrison didn't address in his speech what happened in their blue ribbon Liberal seats, why the Teals had that opportunity. The only thing that he did say was that the low primary votes for major parties say a lot about the upheaval that Australia has had. Is that how you read the low primary votes for the major parties?
Upheaval as in COVID? No, I think not. I think I think it's what we've always said it was going to be through this election campaign, Leigh. This is a vote against clever bugger politics. You know, it's a vote against being too clever by half. It's a vote against treating the public with contempt by, it's not just about climate, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say at this late stage of the night. It's about the way governments work and about the way they've, the coalition in particular in the last few years has really, not had a real purpose in things. It's just been looking at, fixing up this problem, spending a bit of money there, not delivering on services, all of those things, all of which undermine the credibility of government as an idea, which is why the thing we haven't been talking about so much tonight about integrity in government was just as important to all the Teal candidates and all the other independent candidates as was climate. Now, I think the interesting thing is we're talking a lot about what's happening to the Liberal Party and the coalition in the future, and obviously that's a really big story. And we've got this probably doubling of the size of the crossbench. Now, we don't know exactly what the size of the Labor Labor numbers will be. It could be that they might still get to a majority in their own right, but nobody really thinks so. But there are so many options now for Anthony Albanese in terms of the way he gets a government operating. He only needs to get confidence and supply from the crossbench as a starting point, and that's pretty straightforward. I think the really important point about this is that it's not just that Labor will be forming a minority government if that's what happens. It will be that Anthony Albanese is leading that government. Anthony Albanese, more than anybody else, and I'm sure Tanya would agree with this, was the guy who kept the minority government functioning during the 2010 to 2013 period as the leader of the House. He was the person who did all the negotiations, kept the crossbench on side. There are now these blocks. He may have 3 Greens to operate with who would give him a lot of capacity to trade off with the other independents. The teal candidates all have slightly different views about what's important to them. So they may be prepared to deal on some things but not on others. But one of the big questions, I think, for Labor when it forms the government now will be, I know that Anthony Albanese has said, we said what we were going to do on climate and no more, but, you know, it's pretty hard to ignore this message that we've seen tonight on climate from the Teals, from the swing to Labor in the coal seats and in some of those other independent seats. There's a very strong climate message there, and it gives a new Prime Minister who wants to move the room to move. And one of the things I've been wondering about in the last few weeks is the extent to which Labor had sort of nobbled its own capacity to move on a wide range of issues because it was sticking so closely to the coalition. I think the result tonight really actually gives Labor a chance to rewrite the script a bit.
Do you think that's right, Tanya?
Well, I expect Anthony will stick to what he's committed to do before the election, and I'd be very surprised if he was changing policies now. He's been really clear what our policy is. That's what we're going to do. He will be thinking about the next election. We've got 3 years to make sure that people understand when we make a commitment, we keep that commitment, and that'll set us up, I hope, for another very good result in a few years' time.
Laura mentioned that he's a very experienced negotiator from running government business in the House. I guess the challenge, though, is when you're Prime Minister, is he going to have the time when you've got that many crossbenchers to be negotiating with and massaging all of the...
Well, I'm sure the Manager of Government Business will be doing most of that, as Anthony did when he was the Manager of Government Business. But in establishing the relationship, in making sure that we can form government, in working out what the priorities are of the people that we're working with. I'm sure that he will play a very important initial role in that. The day-to-day stuff, who's going to vote which way on every piece of legislation, that's not a job for a Prime Minister for sure.
Ms Plibersek, do you think that tonight's result puts an end to the climate wars in Australia?
I think this is a really strong signal that people in city areas, in regional communities right across Australia are up for strong action on climate change, and we've got a really good climate change policy. I think in 3 years' time, do I think we will be having another election campaign where this is the same sort of issue? I hope not. And same goes for the Integrity Commission. In 3 years' time, we will have bedded down strong action on climate change, cheaper power prices. We will have bedded down a strong National Integrity Commission with teeth. And on the issue of the women's vote that we were talking about earlier, we have fantastic policies for women coming into this election on the gender pay gap, on investments to reduce violence against women and their children. In 3 years' time, I think we'll have a lot to show for that as well.
Tanya, what about the question of mandate? Labor's gone backwards by almost 2%.
I don't know how often I need to say this. A win's a win's a win. Right? So you're all very focused on the primary vote. We've seen that the primary vote has fractured everywhere. There's a rise of minor parties. That is undeniable. But if we come out of tonight with the ability to form government with some of these crossbenchers, I don't think anybody's going to be complaining about the primary vote. We're going to be celebrating that we get to implement a positive Labor agenda that will see relief for some of the cost of living pressures we've seen, that we'll see wages, particularly for those low-paid workers like those in aged care, we'll see growth there. We'll be implementing those policies I was talking about a second ago. I don't think people are going to be worried about the primary vote in a year's time.
Simon, would you acknowledge that?
Look, I think forming government with fewer than 1 in 3 Australians having voted for you and without a majority in the floor of the House of Representatives is a very weak starting point for a government. That is just a statement of fact. Now, obviously, there's a lot of independence, as we're acknowledging, and so that will provide a basis for a Labor government to get things done and to govern, but nobody should pretend it's going to be a strong starting point. And if the Liberal Party can listen and unite in terms of listening to the messages the electorate has sent us today, and then unite in terms of how we respond to those, then we have an enormous opportunity.
You can't deny, though, Simon, that there would be a collective mandate on stronger action on climate change integrity.
Oh, I think I've acknowledged already tonight that on climate change, on gender and equality issues, I think there are very strong messages in relation to an integrity commission. I still hope that there will be some caution in the construct of an integrity commission. I don't think a New South Wales type model that destroys reputations first and makes findings after is the right approach. I think the South Australian Labor model that Premier Peter Malinauskas supported in SA is a type that I hope, in terms of what is designed and developed, for the sake of people on all sides of politics and getting good people into politics, is the type of model that ought to be pursued, and I would want to support that type of model being implemented that is robust but also is fair.
OK, let's go to Antony and do a seat run. We're going to look at seats that are in doubt for the coalition, starting with Bennelong, where John Alexander's retiring on a margin of 6.9%. Simon Kennedy's running for the Liberal Party and Jerome Laxale for the ALP.
Yeah, at the moment, Simon Kennedy is on 41.3, Jerome Laxale 37.3, and the Green there with 11.6. Now, look at the two-party preferred. You can see that what we're projecting is 50-50. Now, at the moment, Jerome Laxale's on 51.6. Yeah. We might end up on 51. That's a projection based on postals and the like from last time. If the trend isn't quite as strong to the Liberal Party on the postals, and that's possible when you've got a retiring member, then Jerome Laxale can still win that. So I don't think we'll know the result. When I turn off our predictive tool later in the night, Labor will suddenly be ahead in Bennelong, but they could end up losing the seat. So Bennelong remains clearly in doubt. OK, Cowper. Cowper is in New South Wales. It's held by the National, Pat Conahan, and Keith McMullen is contesting it for the ALP. This is the seat Rob Oakeshot's had to go out at the last 2 elections. If we'll just wait there for a moment, you can see the national vote is 38.9. There's 27.7 for the Independent and 13.9 for Labor, 5% there with the Greens. At the moment, we're estimating preferences, and if you look at the two-party preferred, we're estimating Pat Conahan to win. Now, there's no preference counts available. I presume the Commission will start recounting that seat for preferences tomorrow, which will give us a better estimate of the final outcome. I suspect, look, given there's a substantial One Nation vote there, I think there might be a bit of a leakage to the National. So at this stage, it remains in doubt. That'll be clarified when we get a preference count in the next day or two. I'll just let our viewers know that Anthony Albanese is now on the way to his function, just in case you attempted to duck off to bed. He is on the way, so hang in there. OK, Deakin in Victoria, held by Michael Sukkar, the Lib, on 4.7%. Matt Gregg contesting for the ALP. Well, he's had a big loss of first preference vote, down 6%, which is a problem. He's on 38.6, Matt Gregg 34.4, 15% with the Greens. Now, we are projecting, at the moment, Matt Gregg is on 52.8 on the preference count we've got. We're projecting that it'll be 50.4 by the end of the count. Now, there's quite a number of these seats have to have a really serious close look at the vote to come. But at the moment, Michael Sukkar is only just ahead in that seat, and it remains clearly in doubt. OK, Gilmore, which we've talked about quite a bit tonight. This also remains in doubt. And this is another one of those seats. Andrew Constance is there, 40.2. Fiona Phillips, 36.5. The Greens, 10.9. Now, if you look at the preference projection here, 50.2. Currently, we have Labor on 51.9 and ahead. Now, these are all based on the postal and pre-poll trends from last time. If those trends are slightly different this time, then that lead disappears. So Labor is ahead on the vote, behind on the projection. So it's another one of those seats rightly in doubt.
OK, Menzies in Victoria, Kevin Andrews' seat where he's retiring, Keith Woolahan for the Libs, Naomi Oakley for the ALP.
Well, this was a bit of a surprise earlier, and it remains a surprise. This is another one. This is Keith Woolahan, 39.7. Again, you're under 40%, you have danger. 15% there with the Greens. The preference count we have is that Naomi Oakley is on 51.6 of the count. The projection turns that round by 2% and puts the Liberal ahead. These results, depending on the preference and the projections, these may not be as good for the Liberal Party by the end of the count. But that's what the current count looks like in Menzies, and the Liberals haven't won it yet.
I should point out too that Kevin Andrews was knocked off in the pre-selection for that seat. Yes. More in Western Australia. Ian Goodenough holds it for the Liberal Party, Tom French contesting for Labor.
We had him well behind earlier in the evening. He's improved his position. He's above 40%. But you can see the Labor plus the Greens are on 47 at the moment on our preference count, which isn't as complete as the primary count. We have Tom French on 50.2. We're projecting that will become 50.3 for Ian Goodenough. So more remains in doubt.
Nichols, which is in Victoria, Damien Drum, the retiring National Party MP, it has a 20% margin, Sam Birrell contesting, and Rob Priestley's running as an independent.
I think I might give this one away now. Sam Birrell's on 27, the Liberals have got 18. There will be a strong flow of preferences between them. I presume Labor preferences will flow to Rob Priestley, but we're getting a preference count and the preferences are flowing strongly to there's enough preferences, a strong preference flow of the national overhaul. So I think I'll give that seat away, actually. I think the Nationals have retained Nichols. I just haven't had a chance to look at it recently. OK, and Sturt, let's take a look at that one. James Stephens running for the Liberal Party, Sonia Barham for the ALP. 40.8 for the Liberals again, 30.9 for Labor. The raw numbers have Sonia Barham ahead on 51.5. At the moment, we're projecting that to be on the two-party preferred 50.8 for the Liberal, but that's a projection. Some of these numbers are going to change later in the evening, so it's going to be very interesting to watch. But there's another seat remaining in doubt.
All right, thanks very much, Anthony. It's interesting with Sturt, which was Christopher Pyne's old seat, seeing Peter Dutton hold his seat. Josh Frydenberg, I noticed when David went through all the swings before, the swing against him was a bit less than some of the other teal seats. It's just a reminder that a local member who works the seat really, really hard is absolutely critical. Simon pointed out before that Peter Dutton has held that seat against the odds for a long time, and it's those kind of personal relationships, really, in elections like this that can make all the difference.
That's right. I think these two were squabbling before as to whether Kevin Andrews might have been able to hold on to Menzies, and he got knocked out in an ugly spat down there in Victoria.
I think we were agreeing with
each other.
You
both reckon
Do you think he would have held it if he won the pre-selection?
Look, I'm not sure. I think you also have to be mindful.
I think you do
sometimes
know,
there's an its time factor too, and issues would have worked there. So I think that's complex.
But that's an amazing result. That's been Liberal strongly Liberal for so long, and suddenly it's gone.
Yeah, and I mean, some of those, going to the personality thing, once people have an opportunity to get the foot in the door, as you were pointing out earlier, Simon, with Zali Steggall, if they then work their seat hard and they're seen to represent it, then it can become very problematic to get it back.
Well, this is a constant problem with, particularly when you lose seats to independents, or the Labor Party's seen that with Greens before and so on too. So that is another challenge that certainly we have. I think it is. I mean, I heard Simon Holmes, a court before, talk about wanting to do this in more seats next time. I think at some point there's got to be a serious question as to what does this do to aid our democracy. I mean, sure, it's helped to effect change tonight, and that's what he wanted, and good luck to him.
Well, I don't think it's just what Simon Holmes, the court, wanted. I mean, it's probably downplaying the role that all of these women who have won seats across... I mean,
of course, Annabelle, and I'm not seeking to do that. But I was reflecting on his comment about wanting to take that further, and quite what does that then mean if they work as a group? Well, then they're a group that will have some influence and leverage. If they truly do sit as independents, then we have potentially a repeat of a chaotic situation, in a sense, in 3 years' time of uncertainty.
I'll just tell our... Sorry, just for a second before you go on, I'll just tell our viewers that what you're seeing on the screen in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen as you look at it is the Labor Party gathering where they're waiting for Anthony Albanese, who's on the way to come and address them, and we'll go to that as soon as he arrives. Annabelle.
I mean, don't we need to take a step back with this phenomenon and just look at what's happened over the last few years? I mean, women have been angry for ages, and it feels like in this campaign the Prime Minister has made a call to not really respond to that and to keep campaigning as though he's trying to win kind of blue-collar and tradie voters and blokes and all that sort of thing. And essentially, one of the big stories of tonight is that you've got women who have just said, absolutely not, had enough of you. I mean, that's a significant outcome from this evening, and surely a major miscalculation on the part of the Prime Minister in this campaign, Simon Birmingham.
Well, it is a major failing in terms of the campaign and the outcome, and it's a trend that has been there to some extent. I think a misreading of the last election was that the result in Warringah was probably put down to Tony Abbott, when instead perhaps we should have acknowledged that it was a broader reflection and a reflection of what Tony was seen to stand for, and a message more broadly to the party about how the party was perceived too, and we're paying a price for that tonight. We've canvassed the what and the issues a bit that's driven the result in those seats, but I think as we've heard from some of the rest of the analysis, the who, which I think is where your question there is kind of coming to, Annabelle, the who is what is really going to matter for can we rebuild? Can we ensure that we do win educated voters back, particularly educated women?
By making Peter Dutton the leader?
And, well, that will be the challenge for whomever the leader may be, but making sure we win that cohort, because it's not just cost us the teal seats, it's cost us seats like Reid and Boothby as well. So these are electorates where we have also seen an erosion of a vote out of concern for those issues, but then if we go to the demographics, there's a clear demographic that we should have and we don't.
I think it's really interesting that when the Prime Minister was thanking everyone, he was talking about police, soldiers, tradies. He didn't mention the nurses, the teachers, the others who kept us going through the pandemic. And I think it's just another indication, given all of the things that have happened tonight, this very strong message that equality is something that the electorate's demanding, that it was, again, just the blind spot.
Tanya, I had someone that I know who's a very active member of the Labor Party send me something on this exact issue, and it was a question for you. It's been a term plagued by the mistreatment of women in your workplace in Parliament House. Your party's pressed Mr Morrison repeatedly on his party's internal processes, and we've seen that reflected in the white-collar women's vote. Are your processes any better? Are there any examples of how Labor has fielded complaints against sitting MPs in the past, and how will it handle them going forward? Because I can tell you, when the Brittany Higgins story came out, there were quite a few Labor women and Labor staffers who were in touch on these issues.
I know. We began to strengthen our internal processes when I was the Deputy Leader of the Labor Party, and since then, Sharon Claydon, who's the Chair of Caucus, has done even more work. I think the combination of our strengthened internal Labor Party processes and the new regime that applies to everybody in Parliament House now, and the new supports that are there, does provide a safer environment for women working in Parliament House, whether they're staff or journalists or anybody working in the place. I think it is really important that we do provide a safe workplace in Parliament House, but also that we lead the national conversation and say that every Australian workplace should have really strong mechanisms for people to make complaints and before that, to change workplace culture so that inappropriate behaviour is less likely to happen. And so implementing all 55 recommendations of the Respect at Work report, for example, should be a very early action of our government.
How do you think, I mean, this is a 9-year government, right? It's not just the Morrison government, it is a 9-year government. Andrew, how do you think history will remember the Abbott, Turnbull, Morrison government?
Well, I think it was telling that Scott Morrison tried to say in recent weeks that he was seeking a second term. That says it all, doesn't it? Of course, it
was a fourth
coalition wasn't at all, but I think this Doctor Who type attempt at renewal just failed. I think there's been a lot of turmoil. I think that the climate argument has been at the heart of it. And Josh Frydenberg, I remember him being deeply upset when he tried to negotiate it, deeply upset. It's been a disaster on that front. I think that Scott Morrison personally will be will have, he'll be remembered more fondly than he is currently because of his role during the pandemic. I think there's absolutely no doubt that the Prime Minister, the Premiers and the Chief Ministers collectively did a marvellous job in minimising death. Lots of hiccups along the way for which he's paid dearly and the coalition has paid dearly. I think that Scott Morrison will also be will be remembered for the AUKUS agreement, which I presume Labor will wholeheartedly support. And the next few days with the Quad will be just fascinating to see how Anthony Albanese progresses some of those things.
One thing that I think history will record about this campaign, and I hope that there are lessons learned from it, is that the invocation of a divisive issue like trans women in sport, specifically as a means to try and harvest support in various areas around Australia, not only is just a real low point in our polity,
totally.
but also seems to have failed absolutely. And, I think you read into that what you will, it doesn't reflect well at all.
Well, the question is whether it was a tactic or it was brought on by necessity, that there had been such incompetence at the New South Wales division that the Prime Minister tried to use it. But I want to know from Simon, what do you think? Was there a deliberate tactic to harvest in the outer suburbs?
Andrew, I think there was a fair bit of incompetence, and I'm tempted to use other words to attach to that.
Go ahead, go on then.
I don't need Leigh hitting the button wherever that may be.
It's no longer so you're right.
Around the selection processes, but very clearly as well, the candidates' issues may have been part of the view of some in selecting her. The way she had framed those issues, I suspect, was not fully appreciated when she was selected, and that clearly became a dominant feature of the campaign, throwing us off message, but more significantly than the throwing us off message is the point that I made very early.
Periodically over the course of the campaign.
And is the point I made early in the night.
So do you think she should have been disendorsed?
Well, it would have been far preferable if she'd not been endorsed in the first place.
Should she have been disendorsed?
In hindsight, yes, because that would have cauterised the issue during the campaign. I don't think it would have solved the problem, though. I don't think it would have solved the problem and made much difference to the election results in the end. It would have cauterised the issue and meant that we didn't have to go through...
And this goes to one of the characteristics of Scott Morrison, the bulldozer, the stubborn man, that it has become a problem in the last couple of years.
And look, I think the bigger issue there, in the lesson to be learned, is that very important lesson. Australians respect others. Australians are tolerant of diversity. And Australians want to have clarity from their leaders, particularly the leaders and the major parties, that they share that respect and that embrace of tolerance, and that is a crucial element.
I feel that Tanya was about to say something interesting.
I was just going to say as well that I think it shows that people are tired of cynical politics as well. The idea that you can use a group of people for electoral advantage. And I think that, going forward now, it's going to be really important that we learn to disagree better. That politics has been so conflictual and so, at times quite nasty in Australia in recent years. I think that is one of the reasons that we've seen the growth of these teal independents. They don't relate to that. And we've been talking about professional women. They don't relate to that. They don't want to see that behaviour at work. They don't want to see it at home. They certainly don't want to see it in their parliament.
But also, Tanya, things like, say, the Mediscare campaign in 2016, I asked Anthony Albanese about it last night because the election had been about character and trust, and so the question was framed around, if you were telling the truth, well, where is it? Where's the privatised Medicare? Isn't it that also an issue for the public, that they're smart enough to know when they're being sold a pup, and that was over-egged? It wasn't actually a Liberal Party policy at all, and those are the kind of things that cause people to lose faith with politics.
OK, so there was a privatisation task force. Simon can remind you of it.
They didn't go
Tanya, come on. I've been pretty open.
And out-of-pocket expenses have gone up by a third and a half, depending whether you're talking about GPs or specialists.
Medicare.
I don't think anybody thinks Medicare's been operating as well as it should at the moment. But if death tax. Where was our death tax?
Well,
and Tanya, this election campaign, the pensioner scare campaign. We couldn't have been clearer in ruling out again and again and again the extension of the cashless debit card.
So,
on Medicare again this election
without
campaign.
going to all of the
Medicare
issues,
again this election campaign, you took us accepting advice of expert panels about how the medical benefits scheme might be changed in terms of different items and how they're listed, and you turned it into a scare campaign saying we're cutting Medicare. Is an incoming Labor government not going to change any Medicare schedule items?
You sent out text messages today saying, "Ooh, there's a Coast Guard, you know, taking over an asylum seeker boat, vote Liberal."
I guess the point that we're making is that both major parties do this, and people are irritated by it.
And this is where I started, I guess, which is if we are going to have a healthy democracy, we have to learn to disagree better.
Anthony wants to take a look at the Senate. What have you got for us?
Start with the ACT, and this is where David Pocock, the independent, is trying to get elected. The problem for the Liberal Party is they've only got 23% of the vote. David Pocock, 22%. Labor's got roughly a quota. Green and other party preferences will favour David Pocock. So there's a strong possibility that the Liberals, for the first time, the ACT will not split one Labor, one Liberal, and that David Pocock will knock off Zed Seselja in the ACT. Now, there's a lot of pre-polling. They're not counting any pre-poll Senate positions tonight, but that's a bad starting position for the Liberal Party. And David Pocock is well ahead of the Greens, and that means he can win the seat, and Labor has kept close to the quota. Now, the next state I'm going to look at is New South Wales, which currently is the state with 3 Liberals, 3 Labor from the double dissolution election. The Liberals still have a chance of reaching a third. Labor's only got 2. The Greens will get 1. Pauline Hanson and Clive Palmer have got about half a quota there. So I suspect the Liberals, because they've started with a higher quota, will be able to hang on to a third seat. I'm not sure how well the preferences will flow together. It'll be interesting to see how that one unfolds. Legalised cannabis have got 3% of the vote. Victoria is, I think, it's 3 coalition, 2 Labor, 1 Green. The coalition's only going to get 2, so there's a loss of a coalition seat in Victoria. The Labor Party has two seats, will get 2 seats, and the Greens will get 1. So I'm not sure who's going to win the 5th seat there, the 6th seat there. Got 0.3 for the UAP, 0.24. Oh, well, no idea. Once upon a time you could run the calculator on those things, but no. Now, the National Party, there are 3 coalition members. I'm trying to remember. There's Amanda
Stoker.
Amanda Stoker. She will not get elected on those numbers. Labor, the Greens will get a quota. Labor on 1.7 is better positioned to win a seat. I suspect Pauline Hanson.
Anthony, sorry to interrupt you. We're just going to listen to Penny Wong addressing Labor faithful.
Thank you, everybody. It's a pretty quiet crowd tonight. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for your support and for your patience this evening. Can I start by acknowledging the traditional owners of this land? And saying to you that tonight we can take that step forward to fulfilling the promise of the Uluru Statement from the Heart. So, friends, Australians have chosen. Australians have chosen, and they have chosen change. Australians have chosen, and they have chosen hope. Australians have chosen, and they have looked to the future. A better future for all. A government that will act on climate change. A government for women. A government that will look to unify, to bring people together, not to divide. A Labor government. an Albanese Labor government. Australians chose hope, and the man who embodies that hope is my friend, our leader, Anthony Albanese. Please welcome to the stage the man set to be the 31st Prime Minister of Australia.
Thank you. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. I pay my respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, and on behalf of the Australian Labor Party, I commit to the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full. And I say to my fellow Australians, thank you for this extraordinary honour. Tonight, the Australian people have voted for change. I am humbled by this victory, and I'm honoured to be given the opportunity to serve as the 31st Prime Minister of Australia. My Labor team will work every day to bring Australians together, and I will lead a government worthy of the people of Australia. A government as courageous and hard-working and caring as the Australian people are themselves. Earlier tonight, Scott Morrison called me to congratulate myself and the Labor Party on our victory at the election. Scott very graciously wished me well, and I thanked him for that, and I wish him well. And I thank him for the service that he has given to our country as Prime Minister. I also want to acknowledge and thank Jenny Morrison and their two daughters for their contribution and sacrifice as well. My fellow Australians, it says a lot about our great country that the son of a single mum who was a disability pensioner, who grew up in public housing down the road in Camperdown, can stand before you tonight as Australia's Prime Minister. Can we, if you want to, I know it's been a long night, but if we can dial it down a little bit. Every parent wants more for the next generation than they had. My mother dreamt of a better life for me, and I hope that my journey in life inspires Australians to reach for the stars. I want Australia to continue to be a country that no matter where you live, who you worship, who you love, or what your last name is, that places no restrictions on your journey in life. My fellow Australians, I think they've got the name by now. I think they got that. I know at the beginning of the campaign they said people didn't know me, but I reckon they've got it. Down. No. Can we have order, please? Can we have a bit of order? I intend to run an orderly government and it starts here, so behave. During this campaign, I have put forward a positive, clear plan for a better future for our country. And I have shared the two principles that will drive a government that I lead. No one left behind, because we should always look after the disadvantaged and the vulnerable. But also no one held back, because we should always support aspiration and opportunity. That is what my government will do. That is the what, but the how is also just as important, because I want to bring Australians together. I want to seek our common purpose and promote unity and optimism, not fear and division. It is what I have sought to do throughout my political life, and what I will bring to the leadership of our country. It is a show of strength to collaborate and work with people, not weakness. I want to find that common ground where together we can plant our dreams. To unite around our shared love of this country, our shared faith in Australia's future, our shared values of fairness and opportunity, and hard work and kindness to those in need. And I can promise all Australians this: no matter how you voted today, the government I lead will respect every one of you every day. And I'll seek to get your vote next time. We are the greatest country on earth. But we can have an even better future if we seize the opportunities that are right there in front of us. The opportunity to shape change rather than be shaped by it. And we can shape change more effectively if we seek to unite people on that journey of change. Together, we can end the climate wars. Together, we can take advantage of the opportunity for Australia to be a renewable energy superpower. Together, we can work in common interests with business and unions to drive productivity, to lift wages and profits. I want an economy that works for people, not the other way around. Together, we can as a country say that all of us, if the Fair Work Commission don't cut the wage of minimum age workers, we can say, will we welcome that? Absolutely. Together we can strengthen universal health care through Medicare, we can protect universal superannuation. And we can write universal childcare into that proud tradition. Together we can fix the crisis in aged care. Together we can make full and equal opportunity for women a national economic and social priority. Together we can and will establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Together we can be a self-reliant, resilient nation, confident in our values and in our place in the world. And together we can embrace the Uluru Statement from the Heart. We can answer its patient, gracious call for a voice enshrined in our Constitution. Because all of us ought to be proud that amongst our great multicultural society, we count the oldest living continuous culture in the world. And I acknowledge Australia's next Indigenous Affairs Minister, Linda Burney, who's here. Now my fellow Australians, no one gets here by themselves, and I wouldn't be standing here tonight without the support, hard work and belief of so many people. To my parliamentary team, including my Deputy Richard Marles and my Senate Leader Penny Wong. My terrific economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher. On Monday morning, arrangements are in place to have these people sworn in as members of my team. To enable Penny and I to attend the important Quad Leaders meeting in Tokyo with President Biden, Prime Minister Kishida and Prime Minister Modi. And I want the leaders of the economic team to start work on Monday morning as well. I want to thank my shadow ministry and my amazing caucus members, including the people who are here tonight at this joint function from in the corner of our seats, including Tony Burke, who's here. I want to thank all of our Labor candidates. I want to thank all those who've worked so hard for this victory. We stand on your shoulders, the parliamentary party. Most rank and file members of the Labor Party will never ask for anything. They knock on doors, they make calls, they work so hard, they hand out how-to votes. They push the cause of Labor at the local PNC, at the side of the local kids footy, at the local netball, when they're shopping in the supermarket, when they talk to their neighbours. I thank each and every one of the true believers of the Australian Labor Party. And I proudly thank the members of the mighty trade union movement. I do want to thank my campaign director, our amazing National Secretary, Paul Erickson, and his team. My staff are led by Tim Gartrell, who was my first campaign director back in 1996. And my electorate office team, who haven't seen that much of me, who look after this electorate, led by Helen Rogers. Thank you very much. But to all those, and I'm not going to name them because they're too many, there's a lot of people who believed in me and backed me over many decades in this great movement to be where I am today. You know who you are, and I know who you are, and I thank you. Now, I said during the campaign that I've been underestimated my whole life. Now, while that's all is true, I've also been lifted up by others who saw something in me and who encouraged me in life on this journey. And I pledge to the Australian people here tonight, I am here not to occupy the space, but to make a positive difference each and every day. And to the amazing diverse people of Greenlaw. All politics is local. And in 1996, there were various people who wrote off the chances of Labor holding on to that seat. This is my 10th election, and I want to say thank you for placing your faith in me. It is an absolute honour to be your voice in our national parliament. To my partner, Jodie Hayden. Thank you for coming into my life and for sharing this journey. And to my proudest achievement, my son Nathan. Thank you, mate, for your love and support. Your mother who's here tonight, Carmel. We are both so proud of the caring, wonderful, smart young man you have become.
Love you, Nathan.
To my mum, Mary Ann, who's beaming down on us, thank you. And I hope there are families in public housing watching this tonight. Because I want every parent to be able to tell their child, no matter where you live or where you come from, in Australia the doors of opportunity are open to us all. And like every other Labor government, we'll just widen that door a bit more. Friends, we have made history tonight. And tomorrow, together, we begin the work of building a better future. A better future for all Australians. Thank you very much.
Anthony Albanese there, Australia's 31st Prime Minister, claiming victory tonight for the Labor Party. Patricia Karvelis is there with the Labor faithful. The excitement is just pummelling through the screen, Patricia.
It really is, Leigh. It is electric in this room, and in fact it has been for some time. The Labor faithful have gathered, of course, and have been cheering all night, overwhelmed with what is a historic victory for the Labor Party, of course. Now, that message that was delivered there by Anthony Albanese was pointed and precise. He talked about the Uluru Statement from the heart and the fact that Labor would deliver it now. A constitutional voice for Indigenous people, an incredible commitment right at the beginning of his speech. He talked about women and was actually very, very carefully introduced by Penny Wong, his Senate leader. That was not an accidental message, Leigh. It was about recognising that this election victory, but also the message from the teal candidates, had been one about women and the treatment of women. He talked about governing for all Australians, bringing people together and not dividing. It was an incredibly powerful speech by Anthony Albanese. He talked, of course, about his public housing upbringing, his mother. This has become a familiar story from Anthony Albanese, but it was a powerful message that he ended on there, wasn't it? I got to say, a bit teary people got in the room, but talking about families and children watching in public housing and knowing that in this country they can aspire to be Prime Minister as he takes that position as the 31st Prime Minister of Australia, and saying he wants to widen that door of opportunity, which is what Labor governments do. A really, really grassroots, classic Labor speech from Anthony Albanese, and he wants to get straight to work, he says, tomorrow with his economic team, and he'll be making that trip to Japan with Penny Wong. A historic night for Labor. They will be partying long into the night, is my firm prediction.
Thank you very much, Patricia, and I reckon you'll be off to join them, will you, Tanya?
Maybe.
Just quickly, final thoughts for the panel wrapping up the night, Tanya.
I just love that speech. That was so beautiful, and I was thinking when Anthony was talking about his mum, Marianne, I knew her, and she would be so proud tonight. And people like Tom Uran and Anne Simons, he was talking about the people that helped him on his journey. There were a lot of them who would just be so proud of him tonight.
She was a lovely lady, Anne Simons. Simon Birmingham, final thoughts.
Look, it is an incredible story of Anthony Albanese's life, and very sincere congratulations to him. And for all of us who've come from a mix of different backgrounds, it's wonderful to see. And I do, again, wish him well and every success. For the Liberal and National parties, we have, I think, much we can take out of the last 9 years of pride, but many lessons to be learned as well that the electorate have sent us tonight, and we have to get on and make sure we do learn those, that we learn them loud and clear, and that we embrace the constituencies that we have lost.
Final thoughts, Andrew?
I think with his speech he showed that he's a decent and authentic man. I think with Scott Morrison, with the miracle win, he shaped the Liberal Party in his own likeness. And today, Australians told the Liberal Party and the coalition that they didn't like that. I think that Anthony Albanese, though there was a very modest agenda presented by the ALP, it will claim a mandate because of the broader mandate on climate and integrity, gender equality. And I think that that will be a powerful message, despite the fact that there's also this long-term reshaping of Parliament. The fact that there is now this strong third force. Finally, I think we should mention that the polls got it wrong.
Indeed. Annabelle Crabb.
Becoming a bit traditional, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
So tonight I thought was just an extraordinary flex of people power across the continent, really. It wasn't a consistent kind of motion. There were different things happening in different states. But if there was an overriding message, it is that people don't want to be overlooked, don't want to be taken for granted by their political representatives when they're in large parties. It was a vote for local issues in some situations as well. It is a situation where I think, and this happens from time to time, the population gets ahead of the parliament. And I think that this result is an overcorrection of a couple of elections where major parties have made some assumptions about what's going to happen. This is a major snapback, and I think it will be a messy parliament, but I don't know that that is necessarily a reason not to have this uprising of local communities and local sources of power.
Well, if you want the benefits of a democracy, sometimes it's messy.
Well, the other lesson is, you know, if you leave a gap, someone will fill it, right? And that's what's happened tonight.
David Speers, to you for final thoughts.
Well, just to pick up on Annabelle's point there, and I think she's absolutely right about what we're seeing in this snapback. And if there's one issue I think we see in the results tonight, whether it's the teal tidal wave, the Greens gaining ground and a much higher percentage of their vote, and obviously Labor gaining government, it's climate change. I think that's the constant thread through all of that, and what Australia has done tonight. It has voted for stronger action on climate change. Let's give a recap of, well, in fact, this is where we started the night. I just want to show you, this is where we began, but look at where we've ended tonight. And there are still a few seats still to come in, but here's how the state of play looks right now. And it is patchy still, but on the Labor side, I mean, look, Gilmore is probably the one that the Liberals are most likely to take, but they're not there yet. You've still got a few to be filled in. Down here in Fowler, the seat that Christina Keneally is hoping to win, to come into the lower house, well, she's in all sorts of strife there. Unlikely to win that at the moment, instead an independent Leigh. You've got a couple of seats where the Greens are on track, McNamara and Griffith, not there yet. You're going to see this crossbench in the middle grow in size, potentially double in size. And why is that? It's the Greens, a couple of those other independents, but then that teal tidal wave that I spoke about as well. Firstly, the Labor gains. You can see they're in New South Wales largely and WA as well. Robertson, Swan, Reid, Higgins, Boothby, Chisholm, Pearce, Hasluck, and even Tangney. So these are the safer seats, were the safer seats for the Liberal Party. But Labor's taken the seat of Tangney. Puts them on 72 at the moment, but with those that are still black there, undecided, count still going, you would expect that number to increase. And then, of course, even if it is a minority government, Labor can rely on the support of the Greens for confidence and supply. They'll have at least 2 Greens in the lower house to get them to the majority and allow Anthony Albanese to be sworn in as Prime Minister. Let's have a look, though, and we've talked a lot about those teal seats and the teal tidal wave that's coming in, but these two really interesting and important states, I think, tonight in this election result, the New South Wales and WA. So let's have a look at New South Wales first of all, because this really demonstrates what's happened this evening. These are the most marginal Liberal seats, or were the most marginal Liberal seats in New South Wales. Down the bottom is the national swing of 2.9% towards Labor. That's the swing at the moment. But have a look in these seats. You can see in Reid, it's a much, much bigger swing, 8.6%. Robertson on the Central Coast, much bigger as well, 6.3%. Lindsay, well, not quite the same. The Liberals, it did push back to the Liberals there by just under 1%. And Bennelong's right on a knife edge, the swing to Labor, 6.7%. What about Labor's most marginal seats in New South Wales? Let's have a look at those. And look, we did see a slight drop in the Labor primary vote nationally, but after preferences, what do we see? Well, going through them, Macquarie, Eden Monero swings to Labor. Dobell on the Central Coast as well. Gilmore, not much movement there. As I mentioned, that's where Andrew Constance is still a chance and arguably a good chance of winning that seat. But elsewhere in Western Sydney, Greenway, big swing to Labor. And even in Hunter and Parramatta, we're seeing smaller swings there as well. WA, as I mentioned, is the other state that really tells the story of what's happened tonight. This has been, well, I think the worst state for the Liberals tonight. Have a look at the Liberal marginals in WA. Again, that national swing of 2.9%, and whack, those the swings to Labor across Swan, Pearce, Hasluck, Tangney as well, as we saw on the board, huge swings against the Liberal Party, and enough of that going to Labor to give them that sort of two-party preferred swing. What about a couple of Labor seats in WA as well, just to illustrate the story? Perth and Cowan, let's have a look at those swings there, because there too you see these consistent swings going to the Labor Party in WA. Now, we know why. This has been a problem state for the Liberals. We saw them wiped out at the state election. We saw Anthony Albanese attach his campaign to Mark McGowan in WA as well, really reminding people as often as he could about Scott Morrison backing initially the Clive Palmer challenge to the border closure there, and what a result for the Liberal Party again in WA, absolutely smashed. Let's get some final thoughts across the panel here. Tony Barry, to you first. Scott Morrison has resigned the leadership. Josh Frydenberg has lost his seat of Kooyong. This is a huge, huge blow for the Liberals. Who becomes the leader, and how can they reconnect with these lost voters?
My intuitive sense is it'll probably be Peter Dutton, Dan Teal in some sort of leadership role. It is a disaster for the Libs. They've lost a lot of talented people, Tim Wilson being one. James Stephens looks like he might get through. But sometimes you need to burn the village to save the villagers. So it's an opportunity for the Liberal Party to reset. There's still a lot of challenges for the Labor Party having won. As we've discussed, their primary vote is 31.5, which is historically low. And they're coming up with enormous economic headwinds. You know, interest rates are going up, inflationary cycles are going up, housing affordability is getting worse, not better.
Cos, your final thoughts?
I think the message out of tonight is that the major parties need to understand that if you ignore groups of Australians, they will work out a way to make sure they are listened to. It's the point that Annabelle made just before. And that is, I think, you know, the end of the 2019 federal election, the conversation ended with us talking about coal, and tonight we're talking about climate change.
And Bridget Brennan, what are your final thoughts tonight?
Anthony Albanese mentioned the Uluru Statement from the heart at the outset of his speech, and so we will be going to a referendum on whether or not the nation wants to create a new Indigenous advisory body, our first referendum in 20 years, more than 20 years. I also want to say this is a record number of Aboriginal women coming into the parliament, which is something I think we all should celebrate. And we will have our first Aboriginal woman as an Indigenous Affairs Minister in Linda Burney, who will be carrying through this agenda on a lot of policy reform that needs to happen for Aboriginal people.
Just on that, one of the interesting questions now, in terms of a referendum to enshrine a voice to Parliament in the Constitution, what will the Liberal Party do? A reduced Liberal Party after tonight's results, and we don't know under whose leadership. What's your sense of what the mood will be in the Liberal Party, bearing in mind tonight's results, when it approaches this question?
Anthony Albanese has said he'll reach out to whoever is the new opposition leader to try and form a bipartisan position. We haven't had a referendum be successful without a bipartisan position. A refreshed Liberal Party, I don't know what their position is going to be on this issue. What we saw from Vote Compass is that overall Australians support enshrining this in the Constitution, and even among Liberal voters that is growing, but we know about 30% of Liberal voters either oppose or strongly oppose that proposition.
Yeah, well, that is, thank you all for your contributions tonight. Leigh, that is one of the challenges ahead for the Liberal Party. How do they reposition on that issue, on climate change, on Integrity Commission, under whose leadership, with all those moderates wiped out in tonight's results? But the challenges too are ahead for Anthony Albanese and an incoming government, as you've been discussing. He's going to have to hit the ground running or flying to Tokyo for that Quad leaders meeting. He's going to have to get on with delivering the promises that he's made, but then dealing with the big challenges. And many of these we haven't heard him address in the campaign, whether it's tackling that big debt mountain and getting some productivity going in the Australian economy as well. So a big task ahead for the 31st Prime Minister.
David, thank you. Thank you for your great work, and thank you to your excellent panel as well. Antony Green, your final words.
A few loose ends first. Josh Frydenberg in Kooyong. Now, Monique Ryan is leading on first preferences now. Josh Frydenberg's on 41.4. I can't get his vote above about 43%. That's the best he can get. And so at the moment, we're saying it's 10.8% swing, and the independent Monique Ryan is on 54.4. I think we're prepared to call that seat now, and we think that Josh Frydenberg has been defeated and Monique Ryan will be the new member for Kooyong. So that's quite a remarkable thing. And the other one is Wentworth. Allegra Spender is ahead, 38.5. Day Sharma, 38. You've got Greens, you've got Independents. We've got a two-party preferred resultant swing, 7.3%. Independent, 56%. There's a few pre-polls and things to come, but at the moment, I just cannot get... I think we'll call that now, so that'll be an independent victory in Wentworth as well. So Wentworth and Kooyong, two of the great blue ribbon seats of the Liberal Party, have fallen to independents. So there's two more seats onto the crossbench. Now, we're going to do the national trends. It's becoming a very long night trying to remember where everything is. Here's the primary vote. This is the national figures. The Liberal Party a little under 36. The Labor vote has slowly risen to 32, largely because WA came in. The Greens are on 12. One Nation and UAP have about 9.4% between them. Others have 10. Someone sent me a message saying, why don't you break down the others? Many of them are independents, but of course there's many different varieties of independents, so it's rather hard to split them up. And that's turning into a two-party preferred at this stage of 51.4, 3% swing. So it'll be interesting to see how that turns out. I just wanted to break that down and look at just Western Australia, and it's 10.2% swing in Western Australia. I mean, that is the standout result. It's much smaller in most of the other states. Let's go and have a look at the chamber. Let's look at this chamber. You go away there. Chamber. House of Representatives will fill in the seats which we're definitely giving away. 72 for Labor, Coalition 54. Greens 2, others 9. That's about to come 11 with Wentworth and Kooyong when they're added in there. And the likelies, we're now getting Labor up to 73. 12 there, plus 2 more to come, and the Coalition on 56. The other thing I was asked to look at was let me see, where's the button for defeated members? Defeated. It's getting very late in the evening. Gladys Liu has been defeated in Chisholm, Tim Wilson in Goldstein, Ken White in Hasluck, Katie Allen in Higgins, Craig Kelly in Hughes, ex-Liberal, of course, McKellar, Jason Felinski, North Sydney, Trent Zimmerman, Reid, Fiona Martin, Robertson, Lucy Wicks, Ryan, Julian Simmons, and Tangney, Ben Morton. So that is a cavalcade of potentially senior front benches for the Liberal Party that have been defeated, most of them losing to independents. Let's look at the seats which remain in doubt at the end of the evening. Bennelong, the Liberals are just ahead. The Greens are ahead in Brisbane. Curtin, the Independent is ahead, and I think well positioned to win. That would be Kate Cheney defeating Celia Hammond, so that would be another loss for the Liberal Party. Labor is back ahead in Deakin. Liberals are ahead in Gilmore, though on the actual votes, Labor's ahead. Labor's ahead in a couple of these seats. These are projected Labor falling behind. The Greens are ahead in Griffith. The Independent, I've just said we're giving Kooyong away. Lingiari, Labor's ahead, and I'm just holding that one because you've really got to just wait for those remote votes to come in, so I'll just leave it where it is. Lyons, Labor's back ahead. Labor's I'd have to look at McNamara. The numbers are swapping backwards and forwards, but at the moment, I think the Liberals finished third in McNamara and will probably elect the Labor member, Josh Burns. Right. Menzies, the Liberals are back ahead. Labor's ahead again in Moore. Liberals ahead in Sturt, and we've just given away Wentworth. So it's been quite remarkable night, a very difficult night to do, I must say, because you've got seats going all over the place, and you've got to go and look at the first preferences. So it's maybe it's as Cos and Tony were saying, maybe it's a new world of politics that no longer can we rely on two-party preferred. We're actually in there looking at the actual votes, and I'd be fascinated to see if by the time of the next election the Coalition adopts optional preferential voting as a policy.
Well, you know, it's been a very complex night when even Antony Green's brain has been stretched. Thank you so much. You were just legendary, as you always are. And that is Australia Votes. After a gruelling 6-week campaign and many hours of counting, it's still not over because while the Coalition has lost government, emphatically, Labor is yet to reach 76 seats, the bare minimum for a majority on the floor of the House of Representatives. Labor may reach that bar in coming days as counting continues, but they could be left reliant on the crossbench to form government. Because the Coalition has won so few seats, that's likely to be a formality, and Anthony Albanese is basically certain to be Australia's 31st Prime Minister. What's clear at the conclusion of tonight is that voters have sent a clear message to the major parties that they will no longer be taken for granted, and consequently the Independents and Greens have achieved historic levels of support. Thank you to David Speers and his panel for bringing insights throughout the night. Bridget Brennan, Cos Samaras and Tony Barry, and the ABC's Annabelle Crabb, Andrew Probyn, Laura Tingle and Stan Grant, as well as our guests, Liberal Senators Simon Birmingham and Labor's Tanya Plibersek. And of course, our Chief Election Analyst, Antony Green. Join us tomorrow at 9 a.m. for a special 90-minute edition of Insiders with David Speers dissecting tonight's historic result. Results will continue to be updated at abc.net.au/news. Thank you at home for your company as well. From the ABC Election Centre, good night.
Hello and welcome to ABC News. I'm Mariam Saab. Anthony Albanese will be the next Prime Minister, with Labor returned to office after almost a decade out of power. Mr Albanese has thanked his supporters, promising change for Australia.
I say to my fellow Australians, thank you for this extraordinary honour. Tonight,